Try to win this champion. I like this tournament.
And do you remember, right? They were really cheering for you. So do you think you can get the American crowd on your side again?
Yeah. Maybe a lot of people not. Как будет типа болеть? Ну скажи, а? Как будет болеть? Support for us maybe not this champion, but we have Donk, we have me, and maybe we have more fans.
By the way, they can't laugh at you. You did good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you doing it. I know I made you do it too hard. Zontix,
Me.
did Magix hear what you said on interview to me? Did he watch that?
Of course.
He did. What was your reaction, Magix?
Based.
Because I tried to deflect it. You said the skinny guys were failing, so I said, "Yep, I'm not so skinny. It's bad for me." And then you just pointed on Magix.
I'm not wrong.
You're just honest. But you didn't say it to Chopper. Chopper's the in-game leader, so you're because he's a captain. You're like, okay, I can't say it to him. I just bully Magix.
No, I said it because Magix had very good performance, you know.
Oh yeah, good performance. Do you believe him?
Extraordinary performance.
Extraordinary performance, yeah. Kinda.
Kinda. You guys room together, yeah? Share room?
Sadly.
Why was share bed?
Sometimes.
What do you do in bed together?
Grinding TikTok.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Anime?
Anime?
I know he enjoys. You enjoy or not? No, nothing. Oh, Zontix, man. Okay, on to Magix. I'm gonna sit with my anime enjoy. I'll let him go away with it. How are you, Magix?
I'm great.
You're great. You seem to be in a better performance-wise than we've seen recently. Why do you think that is?
Just a couple of live games, for sure.
Not live games. We know you could always be skilled, right?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
But did something change? Did anything happen? Just feeling it?
It was just a good day.
Just a good day.
Yeah.
But if you keep having these good days, then there's no one that can stop Spirit.
No idea.
He's no idea. I've got to let him go. Okay, you have to go do team photos first. I'll come back to you afterwards.
Okay, deal.
Deal. My man. Thank you very much. What's happening? There's just a guy stood there. Is he annoying?
No,
No? You being too nice?
it was a surprise.
It's surprise. It's surprise when he just appears with a camera in his hand. I would be very annoyed if I'm you and everyone's just always putting a camera in my face. Do you get annoyed by me coming all the time?
Nah.
Magix, you get annoyed by me.
He is not.
He's not? You talk for Magix now.
What?
You talk for Magix. You speak for him.
Yeah,
Yeah? Okay. How is he feeling today?
bad.
Bad. Why bad?
No games.
No games. He's only happy when there's games.
Yes.
How are you enjoying America, Donk? You like it?
So to be honest.
So?
Yeah.
Have you tried much food?
No,
No?
not really.
Not really. What do you do for breakfast here? You have you go down. He said he goes at 6 a.m. for breakfast.
Yeah, I know, but
He actually. Do you?
no, I woke up like at 6 a.m. like him like only once
Oh, okay.
to try the breakfast in hotel, but
That's too much.
yeah, it's too much.
And how are you feeling in the tournament right now? Like, obviously, we look at Katowice. Everyone's so happy. Oh, Donk's doing great. Incredible player. Do you care if you're not like high stats? Does it matter to you?
Not really. I just wanna like show my game. That's how I play, and I don't really care if I cannot like be the same stats on the Katowice.
It's about the team win.
Yeah.
And so for you, when you're playing, you just want to play the same way, right? And just keep trying it. Because sometimes I see you get frustrated and we see the hits. Yeah.
Because I'm doing like some stupid mistakes, probably.
So it's about more you make a mistake and you go, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not like the other team.
No.
Ah, interesting. Okay, this is good for me to learn. This is good for me. But why do you hit your own head?
Don't know, rage.
Because I'm thinking, Donk, no, don't hurt yourself. Like, no. We need to protect you. You need to stay safe, yeah?
I'm very safe.
You're very safe?
Yeah.
Does Chopper protect you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
And Magic's.
And Magic's? Magic's protect you? Really?
My the best defender.
Best defender?
Yes.
Why is he the best defender?
It's a secret.
It's a secret. Okay, so I should not mess with Magic's. Magic's will kill me.
For sure.
For sure.
For sure.
So Magic's is a trained killer.
Who knows?
Oh, okay. Don't mess with Magic's. I'm going to go and try and get Chopper as well at the same time. Chopper, hello.
Hello.
The manager said, good luck. I always try to do this with you, Chopper. I think you understand most of what I say. I want to ask you, your keyboard, what happened?
I don't know how to say in English. Как сказать залипло? Как сказать залипло? Как сказать залипло?
The keyboard when he messed up.
У меня клавиатура залипла. My control is stuck.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm pressed it and stuck.
and he got stuck down.
I press stuck. I don't know, and try to take it and fix it.
Because we were all looking like, oh, this is a very strange one. You were just taking keys off, trying to make it work. Did you get a new keyboard before playoffs?
No. I play with it. With the same keyboard.
You're just going to keep this going. Okay, well, hopefully it stays and works. How confident are you feeling this tournament? Because right now, Spirit look, I would say, better than even at Katowice.
I don't know. Just playing. I don't think about it. It's so hard to talk in English.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Are you happy to finally see success now when you have been an in-game leader of Spirit for so long, you have been trying? Do you feel like, okay, finally I can show my best self?
Not sure. I'm happy playing with the guys.
Yeah.
Yes, incredible guys. Best sniper, best rifler. It's very good.
And it's fun, right? You're enjoying it.
Yes, of course.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much, Chopper. I won't let stress you out anymore. We're done with Spirit.
I know that your name is Frozen. Do you feel frozen with this air conditioning on 66 or whatever it's on?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's anything, right? Yeah, it's a little chilly, I would say. I'm not frozen, but I'm chilly.
I think G2 asked for them to turn the AC off for their last game, and they beat Liquid with it. Do you think that's a little bit unfair of them to ask for?
I think Spirit as well asked to turn off the air condition when we play them. Maybe there is something to it.
Well, G2's playing with Stu. Is Stu a better player than Huxi right now? Because it looks like they're getting way better results, beating Mouths and all.
Nah, I don't. I mean, I think it's hard to say if he's a better player. I think he's doing what is needed for the team. He is a player that sacrifices himself a lot. So yeah, I mean, I think with the style he plays, I think he's very, equal to what Huxi is bringing to G2, I would say. So yeah, I mean, they're doing good. They made playoffs after all.
Now, I know that you guys have been playing pretty well, generally speaking, but you keep getting these second place finishes. Is it about time you guys fucking win something?
Didn't we just win Chengdu?
Yeah, but something else.
I mean, yeah, the Kato would be nice, right? Or the major before would be nice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's about time.
All right, you guys got to get back to winning. When you see Kerrigan running with his knife out, turning his back to the enemy, what do you guys talk about in VOD review when that happens?
Huh?
You don't see him? He's just running around, rotating around, pulls out his knife, turns around, and then gets shot in the back? You never see that in VOD review.
I don't think so. I think I was maybe alive in those rounds. I don't know if that ever happened.
Frozen doesn't do VOD review, confirmed. All right, thank you.
You look so beautiful, Dan.
Yes, I do.
As always.
Not really.
Oh, what do you mean? Not really. Look at you in shape now. Did you go for a run today?
Yeah.
You went for a run today in this weather?
Yes. Just before it started raining, I was really happy.
Okay. You just missed it then. Yes. But I did see a photo. You all got very wet on the team walk.
Yes, that was pretty harsh. Not gonna lie, but it was a fun moment. We were 2 kilometers away when it started.
No.
So we walked 25 minutes. So yeah, we were pretty wet.
Dangerous weather, wet and sweaty. And you were a bit wet and sweaty in your game against 9Z.
Yes, also. It was pretty bad.
What is going on?
We have those games where we're just not there. Yeah. Our level can go so much up against G2. We play really well, easy game. And the next day, just the worst. We started to play too late in both maps, and yeah, they also played well. So we need to give them like credit. But yeah, we just.
Did you feel like you were, because I heard you at times, you were trying to get the team together, say like, come on, we play better than this and motivate everyone. But did it feel like it started to mentally get to you guys, to like you fell down out of it?
No, because we started down. Like those two, we really started down. He didn't need me to do anything, but I try to help the team to move forward. Yeah. But we just had like a 2-hour talk about that, so hopefully it's gonna get better tomorrow.
That's what it's all about. Thank you very much, Dan. I want to keep things moving. Hello, Zaru. How are you?
Good.
Oh yeah. Oh wait. What?
I will not say what to say.
What do you?
Hello. So I was basically, we just finished the Formula One race, and Lewis Hamilton was on the road with us, and he did a curve on the first turn, and I car crashed because of it. So now I have to sit on the bench with my friend Lando Norris and my friend Max Verstappen, and now it's Daniel Jackson from the West Coast of England. Block club, man. You don't know. Bum. Scrub it up. What? Gasly, Pierre Gasly. This is Pierre. This is Esteban Ocon. Charles, Monaco. You see this guy over there? This is Esteban Ocon. He's the craziest man ever. Petite salope.
What the hell happened?
Ma belle. No. And so
You gotta explain to me. What the hell is this?
before coming here, we did some stuff I cannot elaborate on. No, I'm joking.
Some actual racing, the team racing.
No. Oh, you saw the show? Wow.
You nearly break. You're too heavy, man. You're too strong. Look at you.
Yeah, because I go to the gym.
I never see him in the gym.
Well, I go to the gym because you don't go to the gym.
I saw you in the gym once, bruv. Once.
No, but I saw you 2 days ago. I just didn't enter the gym. I just saw you from the outside.
So you just watched.
The thing is, I am a team thing. It's a team shot. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm going to my team.
Zaru and Spinks watching their teammates have to. What? So why are you guys not here?
I don't know. Yeah, we shouldn't.
Yeah, we shouldn't stay here.
No. You want to run away
Yeah,
from me?
from the camera.
What?
This guy, he's a bit scary, no?
The cameraman's scary.
Yeah.
He's too close to you.
It's fine. It's okay.
Did you enjoy your water walk this morning?
In the big picture, yes, it's experience. In
You've
the
never done it before.
just walk around in the rain.
Yeah.
I was in the rain, but I tried to avoid it.
You're not going for like a nice walk. That's refreshing.
No,
You don't like it.
no,
Not for Spinks.
it's not my thing. No, you like?
I mean, it's not my thing.
But I'm sure manager Matthew was saying like, yeah, go through it. It's character building.
This guy was almost naked, running under the rain. He was, like a dog you release and he's like crazy. Like, oh my God, the first time he was this guy.
You just described your manager as a dog you release.
We're gonna cancel this. Yeah. No, it's fine. He's used to.
He understands.
Some fountains and he enjoyed.
He jumped in some fountains.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Okay, this has gone too crazy, too wet and wild for sure. But your journey so far in Dallas, guys, where are you at? How are you feeling right now? Because you're in playoffs, but then there was the 9Z game.
It was a nice game, but no, everything turned terrible. No, actually, it was good. Good Dallas. Except the 90 game, I think we had good feeling. We felt confidence overall. But yeah, except the 90 game, like you said, I feel the rest is feeling good.
What is it in games like that for you guys? Do you actually have an understanding of what it is?
I'm sorry, repeat, sir.
What is the thing you have that happens in games like that? Like what goes wrong?
I think in the big picture, I would say the beginning of the game. I would say that because every time we are like behind every team, so yeah, I would say that.
And you just can't come back into it, right?
Actually, we can come back, but it's too late. Now it's most likely in CS2 when you have less rounds, it's tougher to come back.
Right, you guys have got a double act to do. His duo, you guys room together?
No,
Who do you room with?
right now I'm with Apex, but the superstar have a solo room.
Solo. Oh, superstar on his own.
I used to be with him, but then he said I wake him up and I do some noise. So Vitality was like, okay, we will get you a solo room. It's fine.
So because he's so bad to sleep with, right?
No. I think I'm.
Oh, you're so bad. Oh,
I'm the problem. It's not It's okay to say.
So you said to management that you can't sleep with this guy and you need your own room. That how diva you are?
If I want to sleep with him again, I will sleep in the same bed. In the same bed with him, naked. I don't care. No, maybe not. But I will sleep with him every day.
I was just told by your team that you went wild like a dog, they explained, in the water, and you were running through fountains
When?
today.
No, literally. We experienced an unexpected team building because initially we had to go for a teamwork, like basic things, and things goes not that wrong because unexpected. The weather came bad, and those guys like they're newbies, nerds. They spend lots of time behind the computer, so it was the first time for them being outside when the rain. With water, so there was like lost. So I told them, guys, no worries, you are not made in sugar.
You're not gonna die.
You can jump on the water, you can swim even. Like it was fucking flooded here, so you can do whatever you want. No worries, and then you can go have a shower.
And they were fine, or they did not enjoy the experience?
Look, they're all fine, all set.
Oh, there's a picture. Show it to the camera.
Pretty wet. We were pretty wet. That was fun though. I was so wet.
So I can see.
Look, you're talking again about it.
Did you enjoy it, Flames?
What?
Did you enjoy it?
I didn't know you can. It rains from above and stuff like this. It's so in my country it doesn't rain. I'm not gonna talk about like edit it out. Edit it out.
We come from a very wet country, though, mate. So it's normal days for you. You enjoy.
Yeah, I love the rain. It's feels like home.
Part of life. Are you feeling at home right now, though?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's little bit too warm there.
Mate, it's humid as fuck. It is. 1 minute I'm cold because of the horrible aircon, and then next minute I'm sweating and humid and it's horrible.
I love the feeling. You go outside, it's hot, but then come to the hotel, you can start feeling. Yeah.
Some normal temperature. What do you have your AC on?
It's in some
Wait,
Fahrenheit.
who do you room with first of all?
Flames.
So he probably likes it hot.
He does prefer it warmer.
Okay.
I like it quite cold, but it's in Fahrenheit thing. But I usually put it on pretty low, like 18 or something.
I'm an 18 to 19 kind of guy. So you just make him suffer, right? You just said him, Flame, shut up.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to, but it's hard to shut this guy up as well. So it's he doesn't stop.
It's very true. He doesn't stop. He's like an Energizer bunny, someone who's juiced up all the time. Do that again? Yeah. Do that again? Do that again? You've got nothing there anyway, mate. So.
Oh.
James the Sperm Banks.
This just sounds like a really terrible wrestler's name. If I ever get into that, maybe that's where we'll go with it. What would his name be? Okay, what's a good name for him? Why Michael Jackson?
I've
never heard Michael. I've heard Daniel Jackson.
Daniel Jackson is
Daniel Jackson. Why Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson is I have a friend from school. His name is Michael Jackson. I like him.
That's on that note, I think I'm done with Vitality and we should all be done with Flames.
Hey guys, you got the semifinals coming up. Must be real exciting. Are you guys? How are you feeling about that?
Oh, it feels amazing. It's like living a dream.
Now, Mouse is ranked #1 in the world. Did it feel like on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being easy, they were rank 1 for that too?
Oh, I don't know. I think they are the best team in the world. I think it's 10, maybe. Yeah.
You'd face the winner of G2 versus FaZe. If you were to replace someone on FaZe with Stu to make them better, who would you replace?
Stu on FaZe, do you say? Oh, replacing, I don't know, the new one, Frozen.
Oh, okay. What's your favorite pistol in the game? Is it the Sheriff, the Classic, the Ghost, or the Frenzy?
Oh, the Frenzy, I think.
The Frenzy. Okay. I like the Sheriff myself, get the one Sheriffs. When you come here and you eat all the catering, is your favorite part of the catering the cheese, the beans, or the meat?
Oh, the meat. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Thank you.
What a sociable, heroic team we have here. Everyone on their phones. Enjoying Media Day?
Yeah. Not that much, to be honest.
There you go. There you go. That's the honest and truth answer I expected. But you must be happy you made playoffs.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I think we played good. We bounced back in the lower bracket. We didn't even lose a map, so it's good.
You went on a bit of a speed run, right? Like, looking at this, we spoke about expectations before, and you said, like, whatever happens, happens. Now have your expectations changed because you're in playoffs?
To be honest, I think we're trying not too much to think about it. We're happy to be here, but we won't be happy to just go out in the first game in the playoffs. So we will still try our best and hopefully make it all the way to the final.
How do you feel about your first game?
I'm looking forward to win against Vitality.
See, you told me this last time, right? And I love the confidence I got from you. And looking at the fact they lost to 9Z, means they might be shaky?
Yeah, I don't think they're that good recently. They look a bit shaken. I think we are in a great form, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I'm going to jump in here. Tess, you can take a seat if you want. I can just lean down next to him. That's fine. I can squeeze behind you both. Yeah, there we go. Shush, I saw a moment where you were clutching and smiling.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't know he was that far ahead. Actually, I thought I tricked him totally. But I was like, when I sat in the smoke, I kept pressing AD to see if I walked into him. Like I put the radar zoom in, and then
see if you could,
but then I noticed like, okay, I can just play time. And then I looked at my teammate. I told Kuksan, you like it? I looked at him and I said, you like it?
Does it feel like you guys are having more fun this event?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot less pressure, you know, because we don't have any expectations. Like, we see what we can get, you know. We're having fun.
In terms of having fun, though, now we're in the arena. It's going to be a crazy arena as well. It's been a while since you've been there, though, right? So how does that feel?
I'm excited. It's been way too long. It feels like. I can't even remember when it was last time.
Yeah, when was it? You remember, Cesar?
I feel like I should remember. But yeah, I actually do remember. I think it was in Washington.
Oh, that
yeah, and that was the one we won. So.
Well, okay, that's a positive. Last arena you were in, you won, you know. So come back again, new team, nothing to lose, win again.
Why not? Yeah, we have all the things that we need to be able to win. So why not just go try and do it?
Were you shocked to see Vitality lose to 9Z?
Actually, I don't know. Like it was like you can always say something about these matches where they have secured playoffs. So maybe Vitality didn't was on the best A game, and maybe like slacked it off a little bit, and then 9Z still consider this as like life or death, and like is valuing this much higher than anyone else. But it's like
they were hitting some insane shots.
Did you watch some of it?
Yeah, we watched some of it, not the entire thing, but what we watched, it looked like they're really good, like individually at least.
So dark horse for the tournament. Well, I'm going to go and bother Nerds because he tried to run away. So thank you very much for your time, guys. Come with me. Let's have a look over here. He tries to run. He tries to not be in this shot. Ta-da. Hello, Nerds. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Did you try to run away from me? You came over here. It's not even your turn.
It's gonna finish. I'm the last guy to do it.
Okay. You looking very chill, looking very happy. You are the previous Dallas champion as well. Good to be back in Dallas, other than maybe not the weather.
Yeah. I think America is the best country for a tournament.
Yeah.
And I'm really I like the atmosphere that from what I remember it was really good. Both like the crowd was cheering for both of the teams.
Yeah. And it was a crazy experience for you guys though, right? Because when you went there last time, you had that mad game against FaZe, yeah? You had a grand final that was pretty smoothly done for you guys. Does it play into your mind that you are the previous champion and it's the first time you've been to an arena with Heroic? Does it come into your mind at all?
For sure. Like for me, like maybe for me, like I'm trying to say to myself, maybe it's special, you know, because like this is my first IEM tournament. Dallas was my first IEM tournament and I won it, and now it's the first time I'm doing it with the Heroic. So maybe there is connection behind it. Let's see.
So the fact that you like America, you're in America again, the stars are aligning, the stars and stripes, and you're wearing stripes.
Yeah, exactly. I like how you think.
This is all working together very nicely. Your first opponent, they're gonna. Do you need him? Do you need him to go? All right, Nerds.
I'm sorry, guys.
Go look beautiful and go do your thing, my man. Aha, Nikodos. Dum. Oh yeah, probably. Look at that. Nikodos is telling me we do need to move a bit. Come with me. We'll go through. Hi guys. You understand how these things are done, Nikodos.
Yeah.
You are chilling right now, right?
I'm chilling. I'm on a vacation.
You're on a vacation. A vacation that saw a lot of success, right? A lot of fun. You though, you're playing pretty damn good as well. Are you impressed that you play maybe better than what you expect? Because you told me, right? You knew you were coming here, but you weren't just playing CS.
Honestly, I didn't have any expectations coming into this event. I just wanted to give my best and enjoy my time here. Might be my last LAN for a little bit. You never know, right? So just enjoy everything and just do whatever I can.
And how is it with what did you told me last time, your ex-girlfriend's family?
Something like that. You can call them dad, you can call them snakes, you can call them whatever you want. But they're still my friends at the end of the day, and I enjoy being with them most of the time.
Some more team kills?
Maybe, we'll see.
If they act badly, there's something you don't like, just turn around.
Yeah, I think the way Shoes was looking at me yesterday, I didn't like it, so he got shot in the back with the silencer.
Who else on the team, gives you a hard time? Is maybe kicks out saying like, Nico does, I want this from you. And you're like, fuck you, man.
Maybe it would even be Nerds over there. Like, yeah, he would be a nice guy to team kill.
Okay.
Yeah.
When he feels like he's feeding himself too much and you're like, no, this is my time to try and just shut him down.
Yeah, we need to make him chill sometimes. He's a bit too excited, so just a little shot in the back.
A little love tap, a little time to sit in his place a little bit on that. But a team you're facing, first of all, Vitality, how are you feel going into this matchup? Because we were talking about no pressure, that's one thing for sure. But they've got a lot of pressure on them with how they're performing.
Yeah, I mean, they look pretty shaky against 9C, and they've been looking a little bit shaky, like especially when Saru is not completely popping off, But, I mean, it doesn't matter who you play. When you're in playoffs, you're going to play against all the best teams in the world, So Vitality, FaZe, Spirit, doesn't matter who you play against, You just have to do your best.
Are you going to be going for some plays, though? You're going to be taking some more risks?
I think I will. Depends on the mood and vibe in the team, but if we have momentum, obviously, we'll try to send a little bit.
It comes down to then like what you go, okay, today I'm feeling spicy, I want to go for it. Maybe today I sit back and let someone else do it. That's what it comes down to?
Maybe. I think I will always be a little towards the extra side, always trying to go for a play or two. I'm not the guy to sit back and chill.
More AK?
Probably.
Probably. I want to see more AK. Let's see how it goes down. Good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Logitech G.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
We are celebrating 100 Intel Extreme Masters events. It's the longest running pro gaming tour in the world. And the first ever one we had back in 2007 saw both Neo and Taz taking part and winning the whole tournament. Taz eliminated Neo just yesterday as FaZe found themselves falling in an unexpected way. And well, G2, they keep marching on forward. They're doing the unthinkable. I can't believe it's actually real right now. Stewie as a stand-in making this work. With that in mind, maybe unicorns are real and I should go look for them. What do you think, Freya?
Now, I don't quite have a unicorn, James, but I do have Pegasus, who famously allowed Bellerophon to ride him to defeat Monster Chimera. Just as sometimes we may expect ZywOo to do the same for Vitality, but that wasn't the case yesterday. It was actually Apex to put up some crazy numbers to put down Heroic and see them facing Spirit for the first time in an official in today's semi-final. On the other side of things, it's actually G2 that's going to be taking on 9Z after absolutely decimating FaZe in the quarterfinal. Only 10 rounds over 2 maps for FaZe Clan, and Stewie back in the semis.
We just getting started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on, no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Game time check, game time we. Game time check, game time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 It's the beginning, we just got. It's the beginning, we just got started. Hey. Started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on, no money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is.
Intel Extreme Masters 100, and it is time for semi-final Saturday here in Dallas. The crowd already getting packed out for what are going to be 2 absolutely banging games, and we are ready to get the show on the road. By we, I mean myself, Rose Spears, Matthew, and Steele. You guys have got some fans out on the audience, right?
I mean, I think people here are absolutely lovely. It's a pleasure to see you guys. Yeah.
That's what it's all about, Steele.
It's really nice to have an NA crowd here, being from NA myself.
And they're showing up really well, right? This is what we expect coming back to North America.
Yeah, how come everybody's here so early? It's crazy.
They just love Counter-Strike. They just damn well love Counter-Strike. You know what? Good reason for that, because yesterday, Josh, my oh my, 2 quick games, but they were absolutely insane.
They were really quick games. I didn't really expect the scoreline for the G2 Phase 1 especially. It was kind of like an inverse of what we've seen before. You know, you would expect Phase to do it, especially with G-Stu here. And yeah, it's just like the entire event's been breaking expectations.
Yeah, I mean, you witnessed the madness, the G2 Phase game. I was watching it, trying to understand, watch the first map here. Yeah, you had to make sense of what was happening. Of course, the script is aligning. Just a chance, just a coincidence. Same scoreline, first map, same scoreline, second map. I think the writers should get a little bit more creative.
Yeah, they need to read some more novels and get some other ideas swirling in their brains. But I mean, yeah, obviously the Vitality game, that wasn't too much of a surprise. Maybe a surprise with who was stepping up on the server for that game, though.
Yeah, I guess the headline would be Apex's first map. This is what caught everybody's attention. He had a performance we hadn't seen from him in, as far as I can remember, him taking over, hard carrying his supposedly big firepower players. Spinks, ZywOo having quite map 1. He absolutely destroyed. But then on map 2, it was more of a day at the office, I guess how you call that, just having a great start. And this was the name of the game for Vitality, you know. Gather some insurance, have good starts in games, don't make life hard on yourself, and just style on them.
Yeah, I think the only kind of thing that we're seeing that we expect is like the Monazi show from the G2 side of things. When we look at like a lot of the teams that are here, even Spirit, for example, where we're seeing a lot of these other players that aren't normally on top of the scoreboard, you know, rising to the occasion, that the players that you would expect to be up top, they are kind of like quieter, second maybe, but usually like around the 3rd ranking player on the team right now in terms of stats and performance. So
really upside down.
And for G2, honestly, it would have to be, first of all, the level of Nico
Yes.
while being an IGL. And this was one of the reasons people was thinking, oh no, he's going to go back to it for the event. It's going to take a toll on him. Destroyed. CT side, incredible. He had more than 2-point rating in the whole series on the CT side. And Hunter showing up too. I mean, both cousins had delivered lower Counter-Strike than what we were used to. They rise up. We know about m0NESY. We know what he's going to do. But we went from memeing and having fun about, oh, yeah, Stewie's going to be back and playing Counter-Strike. Why have they done that? Oh, no, they could have picked so many other players. And now it's actually coming together. It's working. And I just don't know who can beat them. I've seen what happened yesterday. I don't know who can beat them.
It's interesting that you're talking about like Nico here, and I'm just going to wind it back a little bit because it looks like a lot of these teams are having a lot of their success on their CT sides, not really their T side. So when we're looking at Nico, oh, he's standing in as the IGL in this team. It's not really the T sides that are looking too like crazy to me from most of the teams at this event.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that leads into Nico having such a good performance here is that he's able to make his own reads and just position himself on his CT side to where he thinks the enemy's going to go. And maybe he's got a little bit more freedom now as the in-game leader than he would with Hooksy here. So he gets to say like, oh, I think they're going to go here. I'm going to go play 3 here. Yeah. And then they come straight into him.
I agree with you, but this goes against some of the common narrative of, hey, being an IGL, it deprives resources for you to just focus on your crosshair. That's what we say in general. We say, oh, IGLs, they have a harder time. They have to think strategically. They have to micromanage. There are going to be moments where they're not ready to fight. And so what we're realizing, what you're telling me is that for Nico, this might be the other way around now. Is this, because he's tried to be an IGL in the past. It happened. It didn't go exactly well. Is it just a shame of meta, of shift? What the hell is going on?
It's a bit of both. Like there's definitely games where as an IGL, you get to overperform because you have like really good reads. You're in the right position. You get to, especially if you get to play the rotator positions where you're like, oh, I think they're going here. I'm going to go there. Oh, I think they're going there. So a lot of the times you can like predict the correct place to go to and then be in that position. But it's when you're on like the T side, especially when you're like trying to coordinate something like, oh, you guys are going to do this. Are you guys in position? And people aren't communicating back to you. People aren't giving you information. You have to make plans on the other side of the map. That's when it comes, that's when it's bad. If you have all those other things taken care of, like people are making mid-round decisions or feeding you information or getting all the kills that they normally wouldn't get, it makes everything so much easier for you. And then all you have to do is focus on your crosshair as an IGL. And
so what you both are telling me, Nico is now going to be the in-game leader of G2 going forward. Is that what we want, Matthew? Do we want him to be an in-game leader again?
No, I don't think so. But at the same time, if this is going to be like a new baseline, I guess I try to be open-minded in life in general to new experiences. And maybe that's what's happening here. But listen, again, I don't want them to start thinking long-term, right? Let's just enjoy what's happening here.
Yeah.
It's working beautifully. I mean, the other side of that coin, and maybe it's going to bring down the tempo just a little bit, is what's up with FaZe? Like, what's up with FaZe? It's been now 2 events back-to-back with losses that are pretty one-sided. I took the time here at the event to praise and glaze the hell out of their T side. And I know you got me on that one. Yeah. You always get me on that one. He's like, oh yeah, Mania, he talked about how they can come up with solutions. I stood by my statement, but goddamn was it dry yesterday. They looked like lost.
I think another kind of like narrative point of this entire tournament is the tilting IGL, right? It's you have FaZe, which are #2 team in the world. They have so many top 1, top 2 finishes, consistent playoff performances. They come in here, and I think it does stem from the IGL, from the top. If you have Kerrigan having a bad performance or he starts to tilt as an in-game leader, that's going to come out in his calls. And if the T sides look really just disjointed, people are going in without utility, without trade potential, not moving together, then everything's going to kind of like spiral out of control from that point. So, that's kind of what we see from a few different teams, including FaZe.
Okay, I agree that it starts with the IGL, but I do think when we talk about FaZe, we're supposed to say there's so many players who can make plays, come up with ideas. Like, you're supposed to have extremely creative lurks and flanks, and like a man like Robs is supposed to give you ways out. That just didn't happen yesterday. Like, it felt like the massive attack, like the lion's share of the attack was just stuck. No movement was happening, no rotation, no distraction for the defense. G2 had such easy reads. It cannot just be Kerrigan. Like, it would be a bit reductionist.
Counterpoint to that is that in order for a lurker type player like Robs to be successful at his job, is that everyone else has to do enough. It's like a push-pull, right? You have to create a lot of space so that this guy can go out. And what we saw, on Dust 2 was that Robs had basically no chance to play the game. It was constant like fights around A site, especially in the G2's entire T side. And then it went to Nuke, and he's, you know, the lobby player. What's he going to do? So sometimes he tries to go out ramp, sometimes out squeaky, but if there's not enough pressure other places, people are going to be staring at him. And we saw that. He tried to overcompensate. Hey, we're not getting anything done. I'm going to start walking out places. Sometimes he would get a kill, but then what's the follow-up? There's nothing, there's no connection from the rest of the team. It's so disjointed that he just gets taken down after, and they lose all the value that he got.
Actually, we've got to give it to Karrigan as well. He has been preparing us for a long time, saying, you know, we're fatigued, we're tired, we've been going to event to event.
The pre-excuse.
Exactly.
Love that
He's
one.
been laying that up for us. Just final point on that game yesterday. First time we saw FaZe playing Dust 2 as well. Did you have any takeaways from kind of either side of G2 or FaZe on that map?
I mean, what really struck me is that the reads from G2 were immaculate, and it really felt like Nico was a step ahead of the game plan. They had 4-man A start when they needed to. They had the aggression into tunnel when they needed to. m0NESY's position, you can almost like follow him from like an overview 2D perspective, follow m0NESY where he is, and that's where the read was coming in through from G2. And I expected FaZe to be able to play around with that a little bit more. That was the only thing. It looked too simple for G2, but again, it's one of these like feedback loop where it's not just a team is playing bad Counter-Strike and the other one is playing good. It's like you put them in that position. As G2, you have the right reads, you make this second guess themselves, slow down the pace, and then the rounds become gradually easier.
I think Nico made a really good point when we brought him on the desk last night after they won, is that he knew that FaZe was going to play really passive on their CT side of Dust 2, and that's why he was able to kind of control the pace a little bit on their T side and on their CT side. So what do we see from FaZe? Not really dynamic CT sides. It was the same thing round after round. Frozen, Robs just playing passive on B. The other guys would take long, then just kind of chill. And G2 knew, like, oh, we don't even have to like worry about them being like in tunnels or up mid or anything like that. So they played a really slow approach and just decided to keep going A until they decide to do the spawn drops. And then for like when they flip the sides, G2's like, yeah, up in the guts, you know, pushed through B tunnels, pushed up middle, like literally they're faking like they're long, but they're playing double on cat, and they're just a step ahead of FaZe every single moment of the time because of that.
I will say, big picture, I do worry a little bit for the end of the season. It's just going to be London and that's it. After that, I think there is a much needed break for FaZe. They had all of these strings of grand final. They finally pushed through that ceiling in Chengdu, and then there is maybe a little bit of depressurization after it. You know, we've got that trophy, that's it. The adrenaline just soars a little bit. I think the break is going to be welcome.
Well, it isn't just IEM 100 that's going down here in Dallas. We also have the DreamHack Festival going on next door, and I believe we have Banks for a quick update on what's going on.
Is DreamHack Dallas, and it is so much bigger than last year. There are supposed to be over 50,000 people coming in and out of the festival over the next few days. This is only day one, and just look at it all. So at DreamHack, we get everything and everyone, and right now we got, you said Pyramid Head from Silent Hill.
Yes, from Silent Hill.
What else are you doing here? You playing in some cosplay?
Yes, I'm doing cosplay. I'm here to play some games. Maybe get into some tournaments. Maybe lose some tournaments.
Oh, I feel like I would lose tournaments as well. What do you play?
Smash.
Oh, Smash, okay.
Brothers Ultimate. Maybe some Street Fighter 6.
Stay safe out here. The cosplayer guy can get you. Now there's so much action happening with all the tournaments, and this is a qualifying area for the Esports World Cup. So much money on the line. Some of the best players from all over the world trying to qualify in Street Fighter and Tekken. This is going down in style. One of the legends of the Street Fighter scene trying to qualify here at this event is Mr. Angry Bird right now. How are you doing, my friend?
Doing amazing, my brother. Doing amazing.
Now this is the first qualifier, right? It's all on the line. Top 8 qualifier.
Actually, this wasn't the first qualifier. The first qualifier was at EVO Japan. So this event, the top 8 qualifies today.
Top 8 from this event. You're one of the best in the world, but you said there's people traveling from all over to be here, the very best. How confident are you right now?
I wouldn't say I'm confident, but I will do my best as always. I'm very happy to see all of these people coming to compete here to qualify to a tournament in my region. So it makes me happy seeing all of this.
And I'm happy to see you here as well, man. Good luck, my friend. Thank you so much. Across all of DreamHack, you can find many places where you can find all of our partners, including Monster right now. You can grab yourself a fresh beverage. Just check it out, enjoy yourself, roll around, and have some fun. Here we are in the BYOC area, and that stands for Bring Your Own Computer. If you've never done this before, I 100% recommend you do it. You come here to play some Counter-Strike with friends, right? Just gonna have some fun all weekend?
100%. It's a great time. It's a great time. We've been coming for
multiple years. We came to the very first DreamHack in Austin.
When did you start playing Counter-Strike?
God, a long time ago now. So I was saying, really when 1.5 was a thing, and then 1.5 died, and then moved on to 1.6, and here we are in Counter-Strike 2.
Okay, I've been walking for 10 minutes to get here, and behind me now is the Creator Hub. This place is absolutely huge, like I was saying earlier, and here you can watch some of your favorite streamers live streaming from DreamHack, and maybe you get to meet some of them as well, take some photos and have some fun. But I'm done for now. I'll be back. There's so much more to see. I'll be showing you it all.
Yeah, it is such a vibe over there. I went there after, in between rather, the quarterfinal 1 and 2. We had quite a bit break, didn't we?
We did.
You? It's so wholesome over there. So much to be doing. I love a DreamHack experience.
Yeah, I mean, DreamHack will always be associated with video games for me and esports overall. First experience in Jönköping as well, like more than 10 years ago. And then DreamHack Masters Dallas 2019. We were here already. And I should have known. I should have known this was going to get crazy in here. There were signs already 5 years ago.
I didn't get to experience the DreamHack experiences until later into my career, but I mean, I played at DreamHack Atlanta, for example, against one of the semi-finalists here, so that was
it's okay.
One,
you can say what happened. Take it 30 seconds.
A quick little win against Vitality with ZywOo.
There we go. He's got it out.
My lord, didn't they end up winning that event?
They did win the event.
So technically you won the event because you beat the champion.
If you want to do this rock, yeah, that's how like everyone on Reddit does it. Yeah,
exactly.
Why not?
Should we move on to talk about our actual semi-finalist? Sorry, because it's not any of us. 9Z, we've got to talk about it because that is an absolutely insane run. They were able to post it in groups, and it's a historical occasion for them to actually be in a playoffs of an IEM.
Oh, absolutely, and for an entire region as well. You would think the rally behind some of these players for scenes that generally don't get a whole lot of time under the sun, suddenly propelled under the sunlight. You have players like DGT, for example, who've been on max more than 4 or 5 years within the jersey to have a kind of success they've never had before. I think it's romantic as hell. I think they should enjoy themselves completely, go walk on that stage, have no pressure, no expectations, just live the moment fully, and I'm here for it.
It's pretty cool just seeing all the underdogs, especially 9Z, being able to perform so well at this event so far. Like, we're seeing them, it's not like they're doing anything, they're getting lucky, right? They're playing good CS. They're capitalizing on, you know, other teams maybe not having their best performances, but it's no small feat to take out teams like Maus.
I agree with you, and the highlight being on Dust 2 I think is very telling. They probably benefited massively from this whole shift of maps, complicated situation, Vertigo being reworked. People don't want to mess with that too much. Dust 2 is back in the pool, and they can play it. They've consistently played it. They've beaten the good teams on it. And knowing G2's map pool, I mean, it's fair to say there might be a Dust 2 in that pack.
I don't want you to relive the trauma, Matthew, but obviously to make it, getting the fast pass to the semi-finals, had to take down Vitality, didn't they? What were the takeaways from that series for you?
Well, again, Dust 2, a place where I think tactically speaking, maybe Vitality was in the right place at the right time, but just the shots weren't connecting. 9Z played a simple Counter-Strike. It's not too complicated. It's very Wolf-packy, a little bit of variations of timings, but the easiest way of looking at it, and it just worked out. I mean, sometimes you just have a good day. That's what they did versus Vitality.
CS is really at its peak. It's a game where if you make more mistakes than your opponents, you're going to lose. And I think one thing that 9Z is doing really well right now is that they are, you know, as a team that's kind of on this stage for the first time, they're making sure that they're not making any of those types of mistakes. And other teams, maybe they're kind of, you know, undervaluing them, saying like, oh no, we can go in this, it's easy, and under, you know, expectations aren't there. And 9Z's capitalizing on that.
What about the stage now?
Well, this is going to be a little bit different.
On that stage?
I don't know. I feel like the crowd might rally behind 9Z here.
Against G2.
With Stewie.
That's actually true. Okay, my bad. That's actually true. My bad.
I think the heart has been wrong.
You know what? I was preparing mentally for FaZe to be at the stage, not G2. So I'm just, you know, from yesterday, I'm like, oh yeah, FaZe and then 9Z, and then
that would have made sense.
Yeah,
It
right.
Didn't really turn out like that, did it?
No,
I mean,
it didn't.
Another team
I'm
that
still
we
shocked.
were talking about back in Katowice, saying, hey, surely they're going to experience some nerves back on stage. That is our other semi-finalist in Team Spirit. They obviously gassed us up and said, nah, we're not going to feel the nerves. Afterwards, they said, yeah, of course we felt a little bit nervous. It's absolutely mad they're up on stage, but you can't underestimate the difference between the booths back there and the stage up here, right?
I agree with you, but also I think that Spirit may have had like badass words, but they actually have the actions to go with it. Like, they showed up in Katowice, they delivered massively, and even the loss at the major, I don't think is that bad of a tragedy. Like, it was a high-level third map versus FaZe, overtime all the way. It comes down to the smallest details of Counter-Strike. They're a team at this point in time that we can already say rise up to the occasion on the stage, will play their Counter-Strike. I have no doubt. I cannot imagine them shrink under the pressure of what's happening here. They will deliver at least 80% of what they can, or 90% of what they can.
I mean, we're both there, or all three of us were there at Kato when they were against the entire crowd, and everyone's looking at like, oh, well, it's going to be like Donk's first appearance on the big stage, and you know the crowd's going to be against them. Everything was stacked against them, and not only did they like deliver, they delivered in style. So to say like, oh, we can't really expect that here is a bit absurd. Like, you have to expect them to come with their A game. And it's not even the Donk show, it's like everyone else as well.
And it will be Donk's first appearance in front of a Dallas crowd very shortly indeed. But not before we check in with James Banks as he's unboxing some Colex cards for the players.
Nerds, media day, but do you know what these are?
I heard about them. This is Colex?
Yes.
Get the cards out, mate.
Get the cards out. What cards?
Colex cards.
Me and you, we're going to open one pack each. There's a number at the top, which is like the mint number. Whoever gets the lowest keeps all the cards. Yeah, so we need the lowest number wins the whole pack.
Okay, you should have told me before that. Okay, but let's go.
Oh, I've got an amazing first card.
Oh, maybe that's her. I don't know. I don't know what you have.
Well, I've got you.
Drops.
Oh, you're quite...
784.
Okay, he's a lot lower.
Okay.
Nerds is living the dream. I got your boy Spinks in here though. Not too yet, so you're still with him. First one I've got is A42. A42.
Okay. First one I got is A2422.
Elise, but still a high number.
Yes, still a higher number.
I'm winning so far then because I got 280 Zertian.
Man, you're so good at this.
The luck is on my side. 4137, and it is Spinks.
A1566, and it's Dupree.
A1566. Okay, you're winning still.
No way.
Oh!
No way.
I got a twist. A105. What did you get? Just a sign-in card? Well, all of these cards are mine. Nert, you lost.
Can I do more? Let's play one more. Give me one more.
One more. All right, we want to go again. I got 4,715 Rain.
I got 228. 17.
Okay, you're winning so far.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I cannot.
No.
I cannot. I just won already. You don't need to even.
No. You can't say that. Show him. A34. Hunter. Okay, what number?
4,600.
I got his cousin, Nico.
Okay.
Nico. Mine is A1222 Brokey.
I won.
You won? What?
47.
Oh! Donk is the winner. Donk. You got the Astralis card with A47. These are all your cards now. You winning this, you win the tournament, yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah, I believe. Oh!
Well, how much you got? Oh! Fucking Emil. 4,700 Emil. Magis.
All right, you win. These ones are all yours.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
I'm jealous.
Okay, mate.
What'd you get?
48.
Oh!
09.
Oh. You liar!
Fucking Hunter, mate.
I won.
Yeah.
GG's.
GG, mate.
Guess what? Oh, twist.
No
68. Give me the cards, Zoe. Give me the cards. Yeah.
Living out.
You're leaving. Go. I win again. Rigged.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? Fallen card holder. ESL Pro League title. It's now. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
somebody have to know. Give me a reason. Why is it so hard to let go? Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings, let's find out if you
Whoa there, Daisy. Howdy, Freya. As you can see, we have quite a lot of action happening here. Unfortunately, the first team, TSM, already got eliminated, and now it is either to HSG or FlyQuest to be out, but by the end of the day, we'll find out the last two teams that will play in the semifinals. Back to you. Let's go, Daisy!
The best haircut of them all. It's a bit better, I guess. How's my hair? By the look of the hair, guess the player. Here we go. First one. Big eyebrow. Grim? Grim! My friend. I recognize his eyebrow. Grim. We talked about haircut, not having bald pairs. Taz. Tema Nike. Elish. Crims. Xtaz, my coach? Yes. That's a good one though. That's a perfect one. It's the same. Same. I don't know his name. This famous porn actor, Johnny Sins. I've watched you many times, mate. Cool again.
Spirit taking the fast pass to the semi-finals here in Dallas, going up against Vitality for the first time in an official, and we all know what that means. Finally, Donk versus ZywOo. So let's get a quick vibe check from the Team Spirit camp upon their arrival.
Hello, Magics. Did you wake up this morning at 6 a.m. for breakfast as always?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's 6:40.
6:40. So you're still on the same schedule. This is a nice schedule for you to keep. Good early morning games. You're feeling good?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now, you've been playing really well this tournament. They're a 1.34 rating so far. This is the best rating you've had, man. You feeling completely into it? You feel like you're at your best shape?
No, I'm just lucky sometimes.
I knew you were going to say that because you told me what you said. It's a life game. I don't think it's a life game across 5 maps to play this well. Have you changed anything? Have you done anything different?
Nah, I keep to the same, everything scheduled, eating the same foods.
Eating the same foods? Okay, so Magix is in complete sync as he always wants to be. Now, Vitality, you've never played an official against them, right? Are you excited for this matchup? Is it one you want to say, like, okay, we can take down Vitality as well?
We are gonna get fucked.
Every time you tell me this, but it never happens. When you say this, it means you're going to win. So 2-0 Spirit?
0-2 Spirit.
0-2 Spirit. All right, Mima, you can go. Good luck with 0-2, I guess. Yeah.
Take care of you.
I'm good, thank you, Mr. Spinks. How are you?
I'm perfectly fine, thank you.
Now, yesterday, was that more like the Vitality we should expect to see?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it will be that dominating like yesterday, but definitely a good Vitality team.
But was the game against Heroic a much-needed confidence boost for you guys?
Definitely. Like, I don't think it was that needed, but it definitely helped having more confidence to come to this one. So, yeah.
Now, it's the first official against Spirit. Do you have much kind of idea of how you want to play, what you need to do differently against these guys? Do you have an answer for them?
Yeah, we have some ideas, what we should do, what we shouldn't do, but I'm just happy to play them. It's I know so many teams said they got donked and this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe getting donked sometimes. I think it's a bit funny when you're just running side and killing everyone. I don't know. I want it to happen, but we still win.
Okay. You want it to happen, and then you want to fight back and learn how to deal with it. Have you played much against him in FPL, though? Because I know you grind a lot.
Not in FPL, but we did play a couple times practice against each other.
Okay. So you got a good idea then. But we're ready for the Vitality win in the grand final spot?
Of course.
Smooth. Like it, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Magic's a humble king, as always, I guess. But yeah, for the side of Vitality, first time they will ever be taking on Team Spirit, which of course means the battle between ZywOo and Donk. I've got Still and Matthew here to be breaking down every second of what is going to be such an incredible game of Counter-Strike that we have been patiently waiting for, Matthew, to actually have the stars align and see these two guys go head-to-head.
Yeah, because the journey of Spirit is still a young one, right? As a squad, they've come and they had this immense splash in Katowice where they blow everybody out the water, and then we had to be a little patient. They didn't play Pro League. We know what happened at the Major, and we're still gauging. Where are they? Can they beat everybody? Is there a stylistic matchup against which they struggle? Is there a team for which they have a psychological block? We don't know. We're trying to figure out what are these kids made of. And in general, in 2024, there's not a whole lot of people that were able to stop them.
Yeah, I think only like 3 teams were able to take them down in any particular series. So it's the world beaters that are doing it, right? It's the MOUZ, the #1 team in the world. It's FaZe, and it's, I think, Na'Vi.
Well, Na'Vi took maps. They couldn't beat them, but they took maps. Yeah, I agree with you. We have a couple of numbers to put some context on the domination that we've seen from Spirit in 2024. And I just wanted to add context to the losses you were talking about. You have against MOUZ at the RMR, which is arguably not the most impactful moment. It's a 2-0 game. We know how MOUZ can play. You have at Bedboom as well, a studio environment, and we know where MOUZ can have these kinds of incredible moments. And then you have a quarterfinal against FaZe, literally the boss of Counter-Strike, at the highest pressurized moment of the game, and then that's when they lose. These are just fine margins, and we are yet to see, okay, we're now in a stage. What are you made of? Different place, different crowd, different team against you for Spirit.
Yeah, and for Spirit, it's so important to be showing up at these moments in peak performance, which I think is what we saw throughout the group stage still, right? They were looking so dominant across the board, right? It wasn't just Donk.
It wasn't just Donk. It wasn't really Donk at all, except for the first series. It was Magic's was showing up. Shiro's always kind of like a reliable opera for them and a reliable, I guess, second statistical player. But one of the things that I kind of want to bring up is that, you know, the lack of Vertigo being played at this event so far with the recent changes, that was their kryptonite. You know, the teams that wanted to beat them had to have Vertigo. Either, you know, FaZe had it as a third map, MOUZ used it as well. It was one of MOUZ's best maps. So for that to not even be here, or like, I mean, maybe it's not a strange situation. Maybe Vitality whip it up, but I'm not really expecting that. And if that's out of the equation, it just goes to more of Spirit's better maps. So when you have Donk that hasn't even had to show up yet, and then you have like Magic's playing really well, obviously like all of the players are doing well. Chopper and Zontix are also having good performances. Add all of that up, and you're looking at a really good team right now.
Matthew, just in case anybody at home's been living under a rock for the past, I don't know, 6 to 9 months, why is it such a big deal that we get Donk versus ZywOo?
Well, I think in a game like Counter-Strike, every now and then there is a phenom that appears that changes the game immediately. From the second he puts his hands on a mouse and a keyboard, he changes the story of a game. He changes how we perceive Counter-Strike, the limits to it, the performances you can put forth. ZywOo did that 5 years ago. ZywOo came into the scene and everybody just were mesmerized by what this kid was able to do, and then we had followed him. Donk seemed to be in that track, as in from the very beginning, you have no choice but to consider him. He made a place for himself already. He's got ridiculous expectation for a kid of his age in terms of what he's supposed to deliver. And obviously, the same way we wanted to see ZywOo go up against Simple at the time, who was the sort of the litmus test. It was the benchmark. If you wanted to be the top dog, you had to beat Simple. Well, now Donk has to go up against ZywOo. He has to go up against the Monesi. These are individuals who are exceptionals. We can only just barely imagine what it is for them to play the game. But this is why we have the fans. This is why we have this vibration for Counter-Strike. You need to have these people drawing you in. And now we get the clash of two of the most exceptional profiles we have in the game, finally.
In this whole Donk versus ZywOo debate, we have to keep in mind that it's like they have very different roles as well, right? We have Donk, who is just like seeking out fights. He's basically running around trying to find out where are you going, because I'm going to run there, I'm going to fight. His survival rate is like in the low 30% because he's always fighting. He's got like no flash assists in the last 3 months because he's just running around finding out where the enemy is and he's just peeking them. He doesn't care about, you know, doing anything with flashes and supporting his teammates. He just wants to take duels. And to contrast that with ZywOo, like the whole reason why they're in the conversation together is because ZywOo is so consistently a good performer, but what makes him special is that he's just really consistent at hitting his shots. He's in good positions, but he's got the opera role, so he's kind of like in one spot. You kind of know exactly where he is, and you know that he's going to be reliable in locking down his position. So the styles are very different. Donk is finding out where you are and running at you with his team, and ZywOo is just like, I'm just going to hang out here, and that kind of like difference in impact, difference in the amount of fights that they're in is what separates them.
And I don't know if we are rightful, but it feels like with Donk, we've already arrived at the stage where we know he will deliver. Like, we have almost no doubt. He's had maybe 1 or 2 series where he was below his own numbers. We talk about this event here. I mean, there is a mathematical reality of if all of your teammates are fragging everybody, you're not going to have a 1.7 rating, right? But we know he's going to deliver. And in the ZywOo conversation, the experience is supposed to go to ZywOo. He's been playing for years. He's got MVP medal. He's got trophies and all of that. But still, mentally, a little fragility, a little moment where you're not exactly sure whether or not he's going to show up on the stage and deliver the best game and have his long teeth to put them in your seat. We know Donk can do that. I feel like the conversation is strangely in favor of Donk, even for myself. And I'm the biggest ZywOo fan there is. Like, I'm biased as can be, and I got to admit.
You have like prodigies, and then you have like prodigies of the prodigies. And I think right now we're witnessing kind of like a new era, just like some, you know, genetically modified.
Just a confidence level. It's just a confidence level when you watch Donk, just the eye test of having no doubt. And we know they have pressure. They talk about it. They're open about it. But the eye test, the crosser placement, the move, the aggression, the assertiveness, it looks like he's just ready to fuck shit up. Like, I just cannot say it all the way.
Got to put it in layman's terms.
Exactly, and that's what he does.
I think I have a question for you guys both, because I think obviously contextually we've got a lot more data on the side of Vitality, and that will skew the numbers a little bit. But do you think that confidence level comes from Donk knows that, okay, maybe if he is having a slightly quieter game, there's a hell of a lot of other kids around him that are going to be stepping up. With Vitality, we know that has been an issue in the past, Josh, and I think this tournament alone, you're totally correct, and Donk isn't the highest rated player, even on the side of Spirit.
I think this plays into the playstyles of the teams as well a little bit. So you have the side of Donk and Spirit, where on their CT sides, they like to move around together as a unit and fight. So whenever there's an engagement going down their CT sides, it's not just like one person out by themselves taking a fight. It's 2, usually 3, and sometimes even 4 of them, all just converging on an area all together at the same time and all fighting together. And that's why, you know, maybe other people got the kills first before Donk could line up his crosshair on the second and third players. But then on the side of Vitality, it's not really the same types of fights. Yes, they are pretty like mobile. They move around a lot. I know like Flamesy likes to over-rotate, so same with Spinks. Apex is obviously trying to change up his spots, but a lot of the times you're going to have these solo individual engagements where people just take these 1v1 duels, and when you're Vitality, it's not really a 1v1 if you're going up against Spirit. It's going to be 1v3.
I agree with you, and not to take anything away from Donk and what he can do on his own monitor, but I do think that Spirit have a more cohesive, more fluid Counter-Strike than Vitality. The protocols are just a little tighter, the way they space, the way they move together, the utility they use, they're very up to date with the best utilities they can use, which means you can utilize this talent in the most optimized positions. Like some of the pathing that Donk has as this extremely aggressive entry fragger is facilitated by the right Molotov, the right smoke, the right spacing, the timing of the flash, maybe multiple flashes with an S. Sometimes in Vitality it's a bit drier, it's a bit simpler, and it puts more pressure on individuals to do something that it goes against the odds. With Spirit, it's facilitated.
Well, we're going to be seeing them going head-to-head in the server, so let's get Donk and ZywOo head-to-head in an interview with Max.
This is the clash that everyone has been waiting to see. Vitality taking on Spirit, ZywOo taking on Donk. Donk, for you, you've taken down some legends, some big names already. Are you excited? Do you have something you want to do? Like, you're extra motivated to play against ZywOo?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's the best player right now, so I'm excited to play against him.
So you're going to show your best today, and we're going to see you try dominate again and do the donking?
I hope I will do it.
For you, ZywOo, Donk's come through and he's kind of made a mockery of some players and destroyed everyone else. Are you ready for this challenge? Do you think you know how to stop him?
I don't know if I'm ready to stop him, but Vitality is ready to stop him. But obviously, yeah, we are ready to fight. We are ready to because he's not alone to play, so we're ready to stop Spirits. So obviously, we are ready to fight.
But for you individually, is there some extra motivation there? Because you have been on top for so long. You have been a player everyone looks to do crazy things, and he's coming for you.
Yeah, of course, it's more motivation, more like, you know, this kind of game is like, I don't know, you're excited since the morning. Whenever you wake up, you're just ready for this fight. So obviously, yeah, like I said, you're ready to fight.
Ready to fight, but Donk, you're going to show him no respect?
Nah.
No respect. No respect is going to be shown. Oh.
No, I will show respect, sorry.
He will show him respect, he says. Here he is, but I guess on the server, it's going to be all-out war and a bloodbath for sure. We're looking forward to it.
Good luck.
Oh, we are indeed, Banks. I love that Zywoo's being, you know, a realist about things. Can't just be him going up against the Donk Show. Got to be a team effort. Got to be all five attacking.
I hate that answer. I hate it so much, profoundly in my guts.
But
I just wanted him to say, I'll pick up my AWP and I can just let him pick me and he's going to be done for. That's what I wanted to hear. And it's also a reality that's going to happen in the server. And why this matchup is so interesting and enthralling is that there's going to be moments where Donk is leading the charge, taking space, and Zywoo is going to be posted, and you need to put him down. That's the one thing that Donk can struggle with, the space he takes, the risks he takes, an AWP against you, that could be it.
Yeah, well, if there's smokes and flashes involved, it'll be a little bit easier.
But you need to see him.
But I wonder if they're trying to do like this reverse caster's curse, because even like Magic's in his interview was saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna lose 0-2. It's like maybe they're trying to like out jinx themselves if they go in with the expectation, oh, you know, we're just gonna lose or something like that. Maybe they win, play like no pressure or something. I don't know.
I think this is where the head-to-head gets really interesting, because obviously, as you aptly said, it's two players that are obviously prodigies, absolute stars, but two very different roles. And then when we compare, I guess, the more traditional opener on the side of Vitality, a la Apex, how do you think he's going to be coping with the Donk Show that may or may not be going down?
Well, what Apex has got going for him is that I don't think he knows fear, like on the server. Like, I don't think he's ever aware of what it is. And I remember 2 years ago, I had a conversation here in Dallas with him, and he was telling me about how the matchup with Simple doesn't really bother him as much as other people, even though Simple is 20 million times better than him in theory, because he just white swings. He just takes the fight. He doesn't overthink it at all. And I do wonder if it's going to be the same case here, because Donk has already reached that point where he has a fear factor. Like, his name means something. In the tab, maybe you second guess yourself when you know he's going to be your next opponent. I don't think Apex is going to do that. I think he's just going to go straight for duels. Is he going to get slapped around? Maybe, but he will take the duels.
I think the most important thing when you play Counter-Strike or any like intense, high-level tactical FPS is it is about confidence. It's not about like, oh, like who can hit a higher score in some like aim training thing. It's really about who's going to go out and say, I don't care who you are, I'm going to peek you, I'm going to fight you, and I'm going to win the duel. It doesn't matter if you're the best player in the world, it doesn't matter if I'm the worst player in the world. If you go in with that confidence and they are not feeling as confident in their game and in their comfortability on the stage or with their setup or anything, that's when things can go into your favor just as a confident person, yeah.
Apex was wearing the shades there. I think he's ready for those flashes coming from
I mean,
Spirit.
he's got the swag, you know.
Confidence and actually putting it into something in the server. Hopefully we get to see that again today from him. Maps, though, this is where the conversation gets quite interesting, because yeah, Zywoo was saying on the stage yesterday, oh, I don't know whether Dust 2 is our home map. Do you expect them to be picking it today?
I do, I actually do. I expect Vitality to go for Dust 2 almost immediately, unless they've seen something on Anubis that could warrant a choice. I think Dust 2 sort of makes sense, and I think it's a map that they already feel confident on. I know, I agree with you, the Vertigo used to be, but there you have it. Dust 2 pick from Vitality.
Love this.
You know the French.
I do know my French.
It's in their DNA.
Mirage, very obvious as well. Very obvious. It is a weakness. It has remained a weakness for Vitality. I think the CT side is very janky. Some of the key positions being played by Apex, we can have that conversation later down the road. Him playing connector, being very involved in like superstar roles. On the third map now, I think Anubis could be a handshake. Ain't got to be no Vertigo. Dust 2, Mirage, Anubis. It's pretty much what I expected. I didn't think any team would take a bigger risk or a different route.
It is one of those things where it's like you have the better maps and they're kind of like taken out for both teams. Anubis as the decider could be a really good third map for these guys, but yeah, I mean the first two maps has to kind of go in the favor of the teams that pick them. So Spirit obviously going for that Mirage pick, it makes sense. And you know, we're not going to see the teams playing their best maps. Like one of the weaker maps are still left in.
Yeah, well, also Dust2, I think we're still figuring out who is extremely strong reliably. Vitality had crazy inconsistency of level, and Apex even said in an interview, when we are down in the dumps, when this is the worst of Vitality, it doesn't matter what map we're playing. We're just out of it. Against Heroic, different kind of beast, different kind of result.
Well, if you guys at home want to get involved in the action, make sure you're heading on over to Faceit Watch. Not only can you choose which player perspectives to be viewing from, but they're also dropping a boatload of skins and Faceit points. It's going to be starting 5 minutes after our first map begins. So 1:05 if you're here, local time, 8:05 if you're over in the European time zone. Mathieu, as our resident Dust2 expert, I would say, you are from the French scene. Who would you advise the viewers at home to watch from their POV?
Well, you know what? Let's put the screws on Zywoo.
Okay.
Have a look at Zywoo. See how he plays with the MVP. See if he misses, and when, and why, and how. See if he shows up. See if he stops Dong. That's my pick.
I'll just say Donk because it's easy. I want to see
Sometimes
him kind of
works.
yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see like what happens, especially on the CT side. Is he just going to like run it up middle because the way that the whole like op line down middle.
With Hero?
Yeah, it's going to be hard with the suicide. So he can get to lower B, he can push up middle, he could get fast cat boosts. So it's going to be really interesting to see kind of what aggression he decides to do, because we were talking about how Spirit does these team aggression stuff. So it's not going to be just Dunk running up by himself. It's going to be some sort of team effort. And we've not really got to see them much on Dust2 at all. I think one map or something. So yeah, who knows what they have in store? They can whip out something random.
Spirit versus Vitality. Donk versus Zywoo. So poetically for the first time at the 100th IEM. We're going to be welcoming both teams out onto the stage after this break.
Creation. A spark of imagination. Brilliant minds forming lines into reality. Weaving the threads of a tactical masterpiece. Each piece carefully refined by countless iterations. Counter-Strike is born. But evolution takes hold. Realms rip apart. A destructive pattern. Merciless.
Wow, Devour lands that first shot.
But sometimes death must occur to give way to new life. A vicious cycle as ancient as creation itself. Where we are going and where it ends is unknown. But time has shown that it is those who best manage change that survive. Those who adapt and evolve.
Yeah, going up against Spirit, everyone's looking forward to the ZywOo Dunk special show that's going to go on, and we're confident. Every team we go up against, like I said before, no matter our previous results, we're confident going into the game, and like I say, a new one up against Spirit is going to be exciting. It's going to be a great matchup, and it's something that I'm looking forward to playing.
Getting to the stage, Dallas, is a great thing to have. I'm not sure that we are stronger than Vitality, and I'm not sure that they are stronger than us. We are yet to face them this year, but they do have ZywOo. Anything can happen. I can't really say if we're gonna make it easy or we're gonna make it hard or we won't make it or whatever. It's just more of about how we do approach the game. Whatever happens, happens.
Always a chance we can stop Donk from fragging. Teams have done it in the past, and of course it's always going to be hard. He's one of the best players in the world. We know how we're going to do it, and we're going to try our best, and we have our own star player as well.
Hello, Dallas! Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters, day 2 of the playoffs here at the 100th IEM. Again, a number steeped in history, and in thinking about that history, I'm thinking about how fast the face of Counter-Strike changes. It's defined by 2 of the teams we welcome into the arena today. Spirit, with this new generation of superstars changing what it means to take over the server. And later, 9Z Globant, who with their run here might change the whole face of a region of Counter-Strike. But now it's about the competitors. Who's gonna write that next chapter? Who's gonna define the new era of competition here at the 100th IEM? So please, join me in welcoming the first competitor. These dragons are spreading their wings and they're ready to soar. Put your hands together for Team Spirit!
Only the second time for Donk in front of an IEM crowd. And Josh, we all remember what happened in his first time in Katowice.
It is a spectacular show seeing Donk on the stage, getting riled up, yelling at the opponents, getting closer and closer to claiming the #1 team in the world. Team by team, they're claiming the souls, witnessing the newest prodigy. And it's not even the spotlight on him, it's also his teammates. Magic's showing up really strong, Shiro. Team Spirit showing spirit.
And while they may define this new era, the old is not yet ready to let go. On the other side of the stage here, the true test. The nest has been kicked, and now these bees are ready to sting. Give it up for Team Vitality!
Apex leading the charge at his 29th Intel Extreme Masters match. And yesterday, he was damn well fired up.
Every single one of these individuals have something to prove today, Freya, whether it is Apex and his ability to lead the squad to stay in control, ZywOo to claim once again that he is the best player in the world, putting down Dong. Spinks, of course, #5 last year, yet to prove his best Counter-Strike once again. They all have skin in the game, and they're ready to enter the server.
Are we ready to get this semi-final underway? It's time for our captains to touch fists. It's time to get this going. And now the fires of competition begin. Dallas, are you ready to see this bout? Are you ready to see these two teams square up? Are you ready for Vitality? Are you ready for Spirit? It is my pleasure to let you know that for the first time this year, the first time in the Donk era, Vitality and Spirit is a go. So Dallas, are you with me? Are you excited? Let's get loud!
Making history at the 100th IEM as the first time these two teams go toe-to-toe. Matthew, what are you making of this? We know the maps, we know the two teams are fired up. Who's taking it?
I think once again, for Vitality, the key is going to be great starts. You cannot allow Spirit to grab financial advantages over you. You cannot allow Chopper to get into Apex's head with the calling. When Vitality had decent starts, they've showed up. When they got put down and slowed down, that's when the frustration came sinking in. Now, I'm going to do something that is going probably to surprise you, but I have Spirit winning this game.
Wow.
I always try to be honest when I stand here. I always try to stand behind any statement I make. And as it currently looks, Spirit play the best Counter-Strike. Spirit have the stronger roster across. They have the trajectory. I think it's too tall in order for Vitality to beat.
I think you're right about the Spirit, and I do agree a little bit about the Apex. I go at it from a different angle. I don't think it's going to be Apex versus Chopper. I think it's going to be Apex against himself. If he is going up and taking these fights, and he's losing the duels, and he's getting in his own head about everything, I think that's when things go and fall apart. He needs to make sure that if he's taking these confidence duels and winning them, that's where his team is going to get inspired by that, and they're going to play their best.
I know he's definitely a linchpin when it comes to calm and communication, but in this very nice documentary that we put out, we were able to listen a little bit to Spirit and how they are behaving in intense situation. It's more than just about a captain. It's about everybody being ready to give the right information, to have the right initiative, to make the right decision, stay in calmness. They can do that.
And we are ready to get this show on the road. A semi-final for the ages. Dust 2, Mirage, Anubis, if we do so need it. And it's Spirit taking on Vitality.
Here at IEM Dallas, what's going on today, Dallas, Texas? A big test. Two of the best players in the world on the stage, head-to-head. We've been waiting for this matchup for so long. And man, we even got Matthew. We even got Maniac.
He's turned. He's turned on his boys at Vitality.
Even he's lost belief. Team Spirit's got him. This is going to be, I mean, a grueling battle for both of these teams. Dust 2 is the first map. Mirage is the second map. High-octane Counter-Strike maps. It's a beautiful pool we have set up for these semifinals.
Now, last year, there was absolutely no doubt who the #1 player was. ZywOo didn't have much competition, but enter this year, and he finds himself Donk right in the mix straight away from the first event of the year. Now, this has become a pretty quiet year by ZywOo's own standard. He had a terrible Katowice. They bombed out on the group stage. But a win versus Spirit today, a win versus Donk, that reopens that conversation for the rest of the year here for ZywOo. Excitement can start to build again.
Well, we know obviously that a player of his caliber is going to bounce back. Even if you have a couple weak events, he's going to come in and he's going to log some high, some high energy performances and put numbers on the board. I think the interesting thing about Vitality, and actually one interesting thing that I thought made me scratch my head when Maniac said it was Team Spirit having the stronger roster down the line. And you look over at Vitality, and it seems almost crazy to say that with Spinks, with Flames, the skill those two guys possess, Mezzy as well. It hasn't always gelled perfectly for Vitality. It's looked a little bit shaky, but this kind of a game tends to mold that shakiness and kind of bring those miscommunications, those disconnects. When you focus so much on one matchup, when you go live, it tends to bring that all into focus, and it all starts working a little bit better.
Years ago, there was anticipation for the coming of ZywOo. A young player touted to have the talent to take over the world of Counter-Strike. He became the world #1 in his first professional year. Now the Counter-Strike world has erupted with a new force in Donk. who posted the highest rating of any CS player ever in his first Tier 1 event. Now they clash for the first time, and the Chosen One has a new challenger.
Let's see if he rises to the occasion. It's been a constant conversation. Can he step up when needed? Will he step up when needed? And we find out right now in the Dallas semifinals of the Intel Extreme Masters. Dust 2, opening map. Spirit's gonna be starting on the CT side. Vitality attacking into them.
Team Spirit versus Team Vitality for the first time. The unknown is exciting. Magix was mentioning before, he doesn't know if they're going to outmatch Vitality. He doesn't know if they're going to be able to get this job done, but we're about to find out. CT solid start here for Team Spirit. Team Vitality on the T side here in Dallas. And we've got a decent amount of utility here for Flames, Smoke, Flash, everybody else on Kevlar.
Oh, a little bit of an angle up towards the drop down. Chopper's going to take a couple of shots. Just information gathering and backing away. Vitality's playing this one very patiently. Outside of B holes on one side of the map, outside of the long double doors, nobody's committed anywhere. They're looking for aggression at the moment. And really only piecing together the position of Chopper.
And Messi will walk closer to the double door. Chopper gathering info, seeing multiple players on the other side of that. Oh, Messi. That's because he doesn't shoot with the click, Jason. He's got that weird config. He's got that spacebar click.
He's maybe a little bit nervous. All right, mid to B, Smoke coming in for Flames. Vitality's all lined up for this hit, but Team Spirit equally. 3 players defending the B bomb site. They're going to get aggressive.
Yeah, Zontex goes to fight Zywoo, but gets out of there, decides not to commit to that fight because the B ramp play is coming in. He realizes his attention needs to be drawn towards the double doors, and he works it well with Donk. Chopper stepping up. Donk gets another one, bringing down Zywoo for the first time here, but Donk eventually overrun by Flames. And this would be a 1v3 for Flames to collect. And perhaps a spark to ignite this clutch into the play-through window. It isn't going to work out for Flames. Spirit will win the first round.
Yeah, and he went for the win, right? He didn't get the bomb planted. And as we've seen that change in the bomb money, I mean, it's influential, but you still could have gotten a little bit of extra cash for your team and played the 1v2. Nicely done from Donk, but this is all done by the setup. Just way more bodies than Vitality expected to contend with inside that site. And Donk adds in a couple nice kills, 2 on the pistol round, and he's got an M4 in hand. Double scout for Vitality as they force up in the second round. Donk's going to take a tag as he crosses.
2 very talented players on the scout in Apex and Zywoo. Apex had a fantastic game yesterday. He's looking to try and bring Shiro down as he goes around that corner. Shiro's head spotted first, and Apex unable to get away. So Shiro chases him down. They might actually try and overwhelm him, but that smoke should cancel out any play forward from Vitality.
Yeah, none of the pistols close by to Apex either to kind of help him in that engagement, to maybe hold Shiro back, maybe just make him a little bit nervous, a little bit honest in terms of overcommitting and swinging. So Apex goes down essentially for free after a missed shot. And Team Spirit once again going to just sit back and let Vitality make the next move.
Gathering up in the tunnels are Vitality. Strength in numbers, perhaps through this B defense. Waiting on the other side of it is Zontex. It goes deep, catches Spinks at least. But under a minute left. And Team Spirit just sit back. Vitality about to show their move into this B bomb site. Zontex has positioned himself perfectly. The swing out, the distraction set up from his teammate, and Zontex and Donk mow down 2. Zywoo fights back with 1 back, but it ain't going to be enough to get anywhere near this bomb site. Donk just sticks around. Zywoo runs into him, and Donk with just enough ammo to get that headshot. He composes himself, and Vitality will fall to 2 rounds in a row now.
Yeah, nice composure from Donk, handling it very, very well. 2-0 for Team Spirit.
I think that's what's most exciting about Donk as a player. He does have that composure in the big stage games. I think at the start of the year in Katowice, we were constantly sort of erecting the new obstacle that was going to be in his way. Okay, now it's against the tier 1 teams. Well, he mastered that through the group stages. Now the crowd's here. Now he's against the crowd. Now he's against FaZe, and he passed absolutely everything. And then we just heard from the comments from the most recent documentary. He was very comfortable on the stage, Jason.
Yeah, he's got no concerns whatsoever. I think all those questions that you might have should just be forced out of your mind at this point.
Fully answered at this point.
No armor for anyone on Vitality. A couple deagles picked up. Utility towards Catwalk is going to hold them at bay. Deep Nade is going to do a whole lot. Vitality just going to bide their time and hit Catwalk. And let's see what these deagles can create. Apex had a couple good deagle kills.
He had a lot of
yesterday,
these yesterday, didn't he? Apex was feeling it back in front of the crowd. Vitality is going to have to sit behind that smoke. It's a slow start to Dust 2.
Yeah, it really is. It's been measured from Vitality. Hey, Dallas, I asked this question yesterday. I want to get today started with a little bit of energy. You guys know there's a major coming to North America next year, right? You guys also know it's going to be hosted in the great state of Texas, right? Hell yeah, baby, we're coming back.
There probably will be beer. This is going to be the spread out for Magic's 2 coming in. Shiro cleanup, and that is 3 in a row as Team Spirit now get into the gun rounds versus Vitality. They'll have a purchase here for the T side. And the AWP will be purchased for ZywOo. That's what we're very excited to see now.
Yeah, let's see what they've got. Shiro's going to have one on the other side of the map as well. First opportunity really for Vitality to step up after that pistol round, after the second was handled so cleanly by Team Spirit. AKs on the other 4 players, plenty of utility. And Vitality's been slow and measured to start these T rounds so far. Good tag from ZywOo. Zontix brought low.
And Spinks charging out long, gets that kill on Chopper, rips him apart. Opening kill in favor of Vitality in this gun round. The Magic's ain't falling back. He's confident. He wants to stick around. He wants this kill back for Spirit. He'll even try to double up, but he's caught in the open, and Spinks will send him to hell.
Yeah, but goal is accomplished for Vitality. They have long control. Apex is going to drop in towards Pit. Now they can chuck out some utility, make this defense feel a little bit nervous. Shiro's off hasn't been in contention whatsoever quite yet, positioned on Catwalk. And he's got to trust that Donk in middle can keep information so that he doesn't have to concern himself with a Vitality play up Cat. 1 minute for Vitality to piece together this round.
Donk is just gathering information inside of middle. Good peek around the double doors. Spots out a couple of members, and that will now draw the attention of Shiro to fixate upon middle. And short miss shot from Shiro. You don't see many of those, and he has to get out of there. Damage being done with the utility, but they're close. And Shiro deals with it, drops down to safety. Now he can rely upon Apex to try and come around here for Vitality. Could cut in the back of Shiro, but that smoke comes up at just the right time, and Shiro gets to cover.
It's a perfect smoke to keep them alive, but it also locks them out. They've got to drop down. They have to get that bomb. Oh, this is dicey. ZywOo's brought very low. Smoke's going to be blown open, not completely. An awkward engagement for both teams.
15 seconds, they have to get the bomb now, and Apex picks it up. Gets it killed through the smoke as he retreats and just gets around that corner. Apex can now put that bomb down, and ZywOo looks to defend him. They miss shot towards CT, but Team Spirit in a 2v3, they don't want to go for this.
No, it's awkward. They don't have any positioning elsewhere. A scrappy battle and engagement. Donk's almost able to take down the bomb carrier, but Apex just slides in.
That's an incredible recovery mission for Vitality. The bomb falls off short. They get the smoke down from Spirit to just sever off the rest of Vitality players. And somehow Apex, he's able to sneak in, get it out of there, and get around the corner.
But you can see how shaky that engagement, like none of the players are really so confident in committing to those fights. ZywOo's just taking a superficial peek just to fire off a shot, just to try and provide some cover. It's a little awkward, and Vitality snatch one away. This time they have a little bit more pace, a little more aggression, and it's netted them around.
Team Spirit will be able to purchase again, but this is that quick close shot from Shiro. Apex, this kill on the drop back, he's just spamming through the smoke as he takes a few steps backwards, and he's able to get another kill that will definitely have assisted Vitality in winning that round. Timeout taken for Spirit very early on.
Well, it's because of the money issues. 4 of them are going to be very, very low. Even with that save, they had to preserve the weapons for the next round. But moving forward, if they're to lose this one and lose their guns, they're kind of out of cash to fight with. So that's Spirit wanted to take a pause and getting a game plan going for an all-important round so they don't get broken so early in the map.
Many thought that this playoffs would become a collision course to see a rematch between FaZe and Team Spirit in that grand final. But yesterday, G2 able to take them down.
Some magic on the other side of that bracket.
And that's coming up later today. 9Z versus G2 inside of the arena here in Dallas. The buy is still here for both sides, but as you mentioned, money could become a problem. After this, for Team Spirit, ZywOo starts over towards the tunnels early on.
Yeah, very fast timing for him to get there, so I'm assuming he wants to take a little bit of a peek, a glance into the bomb site on a timing pretty quickly. There are 4 players from Vitality lined up in Upper Dark.
And 3 from the CT side of Spirit inside of this B bomb site.
I don't think they want to go against that AWP. They didn't like the presence of that AWP. They call off the tactic. They say, we don't want to walk through this tunnel against Shiro's AWP. We're going to back away. But they did want to hit some kind of a contact play with the cover of ZywOo's AWP, but that's taken away from them.
Currently applying pressure at long is Chopper. That smoke fades away at Longhouse. He'll sit outside of it at the moment. But he's got a quick flank if he decides to activate later, or he has first contact if Vitality come through those doors.
Team Spirit's keeping 3 players parked over at the B bomb site. This is a long time to have this many resources. They feel like they're ready for a B engagement, so keep an eye on when they decide to shift and rotate out of it, because utility on Magix and Chopper is going to start running a little bit low.
Magix is going towards long, which opens up a temporary gap at short. There is a smoke deployed by him just for the time being. But eventually that will fade away, and Vitality can split into this A bomb site.
It's a good crossfire, though, between Chopper and Magix. This will be hard to break through for Vitality.
Yeah, Mezzi's got to be sharp if he's to get even one of these. He's hoping to create that space. Flashbang going to the top. Ineffective onto Chopper. The in-game leader steps up. Magix with him. And now the rotation can start to come through in that B bomb site. Time is limited for Vitality, and the bomb is stuck outside long. If it goes back, Shiro could take that bomb out. ZywOo defending his life against Donk, but 15 seconds. Time is of the essence, and with that bomb going down to top middle, there is no chance for Vitality. They have to win on kills, and they're not giving that chance. So Flames will have to save his AK, and Team Spirit will head to 4.
Yeah, that's a nice round from Spirit. Good job from Magix and Chopper out towards long. The round rested on that play, on that hold. And you could just see the desperation from ZywOo having to peek into awkward fights just because the time is running low. Four to 1. Vitality, they'll get 3 kills. They're not out of it just yet. They still have the money brought a little bit low, a little bit weakened for Team Spirit, so they can continue fighting back.
They're going to start with 3B again here, Team Spirit, but it's a quicker play for Vitality out long A. Flames are running, charging in, but what a shot from Chopper.
Damn.
He's been hitting in the DM, that's for sure. Big shot on Flames. He couldn't get into the pit.
That's a 40-year-old man hitting that shot.
Perhaps now a bit of despair for Vitality, but Spinks will climb out of it with that shot on Shiro. He didn't spot the second player, but losing Shiro's AWP in an aggressive maneuver like that is not what Team Spirit would have liked. And now you rely upon Magix yet again. This time he takes up position at elevator. Peace out, it sends on to Mezzi. But he's stuck now and has to use utility to get him out of this position, and Vitality can move closer to the A bomb site.
And they didn't realize Apex was that close as well. He's going to call the crossover. Spinks can actually come up towards long. They need to get this bomb planted quick before the rest of Spirit's reinforcements. Now the bomb's not being planted for long. ZywOo's planting it safe. So Spinks is only really going to have impact as the retake comes in. If they get into the bomb site, he's in trouble.
Sontex places the grenade directly on Apex, takes half of his health away. He's down to 32 now, and he'll focus on that short fight. Apex spamming down. He's pretty close to removing Chopper, but it's all about the play at ramp here. Spinks takes that first contact. Apex peeks over the top, and ZywOo swings to close on Dog. It is a second round for Vitality, and it is very well put together.
That is a beautifully pieced together post plant for Vitality. So well done. Spinks takes the contact outs towards long. Apex and ZywOo both get aggressive instead of standing pat, and they catch Team Spirit in a choke point. They don't know where to look.
And now that money that you were mentioning, it falls away for Team Spirit. They won't be able to have a strong purchase going into the next round. So Vitality winning that last round has reopened this half entirely for them.
Beautiful shot from Spinks. Zontix and Donk know where to go after the fact.
It's a big case. Better luck next time.
But you looked awesome while you did it.
Yeah, you did. Style points, 10 out of 10. Chopper, he's got that M4, Jason. He's got the extra weapon to play with at the moment. The hero of Chopper. Let's see what he's able to do with it. He's sending out his minions forward to fight for him. P2000 of Shiro Going into the danger zone and not detecting any presence from Vitality at long A this time. So an adjustment being made for Team Spirit's defense.
Yeah, and the entire horde falls back to the A bomb site. Going to transition over towards Catwalk. Smoke down at the double doors. Apex is marshalling his troops towards the B bomb site. Getting into the upper halls, leaving Mezzi alone to control the rest of the map.
Execute into the B bomb side, being set up here by Vitality.
And a little bit of a fake thrown by Mezzi in middle. This Molotov on Catwalk kind of gives the impression to Team Spirit that they want to move up Cat. So these 4 players are going to be frozen. And once again, Chopper's just going to save this M4. No reason for him to risk it whatsoever. There's nothing Spirit can do about this round. So 4-3 is going to be the scoreline. Good job from Chopper. Gets an AK-47 to a teammate, to Magix.
And we know how deadly Donk can be when that AK gets into his hands on the CT side.
I mean, and when you consider the money, that might actually allow them to buy, have a stronger buy in the next round, especially if
they could get another
Apex.
one.
Oh, this could be huge. He's got knife out.
He's looking the wrong way. Apex is surely going to go down here. He defends his life against Magix, but he's overrun by Donk. And so that is another AK-47 available here for Team Spirit. And Vitality are not close enough to deny it getting into the next round.
Oh, that's huge. This is actually a massive round for Team Spirit, even in a loss. The fact that they get 2 AK-47s is absolutely beautiful.
So you get to save 3 weapons in total. This is really helped recover the economy. Massive from Team Spirit to steal those away.
That'll be a little frustrating for Vitality. They'll be encountering a very strong buy, perhaps earlier than they expect. Shiro's forced out the AWP with no armor. And thanks to those AK-47, Spirit still has money in the bank. We play into round 8.
Zoe goes for that mid-cross again. Unable to stop him, but here comes Donk, charging his way up through middle. Looking to bring this fight to Vitality. Doesn't want to step around that corner. Chopper aggression is the name of the game to the lower tunnels. Spinks will be his combatant on the other side.
Look at the nightmare of this setup.
Oh my God, Chopper is feeling it today.
Even if Spinks swings, he gets shot at by Shiro's up, and then Chopper's on an off angle. And Vitality is going to come right back into Donk.
And Donk has been waiting, lying in wait. His play walked right into him, and Donk couldn't double up. Bomb is dropped towards top middle. Shiro's there to cover off Zaiwu. Suddenly it is Apex that has to be the playmaker, and Magix has him spotted. He has him in a cage, and it's Mezzi left alone with nothing he can do. A minute left, bomb down at top mid, and he's only got 20 health to his name.
That's a filthy setup, and Spirit has all the protocols down. Donk pushed up towards top mid. When he makes contact, double nade for anyone trying to trade the kill. Shiro's able to swing off and pick off Zaiwu at top mid when he's trying to make his move. And there's just so many things that Spirit does that disrupt any response Vitality might have. And now Shiro's got the final kill. An emphatic round win for Spirit. They're up by 2.
And this feels like one of those Team Spirit performances where it's all across the board. We've seen it versus FaZe in the last match of the group stage to get their fast pass to the semifinals. It wasn't a story of Donk dominance. It was a great team effort, a balanced performance from Team Spirit. And so far, it's a similar story here against Vitality. First timeout for Vitality used. Lots to discuss, lots to figure out, because money is not at an all-time high, but there's certainly enough to get a purchase here.
Money's an issue, but also, I mean, you can talk about tactically for Vitality. Perhaps some of the conversation they're having is the most success they're having on this T side so far on the gun rounds has been when they take long fast. Other than that, like some of their plays, like the mid to B split gets shut down in the pistol round. Some of the plays they've wanted to make kind of contact towards the B tunnels has been taken away from them by Shiro's op. They haven't really found a whole lot of options they can lean back on other than taking long A at the start of the rounds. Trading out some of those kills, taking that space. Oh! There we go. That's one way to open it up. Donk goes down hard.
Yeah, Zaiwu right through that door. Donk could not get across to safety. That's one way to get an advantage here. And Vitality desperately needed the numbers advantage, because it's not like they're coming into this fight with weapons that match that of Team Spirit, and they take out the biggest weapon of Spirit instantly. Vitality look to filter their way through middle. Good Molotov. That's going to heat things up for Chopper. He has to retreat.
Spirit haven't shifted anyone over to make up for the loss of Donk on the cross.
If they split into the B bomb site, it's just one player there in Zontix.
Yeah, I think Vitality's just going to happily go for this and say good luck trying to stop it.
And that nade comes early, but there's a second one for Chopper. Timing on it might be better, but he doesn't peek until the flash comes in. And that smoke will then bloom again. It is Zontix looking to defend. Oh, but Chopper moving through. Tried to clean up the initial damage from Zontix, but he couldn't quite get a multi-kill out of it. Smoke to allow that cross safely into the B-bomb site. It's such a difficult site to retake. You would consider the save call if you're Team Spirit.
Absolutely. And I mean, they all actually almost got an extra kill right at the end to make this doable in this mid to B split. But that's just an easy, long played, slowly played round from Vitality, capitalizing on ZywOo's pick early.
Trying to get that ult back, Apex.
Look at Team Spirit, though. They've already lined up for exits. This isn't just a complete capitulation. They say, we have other goals. Magisk, if they exit out the B bomb site, he's coming over to Shiro right now. They're coming to you. Apex, gonna run right into it. They have to recover that up. Flames has it quickly, and now they won't peek. Good find from Shiro to take one more weapon away. But it is Vitality getting within one.
Hanging in there on the T side, and that comes off the back of an opener from ZywOo, stopping Dog on the cross instantly. And there was never an adjustment for Team Spirit. They never sent a player over.
That's a nasty shot. You know, look, they didn't, but they almost set it up perfectly. Chopper and Zontix, when they sense that mid to B split coming in, Zontix gets out of the B bomb site. That's a solid crossfire. Didn't have as much punch as they would have liked, but they were in the right place at the very least. Second timeout used by Spirit as Coach Ali gets involved in the conversation. Xtaz on the other side coming up with some game plans, some ideas for his troops, fist bumps all around. And we play into round 10.
Magix has to go to an MP9. Everybody else has their weapon of choice for Spirit. ZywOo attempts that cross kill again. This time, Donk gets across. Safely into that B-bomb site. He will stand. And no one challenging middle here for Team Spirit. ZywOo is given dominion over middle.
Vitality's been so slow and cautious at the start of these rounds. If they're not taking long, they're really kind of having a pretty chill pace to this, making sure they don't get punished by any kind of aggression. Flashes in towards lower, jiggle peeking every angle, trying to see if you can bait out a shot from an Opera who might be poised in position.
I'm sure Apex has spent a lot of nights thinking long and hard about how he would approach the Donk problem and the Spirit side. Now today he finally gets that opportunity to put it into practice. And we've seen many in IGL say they think they know how to do it. And when the going gets rough, they feel the wrath of Team Spirit.
This is a fourth official for Vitality on Dust 2, so they've got a little bit of experience.
More experience than most.
Yeah, all three of the previous Dust 2s were played here in Dallas, so it's going to be fresh in their minds, some ideas and adjustments they've wanted to make.
Well, smoke for the cross is a lot of flames further up the B ramp. There's two players in this site right now for Team Spirit. One of them is Dog at the window. He's detected how close they are, but not quite. Flames just comes running around that corner, and that's 2 kills locked in. That Donk-Zontix combo is usually unbreakable, but Vitality find the gap. And the risk to have no one watching middle does not work out here for Team Spirit. It's a 3v3. This time, do you want to go for it?
It feels like they could go for this round if they want. I mean, 3-on-3, you're right here at the bomb site. There's nothing cutting you off. Molotov down towards the doors. They've got a smoke for hulls, and they've got 2 flashbangs to activate this, but they have 2 ops as well, so it's going to be a little bit weird.
Double op retake of the B-bomb site on Dust 2. Now that really does not spell a lot of success, but let's see how they get it done. Chopper running in, flashes connect. Does a lot of damage to the backside player, but unfortunately for Team Spirit, no kills on those initial attempts, and Shiro stays outside of the doorway, but he's overrun, peaked by Apex, and Vitality bring every Spirit player down. The scoreline is now tied up, and Vitality have eyes on an advantage heading out of this first half.
I think Vitality obviously loved that kind of a round. They didn't get, there was no resistance from Team Spirit. They didn't fight him at any step of the way. And
a Steam Deck case.
Oh, okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Oh.
Well, Zai was hoping for better luck on this mid-cross. Not spotting any heads, but he has to call. There's a possibility for a lower push, and Shiro's charged right up. Flames is playing passive.
Yeah, here's the footsteps as well. I mean, this is an interesting buy from Team Spirit. A couple guys have fully invested into this. Magix, Shiro has an MP9, so does Donk. They've put a lot of money into this to make this play happen, and let's see what they do now. Because that initial play, there's nothing to find. Vitality sniffed it out, and don't fall prey to the trap. So what do you do with these weapons all of a sudden?
Now just sitting patiently, Vitality know that they've probably lost the low tiles. In fact, they know that for sure, and so they go back into the long play instead, and Chopper only has a USP here.
Yeah, it's exactly why they're going out long next, is they're like, they have tunnels, so we can't really go up catwalk. They'll be able to fight us at two different angles. It's going to be this long take.
Ooh.
Good trade, but that USP still lies in wait.
Yeah, it's just a USP, though. You'd feel better if Chopper even had a 5-7 in this position, but they're not going to check him. Maybe they will at the last second. Flames goes into it, and Chopper does come out with that kill. Molotov to force him into an open position, and ZywOo's had enough.
Yeah, but this is great. That's such a wonderful kill from Chopper. You've kept us in a 3-on-3, and in this kind of a round with this kind of a buy, Spirit's super happy with that. You also have track of the information of where they're headed out long towards the A bomb site. Everyone's going to be here. This round gets real difficult.
Apex clears car, now spots them coming up, but that flash connects through the CT smoke. Apex not punished by it just yet, but he gets ever closer to the bomb site. Utility filtering into the site itself, but the time is the issue for Vitality. They're starting to run out of it. 15 seconds, damage done to Apex, and Donk is still inside of the smoke. Finally he's found, Spinks will end it, and Vitality take the lead. More tornadoes in Texas.
Man, this is a hard-fought round. Time is running low. Team Spirit had you the whole way. They found a way to make that round really, really challenging. But due to the investment in the previous, this one's a little diminished as well. Scout on Shiro, auto shotty on Magix.
Zoltix has had a tough time dealing with some of these B plays. Vitality certainly have their eyes on that. Utility will force them back. They thought they might have got the gap to move through.
I mean, you could still just wait for that Molotov and go right back at it. Nade in hand and Chopper.
Oh, this could be rough here for a Spirit. Zoltix caught in the corner. Flames just cuts him open. And now Chopper has an MP9 to defend against the onslaught of Vitality players. And he can't get a single kill. Team Spirit fall apart in this last round. And Vitality are going to lead into the second half with a 7-5 scoreline.
I love the calling at the end of this half from Apex. When you realize you have the economic advantage, you can really use those AK-47s to just bully your opposition. Simply walk in and fight. And that's got in the last 2 rounds of this half.
We wonder what the first showing of Vitality versus Spirit would look like. And so far, Apex has it under control. Vitality versus Team Spirit has been a controlled affair with just tactical depth across that first half, Jason. It didn't really seem like it was going to go crazy on either side.
Yeah, we haven't really broken out of like the Counter-Strike playbook just yet. Both teams playing within themselves, both teams trying to maneuver around the map very intelligently, and Vitality comes out on top of that 7-5 with some good late half calling from Apex, but they switch over to defense. They switch over, and it's Team Spirit who get to dictate the action. Dualies for Flames, utility for Chopper, Shiro, and Magix, and it looks like Spirit just want to hit this B bomb site and get the pistol round over with.
A lot of utility available for Team Spirit, charging in towards this B bomb site. Mezzi spot out the first. He's trying to distract for Flames to be set up with the Dualies off the top of the boxes. It's one for Flames. Couldn't quite compose himself for that second. And Team Spirit do break through to this B bomb site, but Apex to the window fast.
There's no getting in. Shiro's not going to let him in. He'll peek when he starts making his move. And that gush, ZywOo's got one. It's retake. It's possible. It's within reach.
Oh, this headshot down below. ZywOo was able to collect a kill on Magix. They would open this up massively here for Vitality, but it's such a tough fight for ZywOo. He's just distracting, allowing that rotation of Apex to go through the tunnels and come around in the flank late into this round, but Chopper's got it on lock. And both of these Vitality players locked out of the bomb site, but it doesn't matter when you got the battering ram of ZywOo. He's right back into it again.
No kit.
And no kit. Sure, time is ticking. Chopper could win this just by keeping them off it, but Spinks is on the defuse, and ZywOo is unstoppable.
Do they have it, though?
The time is close. And oh no, not enough time. Oh, so close. ZywOo thought he had done absolutely everything, but the time certainly was on the side of Chopper.
Tell you what, though, beautiful kills from ZywOo, and for a guy that we sometimes say we wish he would just step up and take control of his situation, he did exactly that in the pistol round. You know, ended by the amount of time left on the bomb, but it's brilliant shooting to get into this retake. Pistol to Spirit, 7-6, and a second round bye for Vitality.
When you come so close to getting a round victory, you want to go for the force. You want to get that round back.
What helps when ZywOo can afford it at M4 due to the number of kills he got in the previous round, so that's a powerful weapon, and if you get a couple tags out of Apex, then that's going to start looking pretty nice.
ZywOo peeks up short. Looking to get that M4 involved early, but now Spirit know that it's in short, and so they chase it down. Damage being done, and ZywOo just about getting away. Mezzi uses the distraction to take Shiro out of the play, and Chopper has to respond swiftly. He goes to fight CT, and he'll force Apex off the top of the box. It's a good, effective bit of damage, but here comes ZywOo when you least expect it, round the back. And when he goes down, you think you've dealt with a threat, but Flames comes in second, and this force buy pays off for Vitality.
That's a nasty play from ZywOo. The follow-up push on Catwalk is so dirty with low HP. Catches a perfect timing. Bombs dropped, and good luck, Zontix. This is Vitality taking the second round, probably feeling like they should have had the pistol as well.
And man, it is ZywOo. Early signs of the second half. He's going to take matters into his own hands to take on Team Spirit. And this could be a huge reminder of the level that ZywOo is capable of playing at.
So Zontic's just going to save this MAC-10 and say, whatever, you guys can have it all, you guys can have everything, there's no chance of me finding a kill, low HP. You have to imagine Team Spirit's going to maybe force up behind this MAC-10 a little bit in the next round with some Tech 9 armor without a whole lot of losing bonus built up.
Team Spirit wanted the pistol, the follow-up. They wanted to build a strong start on this T side, and that's been snatched out of their hands already. They're capable of bouncing back with force buys of their own if they decide to go for it. Investments are starting to come through.
Yeah, the question is, what do they do with it? This is just such a perfect push from ZywOo, and the follow-up as well. A little bit of a bait, a well-designed bait for Flames, and he's able to grab that third frag. So MAC-10 on Zontix that he saved. Tech 9s and a scout picked up on Shiro.
It's not the prettiest buy for Team Spirit, but it could prove effective.
Oh, this is
huge for Spinks to push forward. He needs to recover that. It's fortunate he got one because it looked like he could be overrun. And ZywOo again taking initial damage, but this time they've learned from their mistake. They don't let him get away. They do not let him fall back. And Apex hunting forward. Vitality needed to find that kill on Zontex. It's evened out at 3 apiece.
Yeah, but I don't know, that push from Vitality seemed like the timing was so far off. I'm not entirely sure how that happened. Spinks was lucky not to get caught even just getting up mid, and then no cover from Catwalk for the lower play. It puts this defense under a lot of stress. A lot of stress, and it's breaking until Mezzi arrives, and Apex helps save the day. Somehow, some way, Vitality find the solution.
That is so sick from Mezzi. Hasn't had the best game yet, hasn't really been involved in a lot of these fights, and when he's tested, when he's required to turn it back in Vitality's favor, he is so accurate with those headshots on short. But this is that initial awkward scenario you were mentioning, Jason. Spinks moving aggressively, getting an awkward timing, but Donk, he's frustrated, and his emotions could get the better of him here on the stage. He aims to calm him down straight away. This is a player that hasn't had to deal with a lot of losses and frustration and things not going his way.
Having a quiet game, Donk. We haven't had to say his name a whole lot. 7 kills. ZywOo's over on 16. And Team Spirit know this is a really rough place to be out of that force buy. After a loss like that, you don't have the money to invest anything, and you're letting Vitality creep ever closer to a map 1 victory.
Chopper shows the back to Flames. Jumping around, trying to act as a human flashback to distract him, but it's pretty clean. Back and forth, a couple of kills here coming in from Donk. It's ridiculous. Shiro steps up with a Glock. How have the pistols come out with these fights?
Yeah, this is incredible. What Team Spirit's been able to do. Now, they haven't been able to recover any of those weapons, so there's still not a whole lot of danger, but Team Spirit's just saying, what if we can get a plant? What if we can bail out to the B bomb site? Mezzi and Spinks surely are so concerned now that we've taken out all 3 players. Mezzi's starting to piece it together just now, but that bomb has an open pathway to the B bomb site, but
Donk can cut it off. He has a small gap, and Mezzi once again, pinpoint accuracy, this time through the doorway. It is Donk down, and Shiro with just a Glock, and because Donk is dead, Mezzi can move into that B bomb site quite comfortably. He hangs around the doors, worried about Shiro possibly coming through middle. But Shiro now sprinting into the site itself. He'll go for that plant, he'll leap for the extra money. And Mezzi's actually going forward, giving him a chance, but he'll clean the headshot up.
Yeah, I had to be a little bit cautious on that for Mezzi during that plant. Make sure he secures the round win. If he goes a little too early, he gets taken down by a fake plant. Spinks is far away, and all of a sudden Shiro's got a rifle as well. So preserving the round, 10-6. Just 3 away from taking Dust 2, and the 3rd and final timeout used by Spirit.
Next map up is Mirage. We thought Dust 2 would deliver us like an open game. We thought it would give us a matchup where there's just fights happening everywhere, chaos, but Vitality have done a fantastic job of controlling this game and sort of quenching any sort of fire that Team Spirit might have at any point.
Well, this is the best chance Spirit have had in this second half of getting back into things. Ever since they dropped that 2nd round. Full buy of AK-47s and utility. And with the damage they've been doing in these past couple rounds, especially the last one with just unarmored pistols, you can break this Vitality economy relatively quickly.
Oh, look at Team Spirit's call. It's quite heavy over towards B.
Look at Vitality's call, pretty aggressive up mid. That does leave Mezzi a little bit alone at the B bomb site, but with utility in the holes, there's time to make this play happen, and ZywOo is starting to get information. Spinks is starting to get information and piece together where exactly Spirit is.
ZywOo fending them off through lower tunnels. Team Spirit not getting any space. If they move forward, they would walk into the sniper waiting from the Frenchman. And it would likely be a disastrous move here for Team Spirit to peek into him dry.
I don't know how Spirit get out of this round.
Look at Spinks' information he's picking up here as well, pushing all the way through top middle. He's getting so much info.
Yeah, Vitality own the map at the moment.
Team Spirit have to steal it away from them. Timing to move through lower has worked out here for Spirit. ZywOo has relocated his AWP back towards CT instead. And based on the information they've gathered, they are now starting to swarm around this B bomb site.
This is the bomb. This is the bomb.
This will be a huge kill to get. Shiro setting up utility. Bomb's about to go down. Spinks peeks first, second on Shiro. Spinks lines them up. So much damage done to Team Spirit. And 40 seconds left to go and get that bomb, and they realize the map has shrunk. There's nowhere they can go.
They're going to save. there's nothing you can do in this round. You have two players so low. Spinks that entire round in Vitality, this aggressive call. Spirit not spread out around the map, stalled in tunnels behind Utility. They gave the whole map over to Vitality, and it's catastrophic. For such a critical round as well, out of your timeout, Vitality ruined all your plans.
That is going to be an incredibly frustrating call for Chopper to have to deal with. Unless you get locked in the tunnels, nowhere to go. And great utility again from Vitality. Great movement across the map. Gathering all of the information at the correct time. Vitality are making no wrong moves today, Jason.
No, they're looking clean. They're looking sharp and well focused.
And Apex is very happy about how they're playing Dust 2, conducting themselves at the moment. Spinks sharp to take down Chopper and Shiro, and yeah, that's a deflated face on the side of Team Spirit for Chopper. Dust 2, Vitality's map pick. Looks like it's going to go quite comfortably right into their arms. ZywOo and Spinks with confidence charging up middle. ZywOo's sniper to remove Chopper, and Spirit lose the first force. Again, gathered in the tunnels.
It seems like the same exact round they just called previously, except this time with Chopper dropping down to watch for the mid push. But obviously when he's lost, it's like, well, we know how this plays out if we let them have mid.
So they go back to deal with the threat of Vitality's CT aggression, and Spinks takes up the position we watched Donk play in the previous half. It's a strong spot to cut them off early if they decide to go through middle. Vitality have Flames addressing the long issue. This looks perfect for Vitality. Hard to see how Team Spirit get through this one unless they break down Spinks, and the timing to move off the position just as they swing in towards him. Spinks goes down, but ZywOo is still fighting from the double doors. He uses the smoke as his own cover. He'll get out of that. And in the meantime, Mezzi has taken Donk away from the server, and there's only 45 seconds left. Spirit are going nowhere. Vitality have a brick wall erected, and Team Spirit cannot break through.
Yeah, this has been so impressive the way Vitality has just dominated this map from the CT side. This is back-to-back rounds where Team Spirit can't even do anything, can't even take the first step of map control. And once again, you have to save. Zontix and Shiro just going to let the clock run out. There's nothing, there's no options. Just a comprehensive victory for Vitality on Dust 2 thus far. They'll have 6 chances to close out this map.
And it's got a feeling like it might just be the first chance taken, because Vitality are looking perfect. They've managed to take any sort of momentum, any sting out of the usual concoction of energy that Team Spirit have. You know, if you see Donk getting aggressive, going for his moves, there's been no chance to do any of that right now for Spirit.
It feels like Spirit's called like a kind of a pocket tactic with this B focus round, like these last 2. They've really wanted to pull this off, and it just keeps getting taken away from them. Vitality this time, after 2 rounds of aggression, won't go back to it. Long control for Spirit.
Magic's charging out first. Flashes are good to keep those Vitality players at bay around the corner. There's finally some space to play with for Team Spirit.
Yeah, the emphasis was more towards B in middle with ZywOo in that position. 3 players kind of crossed over, so they didn't want to fight out towards long. They'll let them have that control.
But once again, it's every Spirit player together. They're in this together at long, all 5.
It's a lack of utility more than anything. There's the smoke that's going to cover the cross. They're going to see if there's any kind of counter flashes coming through it. They'll walk up measured. They don't mind that Vitality knows what's coming.
Oh, through the smoke, good spam from Apex. That is Magic's down early, and Spirit have to play the rest of this with a 4v5 deficit. Mezzi's pushed through tunnels, all the information he requires, and now that rotation can start to come in. Vitality will have players close to this A-bomb site, and another one through the smoke. That's Donk dead. Spirit surely will fall now on Dust 2.
Yeah, well, the Vitality has the rest of the map as well. They're going to stream up Catwalk. There's nothing for Spirit to do. No Molotovs to hold them at bay. No smokes to give them cover. Vitality is going to rip this map out of their hands.
Chopper lies in wait alone, but eventually he will fall, and it's close to being Apex to close it out. Chopper just sitting in the smoke. They found him now, and Chopper eventually goes down. Apex will have thought long and hard about this day. The day where he challenges Donk, the day where they fight Team Spirit, and it's 1 map up in a comfortable fashion.
Let's go, boys. Attention. City again. Wait, blind. Let's work. 2, 1. One dead. One more B. One more
I don't see B. I don't see B.
Flash dance. Let's go. 41 dead. Side. I body. Side in front. Between mid guys. Side. I body window. Head long. From the window. Okay, come with us, William. Short one. I will nade him.
Guys, go too short, and if they don't push, you push them.
Maybe base speed, let's
Wait, shot.
Shot.
Shot. Nice, Anon. Nice, William.
Let's
Fucking
go, boys.
amazing, mate. Will. I love you, Will.
The Hive arrive with a sting in their tails. It's Vitality to take home their home turf of Dust 2, completely icing out Spirit on their T side, which is all the more easier, Matthew, when you have a ZywOo in this fashion turning up to stage.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to enter evidence number 1, of course, Exhibit A. ZywOo murdering Donk live on air in Dallas. This was not something that I had prefaced. It's not something that I see coming. I thought that it would be the other way around. I thought that Donk would come in with an incredible gusto and aggression to the server takeover. He had a great start, but then we started to see an aspect of him we are not really familiar with, which is frustration. He was very animated, gesturing around, being pushed, not understanding why things aren't clicking. And on the other end of that spectrum, welcome to the games, ZywOo. It's great to see you in Dallas. Holy shit, that was a good game from him.
We're watching Spirit 3-0, then it goes 4-1. You're thinking, oh wow, they're in a really good position. The pistol round looks pretty cool. They had a nice setup on B. But what happens after that? You know, Vitality win around, they start getting a little bit of momentum, and Spirit, it's the same vanilla stuff, both sides. On their CT side, they're not really changing anything up. They're getting punished by these mid to Bs. It's like it's protocol from 10 years ago, I remember, 2014. If they're going mid to B, you can't sit there on the side of 2 people. You have to do something. And it feels very reminiscent of the FaZe G2 game, where it's like the team with the dynamic CT sides, moving around, changing the setups, getting the reads, getting aggressive up middle. We saw Spirit do that. Donk got up middle in one of the rounds.
Exactly.
They win that round. They play passive all the other rounds, they get crushed.
That's what I was going to say. They did showcase they could play in Vitality's face, and there was a round that was very illustrative. They had this whole mid control, and then Vitality fell like dominoes. But what they couldn't do is play passive and then reactively figure out what is it that they have to do. And Vitality really put them in the dust with that. When Vitality had to play passive, you had moves coming over. You had Spinks pushing long. You had Mezzi pushing tunnel. When they felt uncomfortable, they had movement to reclaim information, and they made life very easy for them.
Even in that Kidia play action thing, we saw that. You know, Vitality's in a 3 versus 4, and they're calling like, how are they going to play that round? And we're seeing, I think it was Flamesy saying, hey, we're going to go and we're going to move here, and then if they're not here, then we're going to push through. So they had like, okay, this is the first plan, and if they're not here, if then statement, they're going to do this next play. And we didn't really see that from Spirit at all. It was just like, we sit here and we just hope that they come into our perfect setup. If they do anything else other than that, we have no answers for it.
Okay, so what's the story of round 4, Matthew? Because this comes off the back of Spirit winning the pistol, converting the next 2.
Well, I think it's also about spacing. You wanted to talk about it too as well. When Shiro gets a little bit caught off guard, we're going to go. I think these were the first good signs coming out of Vitality.
Yeah, so we're basically seeing that it's a 4 versus 3 for Vitality. Shiro's in a pretty good setup here. He catches one, spots them. He's able to reposition. He's going to re-peek, get a kill. And this is the bomb dropping. You know, there's 30 seconds left. The bomb's dropped into CT spawn smoke.
And
There's
this was such a good
3-on-3
moment
now.
for Vitality to panic, right? This could have been a moment where you could have lost in chaos, and they actually get away with it.
They're able to go get the bomb and get out, and you're thinking like, oh my god, like Team Spirit, like they're staying a step ahead of them. Bombs dropped in spawn because he went close to the wall instead of scaling at the back, and you're thinking like, oh my god, Spirit's gonna run away with this game. And then this was like, I think, the start of kind of the turnaround of everything else happening after.
I agree. I don't think it's much more about the analytical side of that clip. It's a key turning point for Vitality to stay calm, because this would have been an incredibly frustrating round. It's already 0-3. You have the number advantage. The bomb falls into CT spawn. You can imagine how people must be screaming around on the vocal trying to figure out the plan. Wow, the fact that they exactly time. I have the bomb. This is how chaotic it must have been. The fact that they were able to get away with it, still win. In terms of nerves, huge win at the very beginning.
Yeah, and a key turning point just looking at that half in isolation, right? Vitality then come out on top. They managed to get 7 rounds to 5 of Spirit. Then we go into an era where Zyro has some attitude, right? Like, he's showing a little bit more confidence, and I love this.
Oh, please give that to me in a shot glass so I can throw it down my throat. Please. The gusto coming in from Zaiwu. A little bit of pizzazz, attitude. Round 14, 3 HP, getting crazy out there. We hadn't seen that in quite a while. I hadn't seen him have these moments, and this is a great example. Vitality, you see the scoreline, 7-6, very tight. Zaiwu gets tacked down to 8 HP, and at this point in time, he should play safe. That's what the playbook would suggest, but then you go ahead and you break the rules. There's a bit of chaos, commotion happening with Messi aggressing, and Zaiwu in his 8 little tiny HP trusts his timing, hears the comment from Chopper, jumps from behind and grabs a double kill. And this is huge. It changes the whole game, it changes the whole half. From this moment on, Vitality is in control, and this is a single-handedly miracle given from Zaiwu to Apex.
And it was Vitality losing both pistol rounds, actually, force buying in both round 2s, and that was the second half, second force buy, and to be that aggressive with 8 HP there, I think an accumulation of all these sorts of rounds that are slipping away from Team Spirit is got in their heads. Donk slamming the desk, as you pointed out. These are things that... the other thing to add on to that is that you were talking about how they were calm and everything for the side of Vitality. Mezzi, on pistol round, was shooting at his teammate, jump scared. He can see them. They're going down middle and lower B at the same time, see each other through the walls with the teammate X-ray on, and still shoots at his teammate like jump scared. To go from that into being so composed in the second half, getting multi-kill after multi-kill, just flicking between heads, it's incredible to see the composure kept.
And this is what I mean by feedback loop, right? It's easier to remain calm when you're winning rounds, and that's why some of the examples we've shown you at home are key moments, the very beginning of the game. Some of these W's you put in your bag that help you relax a little bit, because the qualities within Vitality, just from a tactical perspective, were here too. The setups were different, they were aggressive on the CT side, they had many different ways of hanging around. In fact, they predicted where Spirit would be and not the other way around. Vitality always had the right amount of players, they had 3B when it was needed, they had Spinks pushing long, Messi pushing tunnel. They were the one sort of making sure that they knew exactly what's going to happen.
Well, to shift away from that, I guess, a little bit, is that Spirit hasn't really shown much on Dust 2.
That's fair.
So they had all the opportunity to kind of do whatever they wanted. They could have done aggressive pushes, like with having Donk going up mid and Shiro off cat. They could have done all sorts of weird pushes and through B tunnels, through anywhere on their CT side. They didn't. They chose to be vanilla. Same thing going into their T side. They can do whatever they want. They're, in the last few rounds of the game, taking attack timeout to call a 5-man B hit. They wait 1 minute and 10 seconds on one of these rounds. Vitality clears the whole map. Spinks gets behind them and flanks them. They're still waiting to go tunnels, but they're locked out. One player at B for like an entire minute, just recycling a smoke, a molly there. And what that's your depth. You don't reclear, you don't put any fake pressure. Like, that's what you're showing us right now. You've had all this time to do whatever you wanted, and they would have no preparation for you.
Josh, give me one name. Donk, Zaiwu, who came out on top?
Well, Zaiwu came out on top.
And is, of course, a United States Air Force aim high, and aptly so after the performance on map number 1. Matthew, just to pick your brain a little bit, you were a little bit cautious about the CT side of Vitality. Did this quell any nerves for you?
Yeah, 100%, because also people have to realize prior to this semi-final beginning, Zaiwu had a 1.05 rating on the CT side in Dallas for a 1.50. That's 1.50 on his T side. There was an incredibly stark contrast. He was struggling on the CT side, he wasn't finding opening kills, he also had notoriously low pistol round ratings, which are usually moments where he shines. And I feel like here, that T side kind of helped him get in the zone. And once we moved over to CT, he was armed and he had all the assets that he usually showcases for Vitality. AWP, opening kills being found, being daring. This is the ZywOo that is the best player in the world. This version, this in one map. Now, I know there's a context and it's just a map, but we had a bit of a remembering of what it can be.
How does that prepare us for Mirage? This is Spirit's pick, and Vitality, they have to be starting on the CT side of this one.
Yeah, so the way I'll frame it is that from a Counter-Strike perspective, Spirit is going to be much better, much stronger. Everything they do is going to have more rhythm to it, better protocols and all of that. I'm going to shift away from the Counter-Strike for a second, and I'm going to ask the question, how do they feel after getting spanked around on Dust 2? That's the first map they lose in Dallas. They hadn't lost a single map. They came in here absolute sovereign when it comes to Counter-Strike. Now, what does the team talk about? Magic's words in interviews talking about sometimes we have pressure, we get angry, we get frustrated, we have to stay in the moment, control our emotions. That didn't happen on Dust 2.
Absolutely not.
Donk is not super massive, but he slapped the hell out of that desk. We saw the camera moving.
Oh, he made the camera bounce.
He made the camera bounce. So where do you take that energy with you moving on to Mirage, even though I think they're clearly a better team than Vitality?
Yeah, you're going into Mirage. It's definitely Spirit's better map, and it's their map pick. They should be winning it. But to have this kind of a warm-up game for Team Vitality where they get to kind of go into it, shake off whatever nerves they might have had, build their confidence back up. That means that Apex is going to maybe be clear-minded with his calls. It means people are going to be a little bit more free-flowing. They're not going to be as afraid to take risks. And we saw what happened with ZywOo taking a risk, pushing through Cat there. If they're able to continue this, it's going to be really good for Vitality on the side of Spirit. They need to come in with a complete mental reset. So right now, Vitality needs to keep this momentum going, and Spirit needs to say, like, this is the first map of, you know, like a BO3, and we just need to 2-0 them. Because if they carry any of this baggage in from this last game or from whatever was happening in previous events where they're, you know, letting all this pressure and other things fester, that's going to crush them here. They need to go back, and we've seen them on Mirage, and we see how aggressive they are and how they can fight around.
We know.
And it is a very different style of playing that we saw, you know, between Mirage and Dust 2. So we're going to see a much better version of Spirit. And if they can't bring that, if they're too held up on this last map, man, that's not going to be good for them.
Is that a Josh guarantee? We are seeing a better Spirit on Mirage.
Well, I mean, it's not a guarantee.
How can he guarantee that to you?
It's as close to it. Like, if I was on the stage with them, maybe I could guarantee it. But like, you would hope to expect. Like, that's what their expectations are. Whether or not they can deliver that is all on their mental. It's nothing about game plan, preparation, about their individual skill or anything. It's about, can they just shake this off and move on to the next game?
How should Spirit be attacking this T side then, if we know Vitality starting CT, which can be a little bit shaky, right?
Well, in general, I will say that Apex is a relatively easy target to single out. He plays the connector position, and we know it is, let's just say, debatable whether or not you would want to have him being in that position. He's been clear about it. He thinks that he is needed in order for moves to happen on the map, for decisions to be made. I can accept that part of the equation. The problem is there are key moments where if an A execute is coming in, he's going to give away his life. Like, literally, there are moves that are incoherent. You could call them the IGL syndrome or whatever. Maybe he's on his own head. Also, we know the Counter-Strike he wants to play.
Yeah.
So honestly, if I'm Spirit, I'm just trying to focus on the A side. I'm trying to make sure I can have my A executes every now and then. They know they can do it. Change a little bit, mid-pressure, go back to the A side. The Apex Flamesy situation there can be a bit complicated.
Well, Vitality 1-0 up in this semi-final, but Spirit's pick of Mirage is on the horizon. We're going to be jumping into it after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
look who finally decided to show up.
Re-emerged in Malta, 10th of May versus FaZe Clan.
Yeah, 50 frags in front of 100 people. Vindication.
2 cases of fraud at IEM Katowice, 1 case of nuclear fraud, Copenhagen Major, impersonating an MVP at EPL Season 19.
How do you explain this, huh?
I don't know. I just didn't play my game.
This is an interrogation, not a fucking sideline interview.
What happened, mate? A few too many red wines the night before? Something a little bit harder?
We should drug test him. Like, piss in a cup right here. Well, then again, he'd probably get stage fright.
He'd probably shit himself.
You Warpers, you think Emmanuel Macron's gonna waltz in here and pick you up on Esports 1. But despite the pandering, the only Counter-Strike he knows is dealing with a shithole of an airport.
Well. Another day, another duo trying to harass my client. Now, I'm not going to bore you with studies talking about air quality and its effect on French superstars. I think the numbers speak for themselves. But what about Copenhagen? He's got very good air. I'm gonna stop you right here. It's come to my attention that at the major, my client here was placed into accommodations next to these 2 men. Now, it is my belief that my client here, sharing the same ventilation system as these 2 individuals, he could have inhaled any number of illicit substances during his stay, thus making his reaction time and decision-making impossible to optimize versus FaZe. Now, as for EPL, I know usually we don't talk about Pro League, but I just say this. There is a reason why we call studio events Mickey Mouse Cups. Now, if that'll be all, my client and I have dinner plans. You come in? You have 7 at Dozia. I got us a nice Pinot.
Okay. Au revoir.
Have the boys pick up that lawyer on the way home. That amount of glazing is suspicious.
Shall I get a warrant for Vitality's team comms?
Yeah, but wait for playoffs.
Well, the countdown begins to get into our second map of this semi-final. We've got Team Vitality and Team Spirit, and we've got Mirage, Jason. And Team Spirit better hope that they can bounce back into this. Otherwise, it's going to be quite a comfortable day at the office for Vitality.
Yeah, they better wake up. They looked lost, they looked confused, they looked uncomfortable on Dust 2, but they get to switch over to their map pick. Mirage up next. 10 seconds till we get live, and Spirit looking to fight back in these semi-finals. This all-awaited matchup, Vitality, Spirit, Dunk, ZywOo, Chopper, Apex. It's all gonna come to a head here on map number 2. Vitality gonna be starting on the CT side, defending against the Spirit attack.
And this should be a more comfortable map for Team Spirit. They didn't look like they really had it in them on Dust 2, but we know what they can do in Mirage. We've seen it so many times before. And Chopper, he'll start with some utility. Smoke flash, the rest on Kevlar for a squad. We'll see what kind of idea they have here. He didn't call a great T-side on Dust 2 at all.
They really got caught. I mean, Vitality had them playing their game throughout the entirety of the first map. Spirit need to find a way to set the tone early here on Mirage. Window Smoke is going to deny information over to ZywOo, shooting through, trying to find something. Shiro with the pick, that would go a long way. This is all trying to sell an eventual B hit, and it's working.
It's actually drawing ZywOo away. He's focused more on the A-bomb side, but they realize no one's moving forward. But Shiro, he cuts through Apex. Second shot's incredible out towards CT. But it's all about this B play. And Spinks and Flames have not moved. They still stand and fight, but eventually overrun by Dog. And that ball will go down. 3v2 now. A retake is needed from Vitality.
What can ZywOo create? Nobody's giving him any fights. Donk just waiting, biding his time. Flames gonna step up to the window. Here's the footstep, a little bit awkward. Donk goes down, but he's got one towards Catwalk.
Yeah, quick flick out towards ZywOo. So it's all on Flames to win this one. And he's worried about a player slipping past. He has no info on the whereabouts of the remaining forces of Spirit, and Magix will cut him out. It is Team Spirit with the first round of the T side.
Yeah, nice pistol. Now they did win a pistol round on Dust 2, then lost the ensuing second round, so they've got to be very careful in this one. You don't want to hit that speed bump yet again in back-to-back maps. Vitality not investing just yet, but there's the scout pie from ZywOo, MP9 on Mezzi. They are bringing in weapons. Good pistol from Shiro.
Those 6 shots, especially this one up to a CT. Starting to look like a ZywOo clip from that position with a P250. This force spy is well underway for Vitality. They've got 2 in the underpass already. Flames playing towards Palace. Zoltix there to defend any sort of push from Flames.
Mezzi and Spinks are going to have to make a move. They're doing it just now. Going to start peering up the stairs and seeing that it's entirely clear. But they're so far away from rotating back to the A bomb site that it just won't matter.
Looks like they're ready to go on this ramp play as well. That smoke has faded. Now Flames is in such a tough position. If he gets split on, so he goes aggressive, and it's a good play. Takes out Zoltix, goes back to fight Tetris, and does damage onto that Jewel. It is Vitality that won the first 3 kills of this round, but Shiro is trying to keep them back in this. And it is Shiro and Dog, the 2 players you want in this situation for Spirit.
Yeah, but look at this. Mezzi lurk up towards ramp. Vitality's just sitting patiently. They're buying time for him to get a little bit closer. Low HP. These MP9s are going to chew them up. There goes Shiro, and Donk's left alone.
This is a clutch that he can win. It's absolutely in his wheelhouse, but the jump up from Spinks, that MP9 will drop him, and Vitality back to it with a force buy again.
It's deja vu to the previous map. Team Spirit losing the second round again. That's got to be so deflating. What do you even do now? Flames' play is fine, but the fact that ZywOo gets this, Spinks adds in a kill as well. What a disaster for Spirit.
Chopper clearing out in towards underpass that Tech 9. No aggression this time for Vitality. They have a better read of what they're going up against. They don't want to give any easy fights on over to some of these weaker weapons. Not too far off on the spam through that wood onto Zoltix with Spinks.
So they've got Chopper in a position towards the underpass, close towards mid. Donk, Shiro, and Magix are going to come all the way back around. Window smoke is going to give them a little bit of cover. They've only got 1 smoke left, Spirit, to use for the rest of this round. That's in the hands of Shiro.
Ooh, good grenade. Zoltix eats that shrapnel. And Spirit will gather outside of this B-bomb site. Smoke comes in, that cuts off a lot of time here for Team Spirit, but they are going to group up regardless. They want to try and get their way through this B side to get a bomb plant at least. Mezzi starts to spam and comes away with a kill on Zoltix. A nightmare round for Zoltix, but now Team Spirit go. They charge on in. Mezzi changes up his position and deals with these pistols and deals with this threat. Mezzi is not stopping. He is shutting everybody down and is on for the ace now. It's just Magix that eludes him, and Mezzi, he will get his chance. Misses that shot, giving him the opportunity, and Mezzi's got all 5. That'll fire him up. That'll give him a lot of confidence. It's up against the force for the side of Spirit, but it's still very clean from Mezzi.
Yeah, Flames at Apex really making sure Mezzi gets hyped up after that. Really making sure he feels the impact of what he just did. Good, well put together round, very mobile, utilizing his teammate, taking attention away. Mezzi's just perfect here at the B-bomb site.
And this is a player that has been pretty quiet at points for Vitality, even in their trophies that they won when he initially came into the team. He wasn't always the player standing up at the top. He's had a lot of criticism going his way, some people even calling for a change.
It was another one of those roster changes that came in and it was like, oh, this is going to be incredible based off the way he was playing in Fnatic, but it hasn't kind of coalesced the way they would have liked. But certainly when you see him having good games, you can understand the logic behind it and the potential that's still there.
Yeah, a big playoff game in here in Dallas would certainly go a long way in terms of taking Team Spirit out of the competition. Mezzi starting to clean up again, finally overrun by that Glock. And another Glock kill this time from Shiro. So 2 players in Vitality fall, but Spinks makes sure that it's not going to get out of hand. And Zoltix has accomplished the main goal here for Team Spirit, which is getting that bomb planted.
Yeah, 2 kills in a bomb plant, that ain't bad for Spirit. Let's see how they approach the gun rounds. The all-important AKs come up next. Vitality is up 3-1. Plenty of money in the bank. ZywOo can even buy an AWP, drop that M4 over if he wants to get the weapon out early. And it's time now for Spirit to show us they can put together a T-side here in Dallas in the playoffs.
On the Choppers calling to combat that of Apex. We haven't seen this head-to-head. I think sometimes we forget that Team Spirit are still a very inexperienced roster when it comes to these big playoff games. Sure, they won in Katowice, and that sets our expectations so high, but you're going up against Vitality now in the arena, and this is a team that have been in countless playoffs. Chopper's going to have to be on the back foot here. Dig his team out of it. Donk plays in towards ramp. He's alone here. Zoltix and Palace, the closest player with him, and now joining him will be Shiro over towards A. So 3 players from Team Spirit positioned outside of ramp.
And the bomb site's wide open for Spirit if they want to waltz in. They don't know it quite yet, but there's no defense actually at the A site. Vitality's put all the emphasis on a mid-trap. There's a little bit of insanity out of Apex, and it's worked exactly like designed. Emphasize the mid defense, eliminate half of the attack, and then address the bomb site.
Climbing up is Donk to clear out Apex at the bottom of the stairs. He eventually gets that kill, but he sustains quite a bit of damage from Apex. 4v3, Vitality still favored in this round, but Team Spirit have a chance now to get into the site, but Utility is dropping, and once again, there's a flank around the backside. It's Flames entering the back of the ramp. Shiro will fall again. Bomb down, second kill from Flames, and it is Team Spirit that fall apart. Vitality just shatter their T-side round.
Team Spirit look a little confused and hesitant. It's like they have the bomb site, but they're waiting so long to do anything with it. They're like confused that they're not having the fights in front of them whatsoever, and it just stalls them out. They're not getting the comfort of some of the kills. And then you get this from Apex.
And that just shows you how confident Vitality are right now.
Yeah, Magix, he just shrugged his head. He's like, all right, that's the kind of Counter-Strike we're going to play today? Cool.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, the thing about Team Spirit is that Katowice, they had so much momentum, right? They just come off the back of their first event win before the player break into Christmas. And then they came out of that, then the first event was Katowice, and they just had a great group stage. They beat some big teams, and there was a lot of confidence going through. A lot of teams were fearing them, and maybe didn't have as much preparation on the squad. But now Team Spirit are coming in, and they don't have the Donk who's having the best performance ever. They don't have the momentum behind them, and this is a Team Spirit that if they win this today, they're going to have to do it out of the bottom of the barrel all the way back to the top, and that's going to have to be some deep digging from Chopper.
He's going to have to get some play calls going in to get his boys some energy. Donk's going to lead the way with an AK-47. Let's see what he can do with it. The sole rifle on the Team Spirit side. Maybe he can create you a miracle. Maybe he can just do economic damage. But he'll be given all the freedom in the world, and Zywoo handles him.
Yeah, handles Donk without issue. Zywoo shutting him down. Donk can't get involved in this round whatsoever. And Team Spirit, once again, a deficit they have to play with.
That's a sick kill for Zywoo to find, because Donk is baiting for that exact fight. He's just waiting behind the smoke. And Zywoo's still able to adjust. Flames is going to be out in the open, a little bit dangerous. Gets into cover with the shot of the P250 sailing past. And there goes the AK again, hitting the deck. Zontix is going to try and recover it.
Big shot from Zontix. Goes out with a deagle, not short. It's stopped by Spinks in response in a 2v4. Team Spirit do not have any hope in getting into this one. It is going to be a 5-1 start from Vitality on Team Spirit's map pick. And we are yet to see a T-side really start in the semi-final for Spirit. It's Dust 2, it was Misery over there. Now we head into Mirage. We thought it's going to be way better for them, a lot more comfortable, and it just isn't that story right now.
And that's what makes the start of this so heartbreaking for them, because, I mean, winning a pistol, winning the second round, getting a little bit, like, you know, playing from the front, those are all things you'd love to do coming off of a really rough Dust 2, but they stumble yet again. Magix taken down by Flames. The spam in return doesn't get the job done. Finally, Shiro finds a kill over towards Catwalk. Mezzi swings. Damage would be lovely. And can't tap away at the head. There's no time. No time for the plants. And Shiro's going to try and bail out. Zywoo, oh, kills him just before time. Just before the time runs out. 4-round lead.
Chopper to charge out mid. Yet to get a kill is old Chop. Look behind those top mid boxes. It's going to heat up with that molly dropping in towards him, but only for 5.5 seconds. It'll fade away. Doesn't inflict any damage on Spirit just yet.
Different look on the defense this time.
ZywOo again, challenging Donk, and this time it's Donk that wins that battle. And that opens up some space into this B-bomb site. They'll charge forward, Donk will filter in, and Chopper takes in short.
Yeah, well, if you can find Chopper and or Magix in middle right now, in con, that would be huge for Vitality, because at the moment, they're not even considering going for this retake. ZywOo fell way too quick. And they're just saying no point to risk it, but if they can find a couple of these kills, all of a sudden it might motivate them to move forward.
Oh, ladder room fight. Chopper couldn't quite win it. Flames is taking damage. Zontics fends him off, and that should now confirm that Vitality are just going to back off and save their weapons. Mezzi's pinned in window at the moment. He knows that Chopper's up in that ladder room. So Mezzi drops out of window, down into mid, takes the risk of maybe exposing himself to this Donk fight, and Donk is staying committed to that fight, and Spinks will out-duel him.
I think Donk is doing a heat check in that round, trying to get a little bit warmed up. Maybe might feel like his aim is a little bit off.
Mezzi's coming up. He could actually take some big weapons out of their hands here. Shiro, he goes down. Second kill up for grabs, and Zontics will pick up the AWP.
Not bad for Vitality, all things considered. A couple of exit kills on the way out. But Team Spirit are going to be pleased with that one. Opening kill provided by Donk, and that was the round at the B-bomb site. So Vitality changed the defense, give them a new look, and they love that. Five to 2.
Zontics canceled out at ramp. Apex close to taking Chopper down through that smoke. Chopper activates with a flash. He'll peek on the other side of the smoke, sees nothing in the window, or smokes it himself. Now Zontics really trying to apply pressure out of ramp. He wants to fight in towards ticket box, and he spots the jumping of Flames, who gathers that information and passes it on to Mezzi, who will play in from behind that firebox and hope that he can pick up some success from this. Chopper brings down Apex, but remember, Mezzi is still in a powerful position that they are yet to detect. Finally, they go back to check it. Donk considers and goes in to the headshot on Mezzi. A 3v2 still. Magix needs to win this duel in ladder room, and with Shiro picking up Spinks, it is all on ZywOo, and he will miss the jump into the window.
Broke his ankles, and now he's got a long way to traverse to save the op. Magix.
He's got to surely. Magix should be able to take ZywOo out, but he's so fast on the sniper. Magix will fall, and ZywOo will be given the mercy of a save call. And that's sick from Donk to go back to that kill on Mezzi.
Well, you realize that not everything's been cleared out, and I mean that's a round that feels much more like Spirit was comfortable with. While we saw them previously, Vitality had given up the bomb site, and they seemed like they got stalled out due to the lack of fights. This is what Spirit loves. This is what Donk thrives in. Is this kind of a round, progressing, taking space, looking for fight after fight. They get everything they wanted, secure the bomb site, and it's a third round. And now money is going to start being an issue for Vitality. 2 in a row for Spirit.
Perhaps this is where finally Spirit will be able to build up some success. String some momentum together on the T side for a strong finish. And Vitality have decided they want to stop that as quickly as possible, so they've gone for a timeout. The Kilowatt case. And it's as disappointing as always. Better luck next time.
Per usual. Well, this is Vitality talking things through. Ever since this op came out in ZywOo's hands, they've lost a couple of rounds in a row. They had him positioned at the B bomb site, taken out by Donk early. Last round ineffective during the execute from Spirit. Vitality's fully invested with everything they've got left. And Spirit finally building into these semifinals. 2 rounds back.
Shiro tossing solo utility out middle, but he'll join the rest of his forces in what is about to be a very simple call from Team Spirit. Apex will drift over anticipating this play through ramp. ZywOo has his eyes set on the extremities, and that is a big swing from Flames. He gets a double, he cuts right through Spirit's attack, but ZywOo climbs up on top, and he has got tastes of Donk in back-to-back rounds, and that AK-47 is outmatching the sniper, and Donk is not stopping. Team Spirit's elegant murderer is finally put in the ground, and it's Spinks left in a 1v2, and this is a round that is doable because Spirit have not put that bomb down yet.
No, but he's lost track of Zontix, who's wrapping around through CT spawn. He's going to be coming around through jungle hole. Spinks has an indication. He gets a sixth sense. He might be able to pull it off. Oh! Zontix wins it out, shuts down the clutch, and now they've broken Vitality.
That was a big initial kill from Flames. He swoops out, takes 2 down on that initial attack, and Spirit's still able to recover it.
I love this from Flames. Disruptive in your face, not letting you progress, but the follow-up from Donk is beautiful. Takes down ZywOo again and then leaps across the stairs for another. And timeout called by Spirit. They've had issues in these rounds against low economy, against weaker buys. Lost 2 second rounds so far in this series. Dropping one here would be crippling. You can't hit another wall at this junction in the game. Vitality gonna have investment, a couple MP9s on Spirit, or excuse me, on Spinks and Flames. Deagle's picked up around it. So a few weapons to make this dangerous. Fast towards mid though for Spirit. They're gonna swing out with weapon advantages.
Grenade lands onto the head of Flames, who charges out through the underpass. He's quick about this, and Magic's in turning back, and finally he'll hear those steps and he'll address the problem. Magic swoops 2 away. Mezzi with the deagle, cracks open Donk. This round is still up for grabs for Vitality, given the damage they've done to Magix. And if Mezzi is able to slip behind the fire and the flames to get another out of this deagle, well, it could have opened up the chance further for Vitality, but Zontix is able to stand tall.
Magix was so well in control in that situation, dropping the nade, spotting the push, then he goes to make sure he's not getting crunched from B-holes before turning around to address it. Nicely shot from Apex, but there's nothing left to do. All tied up at 5.
Finally some life chasing in Team Spirit. We've waited a long time in this series to finally get the Team Spirit we were expecting to see on the stage. They got the fast pass to the semifinals, and that conversation's always been there about, is it better to get the warm-up game in the quarterfinal then get into the semifinals? And I think they started very slow on map 1, but perhaps this period of time on the T side of Mirage has finally allowed Spirit to warm up.
An unusual slow start for Spirit on that first map, but doing a lot to put that behind him now. Rattling off plenty of rounds in a row, 4 in a row now for Spirit. Offense is rolling. Shiro, narrow miss.
Magic's towards Mezzi at this B-bomb site. Grenade is going to go a little too deep. Magix has no issue in dealing with that, so he'll just stand in his comfortable spot in the apartments. Be careful, Flames is charging up middle. Shiro has adjusted his crosshair to watch for that. And into his gaze, Flames will run, and he is gone out of the round. But Mezzi makes sure that Vitality trade effectively. But Donk has moved out ramp. He climbs piece by piece up Tetris. Apex coming back to try and watch out this A play, but he walks into the open, and Zontix removes him. In-game leader for Vitality down. And Donk is now freed up for the fight on Mezzi, and he can't get through connector. It is ZywOo on the other side of the map, not involved in this fight for Vitality. And the money is not in a position to even think about attempting a retake and a clutch here. So ZywOo has to save, and Team Spirit head into the lead.
Yeah, Vitality, I mean, you do a great job in middle with that kind of a push. All things considered, kind of caught out in the open in that fashion. Your main aggression picked off by Shiro, but at what cost do you kind of hold on to it? You give Donk so much room over at the A bomb site, and he will not be shy about stepping into that space. Magix is certainly going to find ZywOo at the end of the day. Nice and easy. A 5-round run at the end of the first half.
Donk now tops the charts for Team Spirit, up to 12 kills. He can start to get going. The semi-final becomes a lot more difficult for Vitality. ZywOo has been silenced. Flames has been dropped low. And he goes in for that fight, but he is taken out. And Shiro makes sure that it's even trading in mid this time for Spirit.
Yeah, and he just has to be patient. He's got Magix and underpass. Oh, good fight. Now Magix is going to pounce. Oh, misses his shot, though. This is so awkward. All of a sudden, it slips away. Shiro can't transfer over. And Apex puts a stop to the run right at the end. 6-6 into halftime. Semifinals continue here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Dallas, you want to see a third map? Do you want to see Anubis? Spirit might just take us there, baby. They're looking warmed up finally into this. A good opening half, 6 rounds on the T side. And now they get to sit back and wait for Vitality's attack. And pissed around towards the B bomb site, it appears. Magix is going to have dualies and get himself nice and comfortable. Off angle, he's got Zontix in support.
Zontex can take that initial shot, draw their attention towards the player within the site and set up Magix. He only gets one. Zontex now plays it Jill. He's cleaned out without a single kill thanks to Spinks, who has opened up this site for Vitality. Bomb is going down, and Team Spirit hanging around. They want to go for this retake. They want to be able to get back into this round and fight for the pistol in the second half. They're not given chances by Vitality. No one is overstepping their mark. Donk has got to go and find these fights, and he gets close to the first. Donk takes Flames down. Shiro swiftly in, and Donk is inevitable as he comes back in on this retake. The King must clutch. He's found himself a low HP Donk in front of him, but that defuse tap creates pressure. And Messi will try to peek it, but he doesn't have the angle to stop that defuse. He's got to go through Donk, and he can't get Chopper. But time, yet again, Chopper's going to hold that defuse. Is it going to be his time? No, not again. Team Spirit run out of time.
Not even close. Nice patience from Messi in the 1v2. Good shooting from Donk as well on the retake, coming in low HP, gooshed up after the first engagement, but really clears things out for his team. Only so much you can do in the clutch though. 7-6. No second round investment from Spirit. They'll stand pat.
Vitality certainly have had the better starts to the halves. Even when Team Spirit have won pistol rounds, they've lost the force in the second. And this round should be rather comfortable for Vitality. And if they go into the A-bomb site, which it looks like they're going to, this is the best chance for Team Spirit to inflict some damage.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. There is a Deagle in play. There is a P250, a little bit of a dink, clean up. Oh, Donk can't turn. Good spam. ZywOo neutralizes him and trades the whole way through before this MAC-10 can give all the advantages over to Flames and Vitality.
Yeah, he gets away with the Galil for a second, but ZywOo hunts Chopper down towards Connector, gets rid of him. And Vitality, they did sustain quite a lot of damage to those pistols. Regardless, though, it is an 8-6 scoreline now for Vitality in the lead. The buy is in for Team Spirit. Shiro will have the AWP on the CT side.
He's gonna miss utilities, missing armor with it as well to force that AWP out as fast as possible. Let's see if they can slow down Vitality, get going on the CT side pretty quick. Shiro takes the AWP in towards the window room. ZywOo flames Mezzi heading to mid with Apex.
Zontex peeking out, not clean in that first attempt. It's ZywOo that has taken Donk out of the round. Grenade will search and find Flames. It's an important trade to come in from Zontex, especially after losing Donk in the initial engagement.
Oh, he repositions though. Oh, Apex might have been able to see that. I don't know if he actually spotted it. Zontex is going to stick around over.
Seems like he's focused on it.
Yeah, it seems like he has an idea.
ZywOo alive on 1 health. Barely clinging on to this mortal realm, and Mezzi straight through window. It is Zontex that is taken out. Spirit down 2 players.
That's a big find. It's going to make Spinks a little bit more frisky. Hiding in the smoke up in the B halls at the moment, waiting for an opportunity as that fades to start peering into the B bomb site. Spirit shifting, trying to make an educated guess on where this finish is going to be, and they might just guess correctly. Oh, Vitality's in trouble.
They're about to walk in to a trifecta of death between Chopper, Magix, and Shiro.
And this is, I mean, this is desperation from Spirit. This is them saying, we've lost the map. We need to just kind of stack up and hope and pray that they come to us, and it's actually worked out perfectly for them.
Chopper will get his fight soon. Apex to round this corner, but timing for Chopper, he better be looking the right way. He now spots out Apex. He will ready his forces for this attack, but he overextends. Mezzi rips his head off. Shiro's stuck. He's stuck in the ninja, and he'll still land shots. Shiro is on another level. Organized violence, and Mezzi now in the clutch, this time against Magix. This will put Vitality up to 9. This would break Team Spirit's money. And Magix is getting ever closer, and Mezzi will fall. Magix is so cool in the clutch.
But shout out to Shiro. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and nails every shot he has to. That is some beautiful AWP work from Shiro.
The shot out towards Connector is just so perfect. The jump up, he dies to Mezzi, but Magic slinks on down to close out that 1v1.
And man, Spinks played that flank so perfectly. You couldn't have played or timed it better. Just outclassed by one of the best offers.
And that's with Donk going down first. He had to sit there and watch the rest of the screens. And it must feel nice to rely upon the hero in Shiro. And 7 rounds now ring out for Team Spirit. Vitality in an uncomfortable spot with their purchase. And this could even out the game. In fact, if Team Spirit win this round, it should push them into the lead.
Yeah, they should be able to overtake Vitality if they're able to take it. Zontic's going to back up into ladder room. Flames and Mezzi have just swung out towards the mid boxes. Vitality's got to be really careful with their utility usage. Any disruptions from Spirit could be devastating. They don't have a lot. That's going to help. An early pick to open up the middle of the map.
Smoke out. Donk can no longer peek in towards short. This should allow Vitality to cross safely into short position and get ready to a split on this B bomb site. But look who's waiting for them again. Shiro looking to rip their souls out of their bodies, and Shiro's got a second. He just doesn't stop until Mezzi somehow arrives with that quick transfer. That is absolutely huge. And Vitality back into this again, but look at Donk running on in. Finally stopped by Zaiwu on the other side. A battle of the princes. Maybe a too far there for Donk. He walks into Zaiwu and there's no real chances now for Spirit.
Yeah, he was real eager to get into a fight, real eager to get into engagement before Vitality was able to find better positions, and it's backfired. Zaiwu and Mezzi, double kill apiece. Zaiwu opens up the round and gives them the avenue into the B bomb site, but Mezzi is the one who cracks it wide open.
What a time to have a big game for Mezzi, though, Jason. This is a huge performance for him. One of the best we've seen from Mezzi so far in that Vitality jersey.
Yeah, 20 kills for him. He had that ace at the B bomb site in the first half, anchoring the B site very, very well. And now providing some fragging entry power. Here's the opening kill from Zaiwu. Zontic's no chance, but look at this transfer back over.
Yeah. Incredible play from Mezzi. And now the money, it shrinks completely for Spirit. Such a big round for Vitality to win. As you're mentioning, it could have been Spirit finding themselves the lead in this round. Double nade stack onto Donk. They've kept him quiet again in the second half. And this Deagle looked to try and burst through, but he's just sticking around a little bit too long, and Spinks finishes him off with a third grenade. Donk doesn't even get to fight. Shiro certainly will, though. And that is a big shot on Zaiwu.
Well, they could use someone. They could use someone, Spirit, to give them a big round. We thought maybe it was Shiro in that clutch inside the A bomb site with the op who might have delivered something special to get them going. They'll need, I think, a little bit more out of him now. 10-7. Spirit has looked so dominant throughout this tournament by the eye test in the group stage.
You just thought it was going to be a repeat from Kato.
It felt like they were building into something that could not be stopped coming into the arena.
They take down FaZe, they get into the semifinals, and they find themselves playing against Vitality for the first time.
And a Vitality that's looked up and down, that we've had questions about at the past few events, but they have come in today razor sharp Vitality.
Yesterday, it was an Apex overperformance, an outlier. Today, it's Mezzi having an outlier performance, and Zaiwu was fantastic on Dust 2, but they haven't necessarily required him as much here on Mirage. It's double figures for Vitality, and that is the third timeout used up for Spirit. They no longer have the choice to take a break in the game. They're on their own from here on in. They've done their homework on how to cancel out Donk's effectiveness in mid. They didn't even need to fight him in the last round, and he was gone.
Yeah, Nate stacks to his position. He's going to get frisky this round as well. Utility being spent at the A bomb site. That's luring Donk forward to clear mid. Zontix has the first, but Zaiwu's able to trade it off.
Once again handled. Chopper at the back of the triple box, taken out by Mezzi. Spammed on down, Vitality 4v3.
That's a really quiet passive hit that's tough to read for Chopper. I mean, you have all the set piece utility, but no noise. Mezzi just walks up.
Leg shot, not enough to bring Apex down and out of the fight. Vitality still stands strong with a player advantage, and Mezzi's pushed through CT, so he's surely going to get the opportunity at least, but that flash is very effective. Magic's can upgrade, and that's a big dunk on Apex. He's gone, and right back into this, our Spirit again. Over the top, it's ZywOo on the tech. And a 2v2, bomb needs to be picked up, and headshots are just landing now for Team Vitality. It is Zontics left on 14 HP. And he has not been a massive player in this semi-final yet. But he could have one of the most important clutches for Team Spirit if he can somehow stop Vitality in the form of ZywOo and Spinks. He's got 14 health to do it.
I don't think there's any way for him to do it. I don't even know if he's going to be super motivated. He's going to check, and maybe he gets a freebie after the plant. Nate comes in.
And that's enough. Spinks with another kill from the HE grenade. It's 11-7. Vitality are seeing that grand final at the end of this tunnel.
They have put together two incredible maps in this series so far. This is the kind of Vitality you love to watch. Spinks playing well when called upon. Apex calling a good game. ZywOo's there. And obviously here on Mirage, it's Mezzi stepping up. Team Spirit well on the back foot.
Donk is being punished. He can't really deal with how many players are coming at him in mid each and every round. He's hoping he can get away with a couple of kills here, but again, just neutralized by utility. And look at the position of Apex. He's gained all of connector control. He's at the bottom of the stairway. Donk at least getting a couple inside of Khan. And now ZywOo unleashes the Tech 9 charging in. Shiro from the sandwich is doing so much work. Goes to the P2K, and eventually it is too much. And this could be a big round for Spirit.
It's still losable though. Spinks can actually force one out into the open. Oh, he's got the first. One more would be great. Magic's out in the open, goes down next. Oh, Spinks, so close. And there's the impact from Zontics.
Yeah, they do pick up that extra weapon right at the end there, so Team Spirit have an extra rifle to play with, and in the end, that's the difference maker that stops Spinks from being able to pull off that spectacular situation. Oh, Spirit needed that. That keeps their heart beating here in Dallas for at least a moment longer. That would have been a series point for Vitality, and Spinks was so close to getting it.
But you can see right now some of the danger. The philosophy that Vitality is rolling with, that Apex is calling with, is like, oh, we're not being challenged. Yeah, I'll walk into connector. I'll come step up. I'm just gonna keep going till somebody sees me, till somebody actually stops me. And if Spirit let too many of those details slip, one of those rounds, those plays are going to be really effective. We saw it with kind of the Mezzi push during the A execute, and it was very close to being deadly here. Shiro doing everything he can to keep Team Spirit in contention, alive in these semifinals.
Chopper this time replaces the role of Donk. He's pretty effective. Good utility, forces Flames into the open. Mezzi, it's fallen at the hand of Shiro. Vitality in a 3v5.
And there's the difference. This is that same kind of idea that I just mentioned, is Mezzi's just kind of investigating. He's like, yeah, let me see what I get up A-ramp. And oh, it's an op. Oh, I'm dead. Now Spinks goes down as well. And so those little casual contact plays from Vitality get stuffed. And there's a minute that Apex and ZywOo have to sit back and make sure nobody pushes into them. Spirit won't be very motivated for a hunt, so we'll have an extended save here in round 20.
Incredible to see Shiro playing this well, and you think back to just the summer of last year, you've seen Cloud9 make what seemed to be the super team move, right? You combine Electronic and Perfecto with Shiro and Axel and Hobbit, and you thought that was going to deliver Counter-Strike a new super team. It never really clicked. It never really worked out. And Shiro steps down, and you wonder, where is he going to go? Where is Shiro going to find himself? And that was left kind of up in the air for a long time, and then suddenly, kicking off 2024, Shiro finds himself in Team Spirit.
And he finds himself a Katowice trophy.
He wants to challenge for another. Straight in towards ZywOo. He's gone down. AWP is now in the hands of Donk instead.
11-9. 2 rounds back. Spirit still battling, still fighting. And still looking like they have a chance, especially moving forward now. Vitality have this saved up and the saved AK-47, but not a whole lot around it. Money's in an awkward place for Vitality's offense. They'll fully invest here around the saved weapons, scraping together what they can. And Spirit love that. Again, an opportunity. If they can close this round, if they can steal this round, get up to 10, Vitality should be out of funds.
Shira smoked a window. No one from Vitality looking to challenge mid early doors. They want to go back and perhaps fixate upon this B-bomb site instead.
It'll be interesting to see. Yeah, go through underpass. Maybe you can force back that defense. They don't have really the utility to take it from top mid. The smokes and flashes that they would need to use to take mid is pretty much everything they would have. So they go for control through underpass. It's been spotted out.
Donk has detected a few players in here. He'll send that grenade in, and he is ready. He wants a multi-kill this time. And they come charging around that corner. It's a good shutdown initially from Spirit, but Vitality fight back.
Spinks going to be boosted up. Bombs all the way back in top mid. Mezzi's after going to collect that, which means Spinks is on his own.
Timing for Spinks to look away. Chopper comes in, knocks him on his ass, and it's now just Mezzi in mid. He's being hunted down. Zontix comes in to clean it up. And dreams of Anubis, dreams of a third map in this series. They're open yet again as Team Spirit now see double figures.
Well handled.
Apex starting to become frustrated that Vitality have been unable to close out Mirage and take this 2-0. He knows how difficult this game becomes if this is forced into map 3.
I think he's frustrated because they didn't really... That's such an awkward round economically for Vitality where they have the 2 saved weapons. I don't think he really wanted to buy, but they kind of had to with the situation they were in. So they were forced into just trying to bust out a really sketchy tactic.
So 11-11 is the most likely outcome at the end of the remaining 1 minute and 20 seconds. Magic's blinds Mezzi.
1 flashbang on Flames to make this hit work. But they're going to let the Deagles kind of poke and prod. ZywOo leading the way. Magic's is in a pretty damn safe position. Going to be hard to find him. There's the flash. Here's Vitality streaming out.
Zontix comes back to short to try and stop this cross on over. Magic's is in position to prevent them from getting to the site itself. And Magic's cleans up, Vitality fall, and we're all tied up again. 11-11. Spirit are charging back into Mirage.
And they forced the 3rd and final timeout out of Vitality. 2 rounds left in this map. We're going the distance. But here in this round, contention is for who has a chance to close out the map and potentially the series if you're Vitality. And who's going to have to play for overtime. They've struggled to get past Shiro's AWP throughout this half. 24 kills on Spirit's sniper. Four rounds straight in this comeback for Spirit's defense. Looking for a little bit more here right at the end.
Through the common motions in middle. Team Spirit tossed their utility, but Vitality, we've only got 1 player occupying it, and it is Apex.
This is a classic Apex call. He takes mid alone up catwalk to execute a split onto the B-bomb site.
So it's Magic's and Zontix to try and defend this B-bomb site to push Spirit up to 12 rounds. Zontix has to defend on 2 fronts, and he does so effectively. Finally removed by Mezzi. Donk is forced into the open by the fire, and he'll still stand. There was a chance he went down there, but Vitality, they've got that bomb planted. It's ZywOo still alive. And Mezzi, who has been incredible. 26 kills, he tops the server. Vitality could top the scoreline. They could topple Team Spirit. ZywOo turns up at the right time. And Chopper comes right back into it. Mezzi hides behind the van. Chopper not putting the utility in the right spots. Van is at least open still. He'll consider it. He taps it. He's still worried about bench. And Mezzi will sink him. Vitality up to 12.
How fitting that it's Mezzi and ZywOo to close that out. Brilliant shooting from ZywOo. Works up the courage to go for the peak. Takes down Shiro. And follows up with Donk. And Chopper just so convinced Mezzi is elsewhere, biding his time. Mezzi is putting a complete map into the semifinals. And Vitality's got one chance now to close this out 2-0.
Vitality this time heavy in middle. No one on the extremities. Shrouded in the cover of the smoke and the sound of the crowd. Vitality have a player in window. Zontex pushes short. Mezzi's down first, spots out flames, but it's ZywOo in the battle of Counter-Strike's princes. There can only be one chosen one, and Spinks will drop Donk. Shiro down, Spirit out. Vitality on through to the semifinals, out of the semifinals, and in to the grand final.
Vitality left no doubt today. The better team on this stage.
There was a buzz around Team Spirit coming into this. We thought it could be the repeat. We thought it was going to be a Katowice run. But this one is going to sting.
And what a game for ZywOo. Stepping up whenever called upon. A wonderful Dust 2 opening map. Mirage, he was rock solid, but the story around closing this series is Mezzi. Brilliant on both sides of the map. A huge jump up in performance. And he delivers them to a chance to lift the trophy.
Vitality will move through to the grand finals. They will face the winner of G2 versus 9Z. And Vitality have their eyes on another notch in the Intel Grand Slam and another piece of silverware for their cabinet.
This was the best Vitality has looked in a long time. They looked so sharp. Every aspect of their game today, well prepared on CT sides, dominating the map, not letting Spirit have room to work with, challenging on T sides, confidently being aggressive, and individual stepping up in perfect moments.
I do.
What's up, Dallas? How do we like that one coming through from Vitality? I've got Flames here with me. Congratulations on the win. That was a little domination. Everyone's been scared of Spirit. Everyone's been talking about Spirit. Are you guys the Dragon Slayers?
No, well, Mouse Sports are the Dragon Slayers because they beat us. But, well, we had good prep. We had a lot of confidence coming into that. We were really excited because we never played against them, so it's something new. But, yeah, ZywOo played well, and Mezzi played well, and we had really good communication. Everything in the team was perfect today. So, yeah, we're happy to take the win.
So you played pretty well as well. Looking back to the group stage, right? The story about you was frustration coming over, maybe on the cams, maybe a little annoyed at some new patches coming in, and that doesn't seem to have affected you at all now that we're on the stage. What's changed in the comms?
Well, the 9Z lose is actually a slap in the face, so it's good for us. It's not like we're devastated and frustrated and we cannot do anything about it. There was a lot to learn after that, and we did that exactly. So it was a very good matchup to get on the group stage in a game that you don't get eliminated. For that to be these kind of games, the communication will be up and everything will be better. So yeah, we're happy to have lost to them in some sense.
Now I know, you've got a few alter egos, particularly a British persona. You're here in front of the American crowd here. Do we think we're gonna get a Dan Jackson, a a new persona coming through?
Maybe tomorrow. Nah, I don't know. I don't have an American name yet.
What do you think? Should we give him an American name? You better watch out. This crowd will adopt you as one of their own.
Yeah, Stewie? Someone said Stewie. Yeah, my name is Stewie now, guys.
They already know the chant. They already know the cheer. Well, congratulations on that win. I've got a pen here for you to sign our camera lens. Mark your way into the final. And now it's time to send it off. Our first grand finalist here at IEM Dallas, it's Vitality.
Yeah, no stumbling for Vitality in the playoffs. Despite it being the first time they faced what we thought would be a deadly team spirit, they put them to bed 2-0. Some incredible form coming out of Mezzi. Of course, ZywOo showing up when he needed him, and what a result for them. Grand finals locked in.
I agree with you. I think the context of that victory is superb for Vitality. You're not just destroying a spirit that's missing the occasion, missing the mark, and looking like bots. That's not what happened. You had a spirit who was spearheaded by Shiro, absolutely imperial on the AWP. You had Donk, who finally found some sort of success after map 1, starting to be aggressive towards middle. And even then, in spite of all of these factors, you're still able to problem solve at the end. You still have the nerves to win these last few clutches. That, I think, is a reference game for Vitality. Very happy for them. But also, I'm going to need a doctor, probably. Just, like, you know, blood pressure.
Yeah, those last few rounds, my God, I don't even want to know what your heart rate was there. But Vitality bend, but they ain't breaking, are they still?
They weren't breaking. And I mean, if you want to talk some more, you feel free to have the stage. I know you love talking about Vitality, but I mean, they did everything right. We're going in, we're talking about the Mirage T side. Oh, well, the Mirage T side's not going to be good. And 6-round CT side, is that going to be enough? And, you know, they were able to turn it around early in the game. They had 2 flanks going off, round 2 on a force buy, Vitality getting a flank, and then round 5 as well. Being able to kind of like really just shake Spirit. I think Spirit, they were looking to do all these like set hits, set 5-man A hits. They were trying to do the same thing on Dust 2 at B, and it just wasn't really making sense because Vitality have so much confidence going into the series where Spinks is walking around, finding out all the information, getting good flanks. Mezzi was locking down B as an anchor, getting a lot of multi-kills with headshots. His ace there was beautiful, 1 bullet left in the gun, takes it out. ZywOo just being in the prime positions for the entire game, especially on the T side. Once you get into those mid-rounds, 3 versus 3s, bombs planted especially, that's when he gets to get unlocked and just deal with, he's going to peek and kill you.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned ZywOo towards the end because they had this stretch of rounds on Vitality where they trying to force him on the AWP on the T side. It worked once, and after that, it got dry. I think it slowed them down. They didn't really have the pace they needed to when they were actually getting skirmishy and getting into the trade games, and they were able to adjust. They were able to realize, hold on, this isn't working. We're going to slow it down a bit. We're going to give him the AK so he can be closer to the group. The last round, I don't know what the hell just happened. I know I see Spirit committed to fight towards Catwalk. There is a little bit of a block situation. Yeah. Suddenly I blink and there's a triple kill happening and there's 3 headshots. I have no idea what just happened, but case in point of the AK of ZywOo being able to trade and being close by. And I gotta say, if we talk about Apex who has a tendency to get nervous and not find a solution, at the end, I think they figured it out. They pieced the puzzle together.
Josh, would you care to take the headphones off of our dear Pineapple and give them to our victor? It is, of course,
it's on the Pineapple right now.
King Mezzi, William Merriman. Congratulations, grand final. It's been a while since you guys have been in one in front of a crowd this size. How's it feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's just fun being back in front of a crowd. I think it's been a while. Obviously, back at the major, we managed to be in a stage as well, but back in the final, back where we want to be, winning trophies. So hopefully we can do it this time.
I imagine this map was particularly fun to you, Hart. You've been under a fair amount of criticism, and for you to step up and have such a remarkable performance, send your team to the grand final. What's going through your mind right now?
I mean, of course, it feels nice to contribute. I think, yeah, it's been, of course, rough, like say, really inconsistent on my side, but I think now it's, like, even after a rough Dust 2 game for me, I think it's just everyone's given me so much confidence in the team, all the staff as well, like all the management just saying, like, just play my game. And I think a couple of months back, maybe after rough Dust 2, it wouldn't have been happening now in the Mirage game. But for me now, it's yeah, just full focus and playing my own game.
I mean, sorry, you go. I just want to ask the Mirage game, then I'll leave it to you. It got very dicey because it looked like Spirit were warming up. Yeah. Shiro on the AWP started being unplayable. They were fighting you towards middle, and they had the upper hand. I saw these rounds pile up for Spirit, and I started worrying. And I would like to know what was the temperature check within the Vitality camp as Spirit is coming back. How are you guys feeling? How did you piece that solution together?
I think we stayed pretty calm. I think, of course, they pieced a few rounds together, but I think the start of the half, we knew the success that we had, and we strayed away a bit in the middle part of that half. We tried to play a bit more direct and not as together, and they were finding those multi-kills, and we couldn't trade. And then towards the end, Apex just said, we don't care, we go 5-0 somewhere, we go together, we trade, and that's what happened because we know how much talent they have. They can multi-frag, and as long as we're together and we trade, that's all that matters.
I guess to kind of piggyback off of that a little bit, towards the beginning of Dust 2, I saw like on Pistol Round, you're shooting at your teammate in lower tunnels, and you're a little bit nervous there, I guess. And then like towards the end of Mirage, you're closing out an ace with 1 bullet left in the chamber, and you're just so confident that you're going to hit that one tap. Talk to me about your progression throughout the series of like how your confidence individually was kind of building up there.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I think I'm just more confident in my role within the team and what I need to give. Like I said, especially the seed side was pretty rough. I mean, the T side was pretty rough for me, but I was just trying to stay focused and cheer up the team. Like I say, I think previously I was kind of going a bit quiet in games when I was not playing so well, and I know now if I just keep talking, keep giving the energy, that I know at some point I'm going to be able to give my best as well and to have some sort of rounds as well, because like I said, Dust 2 was not so fun, but we had everyone in the team can perform, so that's the most fun thing.
I'd like to go through that ace with you, if you don't mind, Mercy. We've got it from Mirage, if we can bring that bad boy up, because this was a really nice start for you to kind of be getting that confidence back in Mirage. Kind of walk us through this from your perspective.
I mean, I think it's just nice as well, because I think the previous Mirage has been playing, it's been pretty rough for me on B. Like when teams have been popping and doing these B pops, it's been rough. So it's been nice to, like I say, just kind of focus on myself a bit more and just play around the information that we're getting. We knew A was pretty quiet, and if all the map's quiet, then I knew I'd have to spam the smoke, and then about that it was just kind of take my jewels, because like I said before, I was just kind of trying to play too much more of an anchor, like play the time, play the smokes, wait for but now I just try and kill as many as I can, and it's kind of working a bit more for me.
Yeah, sometimes it is really that simple.
Life of a Bianca can be kind of rough. Right?
I feel
moments
it.
like that. Yeah.
Been there, done that. Look, obviously we've fabulated a lot about ZywOo going up versus Dong, and it's a big headline, and a lot of people consider it. I would like to know from the inside, was there any particular flavor for him you think moving on, trying to take on this next Phenom, trying to make a statement maybe? Was that ever discussed?
I think for ZywOo especially, I think everyone knows his personality. He's so focused on himself. He's not too bothered about the outside noise or other players. He knows his confidence and his level that he's going to bring to the game, and we also know it as well. So I think, of course, we're always joking around, and we have to have a plan to stop Dunk as well. And like I say, I don't think he focuses on it individually, but as a team, we know our plans, and for him, it's just another day. He just wants to kill people.
It's another day. I mean, I would argue he had a really, really strong map one. And it leads me to my next question. When you are the teammate of someone like that and you see him struggle sometimes, can it be hard? Can it be worrisome for you to have a superstar next to you and see him maybe go lukewarm a little bit? Mother, how do you go through that as well? I must feel good to see him pop off on map one. You're thinking, oh, that's it, we got it going.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't happen too often where it's lukewarm, but I think for us as well, it's like, of course, he's there 99% of the time, but I think it's no worry to us because we have so many other good players. I think when he's down, Spinks is clutching out rounds and finding some big rounds for us, and then you've got Flames and Apex who are just the crazy guys in the team. So I think at some point, of course, if ZywOo is having an off game, it's usually one map. It's not a game that he's going to be off for. So luckily, I think today's it was there. But I think for us, it's never a worry for us if he's having an off game. We know it's a team game.
I know you guys were focusing like inwards, and especially just everyone focusing inwards. Were you surprised or shocked about how Spirit was playing? I saw I don't know if you guys were able to tell, but like on some of the rounds, like the last round, for example, they're body blocking each other on Cat. In one of the rounds, they had a 2 versus 3 where they got a grenade off on Ninja, and they split up, and the low HP player went around to the other part of the map. And were you just like surprised about, I guess, the cohesion as a team compared to like what you were expecting or preparing for versus what you kind of saw on the server?
I think, to be honest, I think overall they're a team that like to stick to their principles, and we know they're a team that like to fight and they have that individual skill. So I think at times it doesn't always work out when they're not hitting their shots, or maybe they're overstepping a little bit, and that's when you find some maybe mistakes or something. But I think for us it was kind of like, we know we can punish that, and I think on Dust 2 sometimes it was a bit weird how they played because they were playing pretty direct at times where it was like we could read the round pretty easily. So I think it was kind of weird at times, but I think overall we knew what we were going to get from them. We knew they wanted to fight. The individuals like to swing, they like to try and take their jewels. So I think for us it was just kind of countering that, and like I say, sometimes they made the mistakes and kind of made some weird rotations, but I think at the end of the day that's kind of it happens at times.
Now, ZywOo gave Mike on stage a bit of a wishy-washy answer to this yesterday, so I want to pose it to you. Dust 2, is that going to be your home turf going forward? Do you feel super confident?
I mean, but the French guys seem to think so. So I think as soon as it was announced it was coming back, I think Apex was jumping for joy. So I think he was instantly on the server finding smoke. So
nice.
I mean, it's always going to be a strong map for us. I think ZywOo is historically one of the best rated players on this. Apex loves to call and loves to rotate, and I think we've definitely got the players, like the individual players, to be good on this map. So it's been fun to play it again.
Just to get a bit cultural for a second, obviously I don't often get to share the desk with somebody from the UK. Coming into a Dust 2, which we kind of term as, you know, French Counter-Strike's map, obviously big sort of in there with the German side as well. How different is it from like your UK CS heritage? Actually their approach to Dust 2? Is it something that's actually pretty fun?
Yeah, I mean, the UK guys, we did used to play a bit of Dust 2, I think, but I mean, the French guys have got it to a high level. I think for me, it's just fun to play. Like I say, I think changing my style, like focusing more on just taking fights and taking jaws, I think Dust 2 is the map for that for me. So yeah, it's been fun to get back to playing this map and just playing out and fragging out.
Up next, you either get a rematch on both sides of the equation. You either get revenge over 90, or you get to play G2 with Stewie again. Who do you want?
Oh, 90, I would love to play again, because I think, especially for us, I think we're a team that always do well against when we have that revenge factor. I think when we lose to one team, we're always coming back and beating the next time. But also it's like it's a big game, a fun game to play on stage against G2, especially for Stewie playing against him. So either side, I'm happy, but I would like to get revenge against 90.
Yeah, you mentioned if you were to play against G2, you're ready to go up against all these people?
Yeah,
because that is going to happen.
I mean, yeah, it's been a fun crowd to play in front of, and it's only going to get more exciting if we're playing against G2 with Stu in the team. But I think we're ready for it. We've got the stage players, we've got the experience, so yeah, it's going to be good.
Anything you want to say to the guys who are still waiting here, holding off on getting their beverages?
USA, USA.
There we go.
There we go.
Beautiful stuff, Reggie. Thank you so much for your time. We'll let you get on and get watching the second semi-final, because that's going to be your opponent. And
put it back on the pineapple.
Placement on the
It's
pineapple.
so well behaved.
Did we give the pineapple a name? Do we want to give the pineapple a name?
Name the pineapple.
Yeah. Maybe we should give that up to the crowd. Let's do that with Daft Mike in the next segment.
Yeah, I'm sure they can come up with names for the pineapple. I don't even know. I walked up to the desk, that's my day work, right? And then I realized there's a pineapple next to me with a headset on.
Who knows? Maybe we should get the pineapple's perspective on who he thinks, or she, is our DHL MVP. As always, you guys at home in the Twitch chat, you can get voting for our DHL MVP contender. And if you didn't listen yesterday, well, I'll repeat it again. We will be interviewing them at the end of the grand final. We've got 3 options coming at you from this particular series. I would be surprised, offended, if you will, if Mezzi wasn't on this list, but we are starting.
Oh, you would be offended now.
Oh, ZywOo. Okay, that
Are you okay with that, Freya? Do you give your approval, or are you offended?
My seal of approval. ZywOo should be knighthooded if he was to be British, but great performance from him.
If he was to be British. All right, fair enough. That was a strong performance from ZywOo. It was an uptick from what we've seen in the group stage that had been relatively quiet by his standards. And again, that's a 1.27 rating coming on. So that's how crazy and ludicrous the conversation has become. But this was a much needed. Oh, thanks. I can see the triple kill now. That's great. Thank you for the replay. I appreciate that.
That was pretty sick.
It was actually kind of sick.
Let's go, William Mezzi Merriman.
Surprise.
Long live the king.
Yeah, I mean,
thoughts on monarchy?
Well, you know, as a Canadian, we have to do that a little bit, but not so much in recent years, I guess.
Anyway, Mezzi.
Moving on swiftly.
Moving on to Mezzi. He had some strong kills there. A lot of headshots. Obviously, he's probably like one of the headshot kings of Counter-Strike right now these days. So he had a really good showing there, especially on the rotates at like ramp on Dust 2.
Shout out to Spinks as well. Yeah. I think overall, consistent throughout the series. He was very much there with the lurks on Dust 2. I think he was activated. He had a couple of good ideas and good timings here. That one right there is extremely telling. That's what you were talking about as well. Spirit getting bottled. He was the one doing that. And I think on Mirage, when ZywOo slowed down just a little bit, then he was able to kind of find himself in some of these sneaky positions. That's a great example we just found right there. Spinks in the money. Why are we getting more fruits on this desk? It's just Stunna walking in with another fruit. It's gonna start. We're gonna just become like a massive like food basket.
Yeah,
is that what's gonna
like
happen?
A harvest festival or something.
It's,
like,
I guess.
My God, one team gets eliminated, we get a fruit. I guess that's how it works. Speaking of elimination, Spirit, I would have hoped to see a little bit more tenacity coming out of them. Obviously, it was an amazing day for Vitality, but particularly on that second map, it was kind of just Shiro trying to be the hero, and then things just fell apart.
Yeah, I'm a little bit conflicted because I do think Dust 2 was sad. It was very sad from a competitive perspective. Spirit didn't really show up. Wasn't exactly a game. But on Mirage, I felt like after the slow start, I feel like they pieced together how they were supposed to play against Vitality. They found ways to mess up with the defense. They punished Mezzi, as he said, when they were trying to be a bit more in their face. So good on them. The truth is, this game can go to overtime exactly the same way. We can replay the same round, and like 51 times out of 100 is going to go to overtime, and Lord knows what happens. Because Shiro was on one, Dong, I think, was warming up, but let's just say, we did not get the phenomenal performance we were hoping to see from Dong. No. Far from that, and it's a reminder that we're still talking about a young kid that is up and coming, that has to figure out some of his matchups as well, maybe some emotions going through his mind. Hey, I'm going up against ZywOo, I'm going to prove something, and then fast forward to a desk slam because things aren't going well. This is also a learning curve, a progression that needs to happen.
I think what we got to see was Shiro being consistent.
Yeah.
He was the one keeping them alive to be able to get Donk into the later stage in the game where he was able to, I think he was like -5 at one point. And then he comes back and you're like, oh wow, he's like 13-13 now. So he was keeping the team alive, but what we saw that wasn't characteristic of the team was that Donk was only getting like 1 kill at a time.
Yeah, I know.
Or like if he did get a multi-kill, it was like 1 kill here and then like it was a soft reset, 5-10 seconds later he takes another duel. We're not seeing the same Donk that would go swing something and instantly just hold mouse 1 and transfer between 2 to 3 different targets and get them all. Even when he's out middle, it looks like there's some sort of confusion about their setup. There are 3 players fighting on Mirage middle, and he's flicking between underpass and top middle, just constantly back and forth. He kills one under, he's afraid of top mid, who's covering him. He's not ready to deal with more people swinging from underpass, and he's only ending up with 1 kill there. And if you look at more of the matches from Donk, he's probably sitting there holding mouse 1, spraying them all down, and then, you know, smack talking after.
Well, it is the end of the rodeo here in Dallas for Team Spirit, so let's get a few departing thoughts, courtesy of Magix and Banks.
Spirit's road here at Dallas will come to an end, but in a way that I didn't think it was going to end this way, because Dust 2, I'm going to first ask, did you have much practice time on it? Were you ready for the map? Was it to the level you wanted? Because we know you like to spend a lot of time being in the best shape possible on your games.
Well, basically, you couldn't be ready like playing Dust 2 since it just got added, and well, I do think that pretty much others team had kind of more practice than we had on this map, but like it's not an excuse, and they played much better today, and they were more ready to play on Dust 2 as we did today.
And I saw Dong was getting very frustrated during that map because he wasn't able to have as much space. They were pushing you guys quite a lot. What did you guys talk about between the maps? Because it seemed like you guys were less happy than normal, right? Normally you can take a loss and kind of bounce back. I don't see you this sad.
Well, in between it's pretty much about forgetting the map because like we don't know about the practice, but about if talking about officials game, Vitality had already played few of them while we played only one, so they were definitely more ready to play Dust 2. So it was more like, okay guys, let's forget this map. We have 2 maps that we like to play in front of us, so let's talk about them.
And Mirage, though, they were able to fight you up into the first half. They get their pistol as well, and then it becomes a bit of a problem for you guys, right? You're constantly fighting from behind. They're also taking a lot of space. You know how you do like 2 towards middle, 3 towards A, and you kind of split it up a bit? They're able to shut you down and poke you out a lot. Do you feel like they had a good game plan that you couldn't counter, or what was the problem?
Going into talking about the game plan, I think it was good. Like the issue was in how we were doing that, and also like they did well because like their players on like anchors, they did like multi kills, like more than expected. So basically, it's more of them performing great throughout this map.
Now, you guys are still one of the best teams in the world. You play some fantastic Counter-Strike. But we have seen now, right, where you can drop down and not have these games. What does this tell you about where Spirit is at right now? What do you think the main reasons are?
Well, out of the 4 series this year we lost, I think it's like the first one where the enemy was playing greatly, and it was not ourselves shitting our pants completely.
Okay, so it's a step forward.
Yeah, it's kind of a mix of the both, but ZywOo is a ZywOo.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Magic. Sad to see you go. That's it for Spirit here at Dallas.
Yeah, ZywOo certainly prevailing in the head-to-head today, and somewhat of a bitter end, I guess, for Spirit, as you aptly prefaced, not even losing a map to get to this point, then they lose 2, and they're done.
Yeah, exactly. Once again, I think the overall level of Spirit on Dust 2 is going to rise. And it was relatively low for a team that we usually refer to as very tactical, having incredibly good protocols, very oiled in how they approach the game, very up-to-date with the meta as well. If anything, trend-setting how Counter-Strike is supposed to play. It was more of a flashback of how Dust 2 used to be played. I don't think the work has been yet put in, and he talked about it as well, having the reps in official as well. That makes you just think faster, act faster in these moments of high intensity. The second map, it's any tight map like that, any closed map like that, you're going to go back, you're going to rewatch a bunch of clutches, and you're going to have regrets, and you're going to have disappointments, and you're going to think back to how we could have played it differently. Again, the truth is this could have very well gone to overtime, and Ubis could have been a different story. So I do not think it is a tragedy for Spirit, but it does temper us down just a little bit in terms of they're the gods of Counter-Strike and are going to wreck everybody else. That narrative, I think, is now dead, pretty much.
I think you touched on it when you were saying they're well-oiled. They do have some pretty decent game plans, but I think one of the things that they do foremost and is part of their game plan is that they fight together so often, and that we just didn't get to see that much today. And I think that really made it obvious and apparent that when they weren't winning all the duels, when they weren't being able to spray transfer and get 2 or 3 players, and it was only one player that they were able to take down, they didn't have their teammates there to support, to trade kill, to cover their backs. And I think that was something that we don't really get to see from Team Spirit that often. Usually they're fighting together, and throughout Dust 2 especially, it's kind of just people on their own trying to take their isolated duels, and they were losing those to ZywOo. And I think, one of the things that Magic said before the game started was that they were going to get 0-2, they were going to get shit on. And that,
trying to tell us.
He was trying to tell us, and we're just haha, yeah,
nice meme.
Nice one. But he also said that it wasn't them. When they lose series to other teams, it was usually them kind of shitting the bed. But here,
that's what he used to say, yeah.
Yeah, but here they didn't feel like that. And when I'm looking at the game right now, I'm thinking it did look like they were shitting the bed a little bit. So I don't know what to take from that response from him, because I don't know what to say. Donk wasn't on form. He wasn't getting multi-kills. They're bumping into each other. It looks like their team plan's completely whack. I think Chopper was also making some questionable individual decisions. Their strat calls on Dust 2 to group up as 5 people, give up the full map for an entire minute or more. That is very not Spirit-esque.
Well, Spirit eliminated here at IEM Dallas, as it is Vitality to be moving on to that grand final. But it is time to find them an opponent, and this one is going to be wild. We're talking about 9Z making history, never gracing the stage of this size before at their first ever IEM playoffs versus none other than G2 with Stu. We'll be back at 15:45 local time with the pre-match. You don't want to miss it.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's bound. Get right down. And Fallen finishes the job. Party won't stop.
For me, it's Gamescom. It has to be Gamescom, right? July 2015? August? Okay. Then it's the beginning of August, because we had Cologne after, and we won it. And Gamescom 2015, yeah, was envious. 8.
There's only 6 teams.
6 teams? Yeah. The fuck? I remember we lost only to Mouse, 16-12, I think, on train, I would say. But only 6. I remember TSM, us, was a Mouse probably, SK, maybe maybe Australians, Renegades, and the last I don't know, I don't remember. CLG, okay. Ah yeah, we played them as well. I remember. Mouse on train. I remember that. Famous talent. Magisk? Ah, talent. Ah, Sponge? Okay, then? Okay. Ah, talent, yeah, because, okay. Carrigan? Yeah. So, Dupree? Killian? Okay. Ah, yeah, Nico? Ah, yeah, he was standing in, yeah, that's true. He was standing in for SK. Yeah, that's true, okay. Oh. Yeah, and it was the really beginning of Nico as well, so. Ah, it's easy. Kenias, Kiyoshima, Happy, and NBK. Happy?
K here with Yakindar this time around for a new episode of CT Lock, and we're gonna jump into Dust 2.
Dust 2 is played in two different ways. One of them is Dust 2 CT side. One of them is, of course, like fighting heavy for long. If you're playing against a team that's finishing long a lot or is able to manipulate rotations after taking long, I think it's important to kind of negate that and take long and not allow them to have that space. And usually people would go like 3 or 4 long. It is a common thing to do actually. To like before, when the doors were different, you smoke the cross. You don't allow them to see information how many cross be, and you go 4 long. One person is flashing this flash at 150 and this flash behind, and then he gets a dropped flash by the first spawn, so he has 2 flashes behind, and you have different ways. Usually you do first spawn Molotovs in-house, second guy Molotovs like this. You could also, like, if you hear them coming, you hear the flashes, you hear the smoke here, you could bounce like this. One guy pushes through blue, one guy pushes through like pit. And that's like the common thing of long is if you lose after they take long a lot, you usually just go and fight it. The harder part is to play without long. That's the second variation of how to play Dust 2 CT side, especially against a team that usually doesn't use long. I think one of the easiest ways is for one player to smoke this smoke. So you just come here, you aim at the end of the wire, and you jump throw. Or I accidentally double jump. What's the normal control? Doesn't matter.
C.
Okay, C. So yeah, you usually throw this smoke. You stand here. You kind of like the guy who gets boosted short. He usually smokes. He jumps up, then he jumps on the player, jumps into short, and you could play the different variations. Usually this is the strongest with double ops. You can have an op covering mid or op going into lower, while the other op is getting boosted here and he covers top mid. And at the same time, you have a player running long. He has this smoke here, and he usually kind of showcases pressure. So he comes here, maybe like flashes for like Molotovs behind blue and flashes over or something, whatever. Kind of shows that we have long, but at the same time not showing that there's nobody there. And usually you have like many different setups. One of the setups is Rifler being here, kind of at this angle, and Opper, for example, getting boosted short like this, or Opper sitting under this box, getting a shot, going away, and then the Opper being here, and you kind of leave the anchors alone for the first timing, but that's where your anchors are usually utilizing their maze. So basically, for example, a B anchor would run Molotov here, kind of listen, stay anti-rush close, doesn't see anybody. A good player will kind of focus on information around the map. If he understands that not many people are tunnel, he can like jiggle with the smoke here safely. When he spots somebody, smokes like this, and jumps on the box. Usually, this is one of the strongest because people run out and try to kill you on car, but you're on the box. There's like these many things, but those are the 2 main macro points of CT side Dust 2.
And let's say you don't play for long, or you give it up, maybe you don't have a ton of utility, and they do take it and they're trying to, maybe end the round along. What are the couple of things that maybe you can try and do without long to either defend or maybe just give it and then play a sort of a retake?
I mean, the usual idea is when people take long, especially if they take it fast, if you don't have long, you have to take short. If you don't have short, you have to have long, like one of the 2, right? If you leave both short and long, a good team is gonna eventually split you. B players kind of reactions, and maybe one of the A players as well, like a rotation player or whatever. B players reactions after they take long is usually either push tunnel and find a lurker, or a second variation is kind of one A player coming short here, and the mid player coming close mid doors, and they're kind of re-clear mid, and the same idea, they re-clear the tunnel through lower instead of upper, and then they kind of connect with the B player afterwards. If D side starts the pressure with like a Molotov car, one of the like easiest ways to delay is like you smoke car, they're afraid of car, they think you could be behind car, whatever, doesn't matter. Or you could utilize the smoke, for example, like if D side is if D side like smokes the cross, right, then you can always kind of utilize your smoke and smoke in front of it like this, and they kind of waste this time going around, and at the same time you could be like on the box above here. At the second part, after you understand that they're on long, you'll re-clear the tunnel. You left a player here. Usually people leave a player here, that's gonna spot like the B rotation. You usually have a player here and a player in lower. This guy spots top mid, and when long is getting pressure, he rotates, and the lower guy stays alone, kind of watching both. And you usually understand the timing of B side, kind of faking and going B, because it's like if nothing is happening for a long time, and your main objective also as a CT side is like on timing, you need to get flashed here to check if like how many people are here, and this is free information. Sometimes you can see like 3 people here, and you know they're finishing long. The main idea afterwards is to utilize the defensive smoke when they're side crossing, right? And defensive smokes can be done in different ways. Like one of the most popular now is here in the corner. You smoke like this, and you play, for example, on the box here, punish here, watch like this, kind of hide inside around the smoke. Second one is the classic that from CSGO as well, like this, and you can kind of play around boost, and you can have these good angles. In CSGO there was a one-way before, now there's not, but it's still not bad. And the third one, I think one of the most popular ones is smoking the barrels here and kind of playing around here, having this ramp cross, peeking to the right if needed, and whatever. And utilizing one of these 3 smokes with supportive utility from CT, for example, a Molotov, or one player getting flashed through on timing, or spamming or breaking the smoke. And that's why now it's a lot harder to finish actually on these side.
And I saw you guys also have, you know, sort of a B rush, and you have the smokes from spawn too. So has anything changed much for the B players when it comes to CT side in terms of protocols?
I think overall the main thing that changed, yeah, we're using like lurk smoke, door smoke, whatever. But I think the main thing that changed is you have to kind of use a little bit more nades early, I believe. I think if people pre-smoke doors, I think it's on T side it's a little bit easier to manipulate kind of like, are you B rushing or are you faking, you know? And that kind of forces the CT player kind of, they see the smoke, okay, like I have to use Molotov HE. There are players who like are greedy, right? They, for example, jump, they see the boost and op in suicide, and they're like, okay, I'm not gonna use any utility tunnel because I don't believe they're gonna go out or whatever. But now I feel like B players are beginning to be like scared, beginning to be scared, and of course these no skybox smokes, like you could smoke like doors from here and kind of have four players tunnels, not making a pin sound, kind of going close. Door smoke is bouncing and people are running out here, and you're like, you as a B player, you understand you have a middle player, but suddenly your middle player is behind the smoke and you're getting flashed and you're getting mollied, and then it's GG. I would suggest for players to play around here, the jiggling here, especially against like kind of lower opposition that doesn't necessarily kind of punish you for jiggling.
And you know, let's say it is getting late into the round. You're playing 3A, right, committed, and 2 guys B. In case of a mid to B comes in, it's the most important thing is to just pick where you want to fight, right?
Usually it depends on the utility. Usually even the A players are communicating with the B players of like, okay, do we play? Can I play towards A? I believe like short as possible, right? Or should I stay CT? Like, are you fine on A? Like alone here on ramp, for example, right? This is usually utility based, like around your teammates. For example, I'm playing A rotator, right? This is specifically my role. If I understand like Casper is opping here, he has like smoke Molotov to delay, like, or he's opping here, he has a Molotov to bounce off this box, so they cannot like really. I missed the Molotov, and the new Molotov is fucking shit. Yeah, but bouncing a Molotov so it gets delayed, then he has like flashes that I can run up CT like after they go out short or whatever. I understand. Okay, I'm gonna play towards mid. I'm gonna support my teammate. Or at the same time, I'm not certain what's happening, but I see Russ has a smoke Molotov, for example, right? And he's jumping doors. And usually, if B players don't have any grenades, usually you have the CT player being CT, and that means that's gonna allow the 2 B players kind of to fight mid, and the CT player is gonna go out in the smoke on timing. This is exactly what you're saying, choosing your fight. Second variation, of course, of like if I'm not like somebody's, for example, I'm not CT, or even if I'm CT, like playing this like double up with rifles kind of here close, kind of ready to push in when B split is happening, or if they start taking short, kind of finding this information that it's for sure A, and kind of allowing me to rotate back towards A. This is the main thing to play. With the smoke molly, as I said, it's like you just smoke this, right? You molotov into window. As soon as things happen, the usual positions would be under window and car. Against this would be the classic. This guy kind of spotting tunnels and everything, and window and punishing this guy. And this guy is usually anti-flash, either here watching like this or he's watching tunnel like this.
Thank you guys for watching. This was another episode of CT Lock. See you at the next one.
I think it has to be Katowice 2015. IEM Katowice. Cologne. It was Gamescom, no? Like top 5, top 6. Envy. Fuck. Dennis. Right? I'll say next. Dennis, Chris, Speedy, and me. Oh shit, okay, I see. It was the SK one. Fuck, I forgot about it. Kadian, Barry, Asilion, Sanden, and me. Yeah. I totally forgot about it. Well, I was on bench in Mouse, and they qualified for that event, got invited, I don't know, and someone couldn't go, or they dropped someone from the lineup, and they just called me up, and I was happy to play. Wasn't it like random out of 3 maps in the end or something? I cannot remember that. I would go either Kenny or Happy. If I have to choose one, I would go Happy. Wasn't that bad, actually.
Hello, Hunter. How are we doing?
All good, brother. All good. And you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. But I want to ask you, this is kind of like a G2 movie right now. What the hell's going on?
I don't fucking know, bro. I don't know. Like, since the group stage that we won against Mousesports, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Now, yesterday, though, right? Okay, it's one thing to beat FaZe, but to beat him the way you did, that was ridiculous. Talk to me about some of just the voice comms, the mood, the feeling. What the hell was going on during that? Because it seemed like once you guys had momentum, you were unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, we just tried to enjoy every moment that we had, like with Stewie here, and yesterday against FaZe, it was, I mean, of course we tried to win, but it was unexpected the way we won against them. We played really good, and mood was good. We just played without any pressure because we played with stand-in, and that's the big deal, I think.
And you were playing individually better, just specifically in that series as well. You just started feeling it?
Yeah, I mean, felt good yesterday playing it overall. Crowd was on our side. I felt really good overall with the team, and yeah, calls and everything just worked out, and yeah, that was a good day.
You mentioned it, the crowd's on your side as well. Do you feel like you're an honorary North American team?
Yeah, kinda. I feel like that.
Embrace it, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
All right, Dallas, Texas seems to be ready for some more Counter-Strike. Does that sound about right to you all? Do you like Counter-Strike? Do you want more Counter-Strike? Well, all right. We're going to have that in due time. That much I can tell you for sure. Vitality's in that grand final coming up tomorrow. But today, it's 9Z and G2 trying to continue some of that group stage magic. My name is Trace, and alongside him is going to be Yanko in the middle. And then we got Steel down on the end. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing fantastic, Trace. I'm ready for the semifinal. A very unexpected matchup, I think it's safe to say. 9Z, sure, but even G2 playing with a stand and took down some heavyweights to make it here to the top 4.
You know, this is the second semifinal of the day. We saw all sorts of weird results all throughout the tournament. Vitality and Spirit, we got to see them the first time, and now we get to see 9Z and G2, exactly what you said. 2 teams people didn't really expect to be here. The underdogs of the event, G2 with a stand-in, so it's going to be very special, very spicy.
Yeah, it is that. We've got to look at some of the ways and some of the methods, some of the madness to those methods even that got these teams here, especially a team like 9Z. What did that look like?
Yeah, they had a similar road. I mean, they faced similar opposition on the road to the playoffs with, different successes. You can see for 9Z, their bracket run, their tournament started against the #1 team in the world in Mouse, managed to take them down. That was an upset. Then they go against, the hometown heroes as well as Team Liquid, grinded out in a 3-mapper. That puts them in the playoffs already. And then in the upper bracket, they play Vitality and they 2-0 Vitality. That's why they get straight to the semifinals here.
It's been a great run for them so far, and the run's not over yet. Obviously, they have the semifinals to take care of. G2, yeah, I mean, they faced off against the exact same opponents. G2 also took out Mouse, also took out Liquid, but fell to Vitality, and that's why we had to see them yesterday in the quarterfinals against FaZe, but they dispatched the FaZe as well, and nobody really saw that coming. Maybe a couple people here or there, but overall, it's exciting.
These are the two teams that are hated the most by Mouse and Liquid fans at the moment because they're the ones that eliminated them from the tournament. But I think it's equally surprising to an extent, that they were able to take down some of these heavyweights, because you look at 9Z, obviously coming from South America, didn't have much success. For them, a success has been managing to qualify for Chengdu and qualify for Dallas. That's already great, but actually being able to win in these games again, these teams showing some poise, showing some good Counter-Strike, it's been really incredible for the 9Z squad.
Yeah, for these guys, they've been going at it for a while. Like for this 9Z squad, this is a monumental task for them.
Yeah, I mean, it is an uphill battle, but I mean, I think by just eye test alone, looking at how they're playing a really good textbook style. They have good teamwork. They're doing the push-pull, everything really well. They're not, overextending. They're not getting ahead of themselves. They're taking it opponent by opponent, and they're just capitalizing on the mistakes that other opponents have made. Mao's obviously had a really rocky event so far. Vitality made some overextensions, and 9Z's just here to just say, you know what, like, we might not be rated as highly as the other teams, but we're going to do everything like by the book, and we're just going to capitalize on whatever inch you give us. We're going to take it and we're going to run with it. So keep making mistakes, we're going to punish them, and we're not going to offer up any mistakes of our own.
And I think it's been also some good individual play, right, from basically two guys who played the same roles on both teams. On the side of 9Z, it's Martinez, Diopper, and DGT, right? On the side of G2, it's been obviously Monesi on the AWP, and Nico has stepped up despite having to in-game lead for this tournament with Huxi not being here. So it's those two duos that have really been the majority of the firepower for both squads.
Which is, it's a wild ride for a 9Z fan at this point, right? You've over-exceeded expectations, and then you wonder about, hey, how did we get here in the first place? Is there anything that sticks out to you that adds up to that? Or are we also looking at underperforming teams on other sides? I mean, you don't want to detract from what they've done here, but at the same time, they've beat some big names.
I mean, sure, if you look at a team like Mouse, who comes in rated #1 and to not even make the playoffs, Mouse hasn't lost a game in group stages in the whole year. And here they lose 2 and get eliminated. So sure, there's a little bit of underperformance, but I think when you look at the starting point for 9Z and G2 specifically for this tournament, I think that you can't take anything away from them.
Yeah, I mean, they're going against a dead mouse, basically, and then they're not to beat on the dead horse, but,
Wait, Dead Mouse like the artist, or?
Maybe. Do we have the rights to say that name?
I think we could say the name. I don't know if we can play
Dead Horse like Team Liquid.
The Dead Horse like Team Liquid, yep. So, not to beat on the dead horse, though, but it is really a matter of the top teams that are coming into here, and they are underperforming. They aren't showing us what we've seen from them before in terms of tactically sound, good teamwork, individually performing. We're not seeing that from these top teams, and they're getting exposed for it. And whether or not it's like this one-time thing, or whether or not it's a broader issue that we need to focus on in time, we don't know yet. But they're here to capitalize on it. So good for them.
Yeah, props to them. Hats off to them. Even cowboy hats off to them even. However, it is Max that gave us some words before we jump into the server today. So thank you very much, Max. Let's hear what he's got to say.
This right here is something very special. Max has been on 9Z for over 4 years now, and this is the biggest stage you've ever been on. Is this what you dream on?
Yeah, it's like a dreaming coming true, so we need to enjoy and play some good CS.
Well, you've been playing some really good CS, right? You look at the teams you've taken down to get here, that Vitality game as well. Where is your confidence level at?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, we have been talking about like this, like in confidence, and we are in a good mood now, and I think we maybe, if we play like in the tournament, we can beat G2.
And in terms of beating G2, I want to see, how are you feeling about being on the stage? Because there's not as much experience, right, being on the stage. Have you spoke about what this could change for the team?
Yeah, we need to control all the motion because there is an amazing crowd here in Dallas, so I'm very happy to be here.
And in terms of that, right, looking at the game plan, you've been very aggressive, you've played your style the whole way, but G2 kind of play a similar, right? They can be very aggressive, they can be very explosive. Do you think there's going to be a big clash here? This is going to be a tough fight the whole way?
Yeah, absolutely. It will be a funny match because they are playing with Stewie, so they are playing a lot of rounds together. So I think it will be an amazing match.
Now, you had a very good read on Vitality. Do you have the same kind of read on G2 from what you looked at?
I don't know. Let's see.
Let's see, indeed. Let's see what 9Z can get done here. Either way, the dream could continue right now.
Thank you, brother.
It was very much a dream. And then they got here, and that dream did not become a meme. It became reality. So hats off to them yet again. But in comparison, you know, we're looking at this big picture of a matchup here. How does it stack up when we look at what we're going to play?
I think this is where it gets really interesting, Trace, because neither team plays Vertigo, right? And we've seen actually 9Z in the series against Team Liquid, who also doesn't play Vertigo. They didn't want to veto it, right? They vetoed Inferno, left it up to Team Liquid, so I think that's going to be the first game of chicken. Does anyone even veto Vertigo first time around? I think probably neither team should. I think you look at 9Z, they should get rid of Inferno. You can see for G2 on this graphic, that's their highest % win rate map. On the side of G2, I think they should get rid of Ancient. Sure, they played it in this tournament one time against Mouse and they won, but that's where 9Z has had a lot of success. Now you're thinking, why don't they just get rid of Dust 2? Look at 9Z, they're so good on it. But G2 has played it 3 times, right? They've been looking good on it, especially in gun rounds. The games they've lost mostly because they were messing up the anti-eco round. So I'm sure we'll see Dust 2 somewhere in the map pool, and then maybe something like a nuke could be the decider, because G2 has been letting Mirage through this whole tournament. That's been their perma ban with their full lineup, and no one has been willing to pick it. You can see, I don't think 9Z would do it here because they haven't had much success on the map themselves. And you have to take into account, most of the time they play, you know, tier 3 teams in South America, so you would expect them to have higher win rates, hopefully.
Yeah, I do have to agree with you about like the whole Vertigo and Mirage angle, just letting it float. I think this is an okay time to let these maps float in the tournament. Dust 2, obviously, if it's in the pool for 9Z, they're probably going to go for it. And looking at the maps like Ancient, Inferno, Nuke, those are probably going to be what's going to be left for the map number 2 and map number 3. I do worry for G2 on Ancient, but when it comes to Nuke, when it comes to Anubis, I feel like, and especially Inferno, I feel like that's where they're going to have their best shots.
So what do you think G2 is going to veto in the first phase then? If not Ancient?
It has to be Ancient because it's the only map. I think they played it one time at this event so far, but they've won all their Nuke games. They've looked good on Anubis. I think they beat the Falcons as their opener match, for example. And then Nuke, I mean, has been in a couple of series so far. Obviously, Inferno's their best map. If they can get that, we talked about it yesterday against FaZe, like, oh, they kind of left it for like a decider type of thing, and that could have like turned around and not been good for them. So it's going to be interesting to see if they get that pick or not.
And we see with G2, they go for Ancient, and actually 9ZV to Vertigo themselves.
It's a waste.
I'm really surprised by that. Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a waste. I don't think that would have been a pick for G2 in any universe. Definitely not in the first phase. So this leaves Inferno wide open to them. I think maybe G2 themselves would have been surprised in the veto to see that they have this option open. So there might have been a little bit of a discussion, you know, what to pick, and they don't overcomplicate it. They go for Inferno. There's something like 12-1 on the map. Obviously, they don't have their full lineup here, but even had that great performance against Team Liquid.
I think we're going to see Dust 2 here as the pick from 9Z. I do get worried about G2 on Inferno, though. Obviously, they're feeling confident in it. I was not impressed by their T side the last time they played it, though. They looked to be really, like, they weren't doing enough pressure towards middle. Nexa wasn't getting anything done, and Liquid had a lot of B stacks. It wasn't until Liquid got into their T side that they just had no options, and G2's CT sides have looked really good all event, with Nico, especially at the helm, being able to make the reads and be in good positions.
G2 leaves Mirage even in the second phase. I mean, that's really brave now for 9Z. I think they would prefer Nuke. Obviously, they feel better on Nuke. They took down Mouse on the map as well. Beat Team Liquid on the map, but I think it's at some point, are you going to punish these guys for leaving Mirage through?
Unless you're super confident in your own Mirage, it's like it is one of those gambles. Obviously, you would want to go for a map that you feel stronger at yourself.
If G2 gets Inferno Dust Nuke, in this semi-final, those are the 3 maps that are probably the best for them, especially with Stewie, in this tournament, and they get away with it. Wow, like this is a huge win for G2 in the map veto. I think 9Z made a huge mistake by vetoing Vertigo over Inferno.
And leaving Nuke as that final map too, because we've seen G2 play it, they can do it.
I think, okay, I understand the whole G2's map win rate on Inferno. They did not look that great against Liquid, and I'm just gonna say that because, yes, it is their best map, but with Hooksy out, with Stewie in, I just didn't see the T side. They're gonna have to start T side on it, and then going into Nuke, it was actually 9Z looks pretty good on it, and what we saw from G2 was Stu missing smokes and Nico having to do audibles and stuff like that. So
I feel you, but the Inferno one, it wasn't good, especially the T side. But it's easy to see, to go back and watch it if you're G2 and say, okay, we were just too stubborn to go B and to take banana control, and Liquid was constantly cheating the 3rd player over towards B. And they lost the fight there multiple times over, right? There wasn't enough pressure towards A from Nex or Hunter. We didn't see any of the sort of momentum change calls, the apps pops, the fast A splits that they did, I think, in the Mouse series earlier, where the T side looked much better. So I think you won't see the same sort of T side from G2. And also, to be honest, it's up to 9Z to replicate that. That's not easy to replicate, right? And to also win some of those crucial fights.
And even for this 9Z team, they're about to step into Dust 2. We've just made the point that G2 like to have come here and played that, and they have. They've shown that they've done it 3 times, right? So when we look at 9Z on Dust 2, what are we looking at?
I think this is an example from the Vitality game, right? Where I think you will see some good structure, being well thought out in some of the rounds, but also individual prowess coming in. So in this gun round, 9Z, they're going to throw the B lurk smoke and the smoke corner on long. And this is a default where you use this, you're not going to use the smoke every time or do something behind it, but it's going to keep the CTs guessing, right? You'll see this time around, DGT is going to try and find a fight towards long, just go for a peek. He has a chance, doesn't win the fight. They don't do anything towards B. What 9Z does out of this in the 4v5, they just take cat control. It's pretty standard, right? You can see that on the side of Vitality, they're in a 2-1-2 setup, mostly playing towards that B split. So just some patience from 9Z. They're regrouping, they're trying to figure it out. Okay, how do we want to end this round? You can see at the moment Buddha is still towards B lurking. They put Flames close long, and now Vitality has their setup. They're ready. Zaiwu posted up. Easy first kill for him. Now it's a 3v5 for 9Z. And here with this flash and a missed shot from Zaiwu, he falls back. They have 2-man advantage. He doesn't need to risk this anymore. He concedes the site, lets his teammates rotate in and regroup. But this gives a window of opportunity to 9Z. Martinez has the op, gets the bomb down, it's planted for short, they're positioned for the retake, and now Martinez, here's where the individual prowess comes in. He understands 3v5, he needs to make something happen. Flashes long, peak, Zaiwu misses him from pit, so he gets a free one there, and now a little bit of a 1v1 retake situation from Vitality, just creeping up slope. Huaso peak with some really, really sharp shooting, gets 3 quick kills here, and all of a sudden Zaiwu is in a 1v2, and the round is pretty much over. So 9Z are the 2nd highest team in this tournament at winning 4v5s, so they're really good at not panicking when things early on don't go well for them.
And I think you explained everything perfectly there, so the only other things I can talk about is just the smoke that they do at the beginning of the round. It's both for conditioning, so that they can set up for a later on B rush, and maybe they won't expect it, it's the same start, but it also gets them a little bit of information about how the defense is setting up, how Vitality is starting. Are they fighting for long? How are they stuffing a B rush? Is there an opening at middle or cat? And using that information to be able to move around the map, and that's where we see the long fight. That's when we see them call the audible to go up cat, because it leaves it really open-ended that they can do anything with it. And I think that type of style of kind of textbook looking CS gives it a lot of options for teams, and I think that's what keeps them in the game and makes them such a, I guess, good team right now at this event so far.
And I think what's interesting is for this matchup, this is probably the first time in this tournament that G2, you can say they're the favorite. Because of the standing situation and the caliber of teams they've been playing, they've been the underdog every single time, right? We know they're playing with a stand-in. We heard it from their camp a ton of times. Oh, we're playing with less pressure. We're just trying to have a good time, go out there and play. But this is the first time where you kind of expected you know, to win this game and make it into the grand final. There's this hometown crowd that's cheering for Stewie, right? Like, he definitely wants to win one more game, get to play in the grand final. So we'll see how they manage that. The key thing is just treat it like all the games you have so far. Don't overthink them. Don't all of a sudden get too stressed about being the favorite.
Well, you did say that word, options. Now, you both have 2 of them. There is no draw here. So, Yanko, you say favorites, and on paper it looks right, it smells right. And yes, a win here from 9Z would legitimize everything that they've done here. Not to talk down on it, but who wins this matchup, Yanko?
I think 9Z has been playing really well. They took advantage of opportunities that their opponents have been giving them. But man, I don't know. There's just something about Stewie standing in for this G2 squad. There's just an aura around the team where they're having a good time. The players are stepping up. They're winning some of these crazy rounds. They're losing crazy rounds and still winning games where it's impossible to go against them in this matchup.
I have been going throughout this entire tournament kind of like looking at, on paper, recent form, how teams are going to do, and I've been giving it to the team that should be winning on paper, but I think right now I'd have to go in the favor of 9Z. They've been looking really sharp. Yeah, I mean, sorry, but they've been looking really sharp. I think that one of the things that G2 will really need to just like dig their heels into is having a standout performance from m0NESY. He really needs to show up and win a lot of these hero rounds, and I think even with those types of rounds from m0NESY and Nico obviously being on form as well, I think that is the only thing that's going to keep the game close. If either of them are not on point, if the reads from Nico aren't there, I think they're going to run into a lot of difficulty and troubles, and it's going to be off the back of clutches. Like, if Nex is able to get a 1v2 or 1v3, it's going to be at least close, if not like in the favor of G2, but without any of that, it's just too stacked towards 9Z, I think.
And you've got to run the numbers on when the Stew magic runs dry. Like, I'm real curious. I would love to see this storyline continue, but also on both sides. 9Z as well, just a little bit.
I don't know, Trace. With each game, you seem to be getting a little bit more out of Stew. You know, like, he's getting a little bit more comfortable. You hear it from Taz as well, that's how he sees it too. And yesterday was the big one, right? First time on stage for him for almost 3 years, and G2 handled it really well. They just stomped face, and they're not going to have as easy of a time against 9Z because everything was working for G2 yesterday. I think they will be a little bit more pressured, a little bit more challenged, but yeah, it feels like they can step up to the task.
Well, we're going to step down from here at the very least. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Texas, I think you're ready for some Counter-Strike, but in doing so, can I get a yeehaw? Hell yeah. All right. Well, let's do the damn thing. We're going to go and get into this semifinal. G2, 9Z, and that time is now.
can't ask for anything else, honestly. It's like, it's a lot. Even before the game, there was a moment where it was almost like tears of joy coming.
G2 in this tournament, they are playing with Stewie. I think they are playing with low pressure. They are making work, so I think it will be a funny match as well.
I'm not sure if it's going to be hard to play this against this aggressive style because I think the thing is going to make them the strongest is the mental coming from them.
The other teams should be scared of us because we don't have nothing to lose. We came to this tournament for all.
Playing in front of this crowd, it's really like no words that can explain. The fact that I can come back 2 years later, have the result I'm having right now even, almost the entire arena cheer for me. I wouldn't say I'm settling G2. I think I'm a good fit for them. I just slot in. I'm trying to do my best for them. I'm trying to contribute as much as I can. Hopefully in the end, we can take this trophy home. Man, I can play in front of this crowd every single day. Every single day.
What's up, Dallas? What a matchup we have before us. Before this event began, no one would expect these two teams to be facing off here and now, with one of them destined for our grand final. It's the underdog of all underdogs, the lowest seed coming into this tournament against a team with a stand-in making it all the way with Stewie 2K in 2024. Well, expect the unexpected, because it's time to welcome your first team into the arena, onto the stage, the pride of South America. It's 9Z Globant!
9Z come to Dallas, they take it by storm, and here they want to keep that going.
They're newer to the international stage, taking out some titans to book their well-deserved ticket. Mao is the #1 ranked team in the world. Vitality, top 4. They're waiting for them for a potential rematch in the grand finals.
Yeah, and it's just a day away. We're not even that far away from it, Josh. Scary stuff if you're G2, or maybe not. Either way, 9Z right now, they've got the mojo, they've got the magic.
Well, I'm already hearing the chants here in the arena, so perhaps this next team needs no introduction, but I'm gonna do it anyway. The squad with a man no one expected to see, but he's here nonetheless. The pride of North America, it's G2!
Yeah, you heard that bird screeching. Well, ain't no screeching about this one. They're going to be screaming to the rafters, Yanko.
It's been a dream run, Trace. We saw it yesterday. Okay, it's been nice. Still, you're going to have your one game, but FaZe is going to take you down. No, they come in, they obliterate FaZe. They have a game here against 9Z to make it into the grand final, and just look at this support for Stewie and the G2 squad. One win away from the grand final.
Yeah, incredible stuff here to come in the form that they did, the fashion that they did, and then to have that 7th man. I'm not going to say the 6th man. The 7th man is this audience. Let's find out.
It's almost time to get this matchup underway. But first, we're going to need a little bit of a fist bump here from the captains. You guys are the surprise of the tournament. Are you ready for this match?
Yeah, we are very excited to be here in Dallas. We need to enjoy the moment and play good CS.
And Nico, did you ever expect to be an NA team?
No, to be honest, no, but it feels damn great.
I'd say they think you are. Gentlemen, please take your computers. It's time to get this game underway. And folks, everybody here in the arena, everyone here in Dallas, Texas, here at the Intel Extreme Masters, I need your energy. I need your hype. Everybody, let's get loud!
But you want to get loud. Guess what happened yesterday? It was loud as hell in here, and I don't think today is going to be any different. Although you did have to decipher between are they booing, are they stewing? We didn't know, but we have an answer now for sure.
Absolutely, Trace. They're stewing. And I think you can see the grin on Nico's face, you know, hearing the outpour of support here in NA for his team. And yeah, I think we talk a lot about the atmosphere and the stage, and Stewie hasn't been here for a couple of years. 9Z players have never been here.
Yep.
This is all new for them, so it's going to be a lot about managing your emotions and focusing on the game.
I think that's one of the things that Max said in the interview pre-match as well, is that, you know, controlling their emotions in the game. And when I was looking at their gameplay, it didn't look like they had any issues with it. So maybe he's addressing the crowd, maybe he's addressing something else that we haven't been able to see through the team play. But it's going to be an interesting match, a good one, I think.
It is, and this is probably at this point, we talk about endurance, but usually in different lights. Yanko, you painted a picture that 9Z have never been here before. And for the other side, if we look at G2, yeah, they've got some experience on stages, but at the same time, under new confines. They've got Nico running the show over there. And then you look at 9Z just trying to do what they've been doing right and to keep that flow here.
That's going to be really hard, Trace, because this is what you're going to have to deal with. Imagine Stewie comes in, wins a 1v1 clutch, or gets a spray down, and the crowd goes wild, right? It's easy to take a timeout and say, hey, guys, forget about it, you know, let's focus on our own game, let's keep playing, but it gets under your skin, right? That's why we talk about experience. That's why we talk about Counter-Strike becomes a completely different game on stage, and nothing can prepare you for it. You just need to get through those games, and it's going to be tough for 9Z.
Yep, and that means a semifinal is upon us. It is time to get into the game.
It's one hell of an exciting prospect, this one. I've been looking forward to it all day, Chad. The fact that 9Z have been taking down the world number 1, the world number 3, G2 making mincemeat out of FaZe yesterday with Stewie as a standard. I just do not know what to expect coming into this semi-final.
Dallas has been a wild ride so far, and that goes for both of the names in the server today. I don't think that's going to stop, so strap yourself in. This one's going to get wild.
You heard the Des discussing it as well, questioning whether or not the Vertigo float, whether giving G2 the opportunity to play on Inferno. Is that going to be something that you put thought into as well? Is Inferno giving G2 too much?
Look, I definitely think there's a comfortable veto for G2 considering what we've seen from them in this tournament, right? With this man right here on your screen, he's getting more and more comfortable on these very maps, but 9Z must have known this one was coming, must have been heavily prepared for it. As far as their international competition goes on Inferno, not too much to really delve into, and that could be a scary prospect for G2, but we're going to do the quote-unquote player-owned game, and I think that's going to go for both of these teams today.
Well, 9Z have been playing their own game, right? World rank 40, as it currently stands by HLTV.org. They're coming into this tournament, and you were talking to me about Chengdu. That was just yesterday. It feels like it anyway, and a different set of results for 9Z.
9Z last place IEM Chengdu to guaranteed top 4 at IEM Dallas with the chance to make it into the grand final and take on Vitality, a team they've already beaten. Excuse me?
Oh God, okay.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm here to watch. I'm very excited to see what 9Z can lay down. I'm intrigued if things shift now. Do things change? Now you've gotten this far. You've had some days to stew on it. Think about it. That momentum you built up over the group stages. You secure a full bye straight to the semi-final. You've been watching the games, and now you're in front of the crowd. We just heard. This is the first for Uruguay. This is the first for their countrymen. Latin America in the semi-final stage of the Intel Extreme Masters, and they're up against the Samurai. It's G2, and it's G2's turf up first. Inferno, where we started, and let's see if 9Z can keep up that momentum, put up a fight against the likes of Monacy and Nico.
And momentum is something that G2 are going to look to run with. The fact you have Stewie, who is one of these instinct-based players, going to be looking for every gap and will be even more emboldened with the antics, with the crowd behind him.
Ooh, we got 2 Cowboys in the server for the CT side. 9Z equipped Martinez and Max with the Dual Beretta Kevlar combo.
Well, no surprise to see G2 heading towards Banana. Their T sites on this map have felt like they're only playing for one bomb site. 3 players from 9Z. Pressure over towards top mid. You saw that setup, but it will be a B finish. There's a molly available, 2 smokes and flashes. Expecting to see a standard execute CT, coffins, and the molly to new box.
Double smoke lands. And second flash, of course it's Stewie, leading by example into the site. Got to clear his corners. At the back of the site they linger, and it's Buddha Takes Stewie down, empty-handed for G2, but that's what they wanted to see. G2, that's the trades. Sure, he goes down fast, but the sight is theirs, and likely the round to follow as well. Nothing from Max on the dual Berettas this time.
All right, well, let's see what damage they can find on the way out the door, because the bomb's down. This will be G2's round, unless Martinez, the Spaniard, can do something nuts. It looks like he's going to want to back off and try and hold on to this Kevlar.
I saw a conversation on Twitter about what Stewie's bringing to this G2 roster, and one of the stats that was presented is how often his death is traded. Over 50% of the time on his T-side rounds, he is being traded immediately, which is a lot of space, I imagine.
That's one of the things, right? When we talk about entry fraggers, it's great if they get that opening kill, but the bit more old school definition was just moving those crosshairs and trying to allow your teammates to get into better positions to win those duels. Martinez, run, and you can hide, so holds on to the dualies. That's the Kev. And the fist bump comes in. First round for G2.
Stewie saying in the interviews, I want to prove I can still hang at this level. And I mean, in the semi-final, it's already surpassed many's expectations.
The game against FaZe was ridiculous. Now, look, that's not necessarily, driven by Stewie. It is more so by Monacy and Nico. But the fact that Stewie's able to contribute as a functioning member of this team, so far, it's so good. Let's see how far they can push this story. Now, force spike for 9Z going into the second round of play. MP9, some upgraded pistols, a FAMAS for Martinez based off of that saved Kev. No rush for G2. Looks like they're going to get this banana control for free. How about Mollies will confirm that. Very deep, and Flash keeps Stewie on his toes.
Easy.
Initial joust, but gets away.
Half health. No secret, they want to fight for top banana. Some chip damage from the HE, but it is going to be Martinez with the save Kevlar FAMAS to draw first blood here.
G2 have struggled in these type of rounds of the tournament, even when the opponent has much, much less than what we're seeing with 9Z's investment. The anti-ecos or anti-forces for G2 have been, I think, rubbish would be a fair word to define it.
Yeah, and there can be quite a science to handling that kind of buy. You have an understanding as to what your opponent's options are. They are limited, but they can be threatening. There's nothing more threatening than an AK-47 into the second. Hunter, full HP, equipped with the AK-47.
Well, they can get the smokes down, but it looks like they're going contact first. So Max should drop this smoke. They can blow it over with Nexa. Nexa can clear this with the HE.
Time sensitive now. We've got 37 for G2 to try and get that bomb down. Smokes are in the sky. Double coffin smoke. That might be a bit of an oversight. Get the CT1 down. Here we go. 25. Max, what can you do? He's got DGT, Buddha, even a fourth rotating in. They have the bodies here, and now they've got the headshots. It's Buddha with that retrieved Galil. Farming up. DGT on the MP9. No way. 5 alive in the second round force spike.
Look, G2 need to go make a compilation. Well, maybe not them.
Someone else.
Someone else should probably go and make the compilation of the second rounds that they've lost in this tournament. There have been some miserable ones, and as far as that one goes, not the most egregious by any stretch of the imagination. There was actually a full investment from 9Z. We've seen them lose to a Scout and Glocks. We've seen them lose to a Glock and a Flash.
That's right, the Flash. Oh,
right?
but the Flash.
You can't forget about that Flash in Martinez. He loves the way that one feels. G2 down to a force of their own.
We weren't so lucky we didn't get to cast much 9Z during the group stage, but we definitely heard them, didn't we? I mean, the celebrations, the energy they've brought to Dallas has been electrifying. It's hard not to kind of, cheer for a team so passionate. And right now, their passion is translating into success. It's a lovely work from Buddha. He's not shying away from an engagement. You want to fight? Let's fight.
Not giving G2 that banana space, and that's going to be one of the questions about this T-side for G2. What happens if they can't win banana? You have to think about some of their earlier matches. We were winning with hero AKs or dropped AKs into second rounds, good trades, and then 2v2 post plants.
Oh, look at his little angle selection there. It's going to be overlooked completely, and there's Creamy Moses in the crowd.
Another US favorite.
A cultural icon. A cultural icon is Creamy Mo. Charge your phone. But 9Z2, G2, 1.
Well, likely to be 3-1 in a moment's time. G2 will have to stomach a bit of a full eco going into the next. This is a great way to steady the nerves for 9Z. You lose pistol, that feels pretty miserable, but to win back with the force immediately and then deal with their force, and now you get to just hold at arm's length this full eco.
Well, if the desk and my color commentator are both aware of G2's penchant for B, as a CT side, when you're putting your resources into a second round force, you're probably going to lean towards the second letter of the alphabet, and I imagine that simplification of things has led to some early successes.
It's going to be when the guns come out for both teams. We see what Stewie and Nico are able to get away with in Banana.
True.
And then we have to ask ourselves if Hunter and Nex are going to take any chances over towards Boiler and Halls, because they need to apply some pressure over towards A.
So it looks like it's Wasso Peak who's going to be kind of the deady Pips apps side with DGT in tow.
Don't give anything
He's giving them
away.
a fight. He is giving them a fight ahead of the play. A lot of bodies there. Wasso Peak has support. Look at that team play. Not a single body dropping.
That's 3 rounds in a row without a single kill from G2.
Yep. Starting to forget what it feels like.
Their force, the force back, and then a full eco. And you don't take a single casualty. That is a great way. Don't we all?
It's a new smoke mechanic.
Oh, don't we all?
We're all learning how it works.
Some are better than others. All right, the AK's out, G2. This is where we need to see us start making a dent. Next up, and Stewie yet to frag, but understandably so. There's only 4 in total for G2 at this point. 3 players over towards B for 9Z for this space. Deep flash, not a smoke.
Wow, look at the trading utility already. Large investment of resources from both sides.
They're just walking straight up mid, so this is definitely not Banana related.
Yeah, and they've gone and found the gap. This is going to be a jump scare for Wasso Peak. Martinez as well with him.
DGT's on the way, not far now.
Yeah, he's responsible for the arch side. Martinez, oh no, Wasso Peak's gone down. Hunter, he's found a fantastic opening, and now it collapses for 9Z. As easy as that for G2, and some balls on Hunter. You were asking questions of whether he'd take some initiative and space. There's example and exhibit A.
Yeah, perfect work, and you can see they were expecting their mid-smoke to be respected. The T's throughout the one that allows the lurk through either towards long or short side. They drop one to be defensive, but they're able to pip the gap, and you can see that rotation just had no idea it was possible, or at least weren't expecting that timing. So well done from G2. Very simple round, and impact from Hunter.
So yeah, the B util, and they threw enough, G2 that is, that it kept the CTs under the impression that it was going to be just another day in the B side offense.
You're holding them at car, right? It's always going to be, especially because they didn't opt to go all in. I think what they were hoping to do was layer their utility. That's why they started with a flash.
Right.
All right, we flash first, and then we'll drop the smoke. You know, whereas you have insta timings or you have spawn timings with those smokes. I think they just wanted to try and have a little bit better utility economy in that round. Oda might be in trouble, mate. He might be in a lot of trouble.
I'm assuming that's a meme, okay? Like, I only just understood fuck Flom. Apparently they don't actually hate Flom.
Really?
No, apparently it means they love it.
They love Flom?
Yeah, apparently.
Can't quite believe that.
I know, I just thought everyone was being really nasty about Eric.
We like Eric.
Yeah, he's cool.
We like aggression.
Oh, I do. Hello, DGT, what are you up to? That's a T smoke throw now.
Do ya? You do.
Hang on, he's doing it. This is an iconic maneuver.
Goodbye, Nexa.
And Nexa shot in the back of the head. Can't quite believe that one. He's probably still processing it as Modesty looks to Scarpa to provide a trade, but damage is done. He disappears. The smoke is fading. Nico's his next challenge, and the barrel's been spotted. He has the jump on Nico, but you've got to wake up very early in the morning if you want to catch Nico off guard.
Oof, that's telling me that he thinks they're really just stuck around Banana, but nobody's home at the moment for G2. They've actually spread, fanned out, made sure that there's no more leaks over towards second middle.
But yeah, I love that from DGT. They call that one the Escobar. Martinez, he's having a look towards the Banana. Oh, and a Stewie. Brought down to 15, a little bit of team damage. Chipping away at Max. But the pressure's been applied and G2 look elsewhere.
Sound still had a lot of mid presence, but there's more than enough time for G2 to opt with the pivot. Monacy, he has a smoke, a flash, a molly. He could apply pressure to the lurk smoke balcony, maybe molly towards pit. But it doesn't look like they want to finish A, so Nico's the one tasked with faking or holding this Banana presence. Needs to get past Max, spotted on the jump.
Pressure is really being applied to Wasso Peak and Buddha. Oh no! It's only Wasso Peak here now, and they know where he is. He does find the trade onto Monacy. That's the bomb peeking him, and now it's in his pit. It's in his playground. That leg shot from Martinez still lingers onto Stu, and another victim for Wasso Peak. A triple kill in defense of his site. Nico's got no time. He's got some frags, but Max, he's hiding out in the library. And it's a fourth for 9Z.
The crosshair right on. All right, Nico, some good damage, but the round will go to 9Z. And that is a huge triple from the pit. Can't be understated the importance of that, especially with Buddha going down with such ease. m0NESY just deletes him, and it was DGT who started. But it was Hassan Peak who finished. This is fantastic work. Not getting isolated. He's the one getting to pick the jewels at his timing, and that's an important round. Should be happy with that one.
I mean, that's going to affirm some confidence as well. You're going to feel more conviction in your pit holds, knowing he's responsible for a multi-kill that's brought home a fourth.
I think G2 have been very efficient with their banana utility in this round. Maybe even some misthrown pieces as Max stuck behind Car. Needs to be quite careful. He doesn't have any support right now. He also doesn't have any utility, so unless there's a cachet drop for him.
Oh, there is, Chad. He's just picked up 3 different grenades.
Okay, well, at least that's going to be able to bolster the defense as we see how fortified top middle currently is. So this is 9Z trying to read a different finish from G2, and they haven't really been that banana-centric. Now, whether that's because 9Z's been aggressive and making them change their tune.
Nice nade onto Nico. Susceptible to those M4s now. 1 bullet would do it. And the smoke dropped at 50. That's a well-placed utility, and now channeling G2 towards this gamble.
Well, with 40 seconds left and you haven't even probed middle, right, you don't even know what's home. If you go back and try some mid-control, you're in for a world of hurt as long as 9Z stick to their guns, literally.
They park him. Martinez. Try and draw fire. Safe from the flames. They don't molly both. Elevations are now pivoting with 25. What's going on here? Max and Buddha to be tested. This is going to be real last minute.
Rotation's coming, but it won't be there in time.
This gets ugly, Stu. He's talking 14 seconds, Buddha. He needs a multi. Some chip damage. They're getting across, and down goes one, but hold on. Buddha stands his ground for another. A second to spare on the plant. Quasso Peak coming round from Banana. The bomb has gone down in time. But can Martinez and DGT forge a path back into the site? They have the kits, they have the smoke. DGT first contact. Martinez posted if Nexa goes wide. m0NESY first contact. What an angle. Oh, it is a m0NESY show. And you've all got tickets. Just the 1v1 for Quasso now, but he doesn't really have the time. Nexa can hide out, rot the clock. He's getting run down by a USP, but Nexa brings it home for G2.
Huge shots from m0NESY there. Sharp on the AK-47 is the kid. 3v3 retake B bomb site time against them. The defense, yeah, you were getting real worried about that clock, and I'm sure G2 were as well. The pressure on at that moment.
That angle on the smoke he got there, Stewie with a very impactful frag that's overshadowed by this lovely sequence out of m0NESY.
I'm not sure where Stewie was even hoping for that smoke to land, right? We see it in front side, but was he trying to bounce it towards Coffins through their block smoke regardless? They still stick the landing. 1 round difference. Hero rifles in the mix for 9Z, so how impactful can DGT and Max be? The rest not operating with a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'd probably consider it a win if they can be competitive. They don't just get rolled over in this one.
Well, right now, DGT, you can see on the radar, he's just floating at the moment. Doesn't really have a home, but if you are going to invest into these 2 rifles and you want to win the round, you need to make sure that you're in the right place when the attack comes in. G2 continuing to diversify the playbook a little bit. More A pressure, this time full mid control on the menu. Only short and long. Space completely taken, and Nico even applying a little bit more smokes, flashes, and a long wrap on the cards.
Yeah, it's going to nullify DGT. Actually ahead of the util was Hunter. It's just a Mac 10. Traded immediately. Martinez should be a dead man here. Next is cooking. And headshotting.
There's a free kill.
Oh, that was on the rifle as well. Yeah, Max was not prepared for the angle. If just Hunter is the casualty, Buddha's done well to retrieve a rifle. He'll get out of there.
Sure, he should have heard him.
Oh yeah, he's in hot pursuit. But Buddha has the need for speed. Gets around the corner in time.
Oh, they're going to hunt him. Nexa's been able to cut off Banana, so there's really no way out for Buddha. And with the time really against him, he should be losing this A1S.
Oh, you peek, you are dead. Nexa, it's actually going to adopt a more passive line. It's a lot of time. You can see G2 are continuing to constrict. Process of elimination will dictate top Banana a likelihood, but they don't know about Ruins, back B site.
Well, this would be a luxury into the next round, but with the 1900 and where their finances are currently at, I think we see 9Z go for the buy again, and maybe a little bit surprising that they didn't invest into this round fully with the cash that was available. And he does get to retain. So that's important because he has 6K. That means that if they really want to get the AWP into the hands of Martinez, they can. Right, Buddha will be able to buy himself head armor or Kevlar. They could drop an AWP across, bring that into the mix, and that's likely the discussion that 9Z are having right here, right now.
Seeing Stewie back after, 2 years away from wearing a professional jersey, Chad, has it given you the itch?
No, I think Stewie, he's still very young.
All right.
I think, even though he's achieved an awful lot in his career, Intel Grand Slam, all that good stuff.
Yeah, major win, North American soil.
He's just gone on a brief hiatus.
Okay.
Apparently, he wants to be back on the screens. I remember Stewie back 2015. It's an RGN LAN when I was in Renegades, and I was talking to him about the event. He's like, yeah, one day I'm going to be on Cloud9, and well, he was.
Oh, that's gangster.
He definitely was.
I mean, he manifested it. He knew what he wanted. And then there was Pyramids and Clay and all of that. Just ask Nico, who's currently side by side with him.
Yeah, which is why we have a bit of the odd couple in the server right now.
Interesting to watch Stewie's procedures here. He's trying to take top banana. He just throws out the flash and a nade to ward off or punish anyone playing towards the fallen angle.
Yeah, you can see he doesn't want to hang around to take too much flak damage from utility as well, though. So they're allowing 9Z to rifle through their nades. Martinez does have that AWP, which could be used in lieu of util, but he's currently posted up towards that long side. And when we've seen G2 go through these mid protocols, they've been Molotoving Porch and long. Hunter has another MAC-10, Alex.
Yeah, deliberate. Martinez, his vision is obscured. The AWP forced to relocate. More util setting up the rest of the G2 squad. It's m0NESY providing that. And they've got an awful lot of control, at least towards A, with still 60 seconds for the final play. Now being smoked off, this is forcing a decision out of the T's. Do you stick around, or do you concede for the re-clear?
Yeah, nice util for 9Z to retake that top mid control. But apparently time, not an issue for G2. Happy to run the clock right down.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, looking for another A finish. So, South Peak, you've had a nice little triple so far. You might need another one. You are on an absolute island, son. This B, it's just pressure. It's just a fake, and he's starting to back off. He might get caught by a timing. This sucks.
Trust your gut, trust your instinct. Hwaso Peak has got a lot to do here. G2 about to try and waterfall into him. He tracks the first and gets away, repositions the bomb on m0NESY, an important trade, and that's the frag. Martinez makes things interesting. The bomb on the floor, it will be scooped up by Nexa, and a disadvantage for the post plant. An important duel for Nico, but there is a big one from DGT. Takes down Nico, bomb ticking, Stu and Nexa, they're going to struggle. They're in trouble, 2v4, they're rounding the corner of the double peak. Stewie needs to double up on that, the angle has been spotted out. Nexa on the pit, will be responsible for long side. Stewie's holding it for now. Good work from Buddha, only Stewie can come up clutch, and it's denied. Buddha, solid work, and despite not having the resources on the A site, they remain composed.
Martinez getting one and Hassal doing the same is huge, right? The fact that they go 1 for 1 and then the pivot towards middle, the slow down.
Wow. Just looking at that collection. The fans been having fun, the signs worked.
I was going to say, that is quite a beer wall.
A beer wall.
Right, normally we get a beer snake, but a beer wall?
The revival is on, yeah, North American Counter-Strike, man. It's been a bumpy road. Oi, oi.
Could take a headset.
Not bad at all. Stewie's gonna take this bitch a whole mile. 1.6 of those.
When in Rome. 9Z just holding on. 2 players staying alive to scavenge AWP. G2 still have cash for this.
This is aggressive, very aggressive from Max.
What?
He's lost Buddha. That's a spam from Nico.
That happened so quickly. Did he stand in the flames?
Oh, they're under a lot of scrutiny here. Some flustered utility. They're clearing smokes while that's fully flashed.
This is going to have to likely be a gamble stack from 9Z unless a killer's given over by G2. they're searching on their own, just like this. Only your Boiler and Halls guy have to work in tandem. No flash available for them. Hunter making no secret of his presence. Martinez with the AWP.
Oh, I thought they were going for the double spray.
Yeah, they were. So he did get lucky with the time that he decided to cinch on back. Max knows he has to fight. It's a flash available to try and set this up. They're blocked for now, again, and good timing on this util.
Yeah, last time this did make G2 uncomfortable, but they managed to get into the site with just a couple of seconds to spare. Nexa trying to keep the A players busy. I know DGT and Max have both started to be the moths to that flame. And so with the B side wide open, G2, they're just puppet mastering their way into some of these rounds here. It's like Inferno 101. It's one of the reasons G2's Inferno has been so successful for them is they can keep the presence, they can keep the deception, and make that right choice, an educated gamble.
That is the change for them in this matchup compared to some of their others in this tournament, is they are doing a whole lot more on the rest of the map. It was so much B play the last few times that we saw G2. DGT came over to investigate, and he's quite lucky there was a redeploy of a CT smoke, and also surprisingly, Nexa hasn't really been too disruptive on this lurk. He's essentially secured the round, but I thought he might go looking and get a kill or two. Removing these rifles would be great.
Looks like DGT might not be able to bring that AK into the next round for the CT. Oh, 4x3. Get your nose off the monitor.
Oh, dear.
Lean back in your chair. Oh, Nexa takes it away from him. You're going to feel a bit foolish after that one, a bit hot under the collar. Just maybe an inch further back, he might have spotted him. What's he on? Let me check it. I'm going to check his aspect ratio.
It's like wearing horse blinders.
Yeah.
So close to the screen.
I mean,
I guess he
on.
can't see the crowd. Look how ridiculous this looks. Not going to be able to laugh about that one, but all right. Turning point in the half. Only 2 rounds remaining. G2, you win this one, you wipe the board, you can walk away with 7. I'd say you need to win this to give yourself something to fight with.
Oh, Martinez just losing his head to the Monacy. AK-47. Orb taken out. Max will equip it. Buddha with an MP9 re-aggress. Hunter with the bomb on his back. This could go wrong, and just like that, it has! Buddha's MP9 finds a double kill. Finds the bomb. Nexa activates, but not very nice on the first. He takes cover. Let's maybe Stewie play next. He's throwing out smoke to delay, obscure view, and facilitate a reposition. Stu grabs that molly. Try and clear out the close cubby. And Buddha doesn't really have the health to deny this, so picking up the bomb and making their move into the site. That smoke is fading. And as Stewie punches in the code, it's all onto Nexa. They don't choose to push to punish the 1v2. And so now this 3v2 takes shape once more. Can G2 count on Stewie and Nexa to make a sick the reality? Grouping up. Surely some trade potential on Buddha with the low HP. He can swing through first. He even has a Molotov to deny the concern about Pit. Nexa's angle's being adopted. Stewie's going to have to build a round out of this. If Nexa goes down, it's one. And Stewie in the clutch, he's got this. It's just DGT. A tap to the dome is all that's required, and it's DGT.
He's going to find the kid, though. He's going to find the kid. He's going to have one.
Oh, I don't know.
It's going to be close.
Hold your breath. Stewie can't do it a second longer. And DGT composed. Didn't get flustered. He found the kit. The comms must be good. They're flowing despite the presence of that crowd, despite the additional pressures of a semi-final.
They're fortunate where the corpses fell, huh?
Look at the clock. I mean, truly, a couple of milliseconds in that.
All right, well, that's kept them in it for potentially 9Z with the 7th on the half. Remember, this is G2's pick. We've got Dust2 coming up next. Back and forth for the last spree of rounds. Aggression again, Max. This time he's straight in for the fight towards second middle.
An aggressive setup like this, it might be disruptive. The smoke implies something fishy afoot. Spam from Nico. That's ridiculous. Oh, God, he gets a second. What is that up to DGT? That is nonsense. The last bullet of the spray. Nico with a double kill, round-defining double kill. He hasn't seen either of them.
And they're still bothering to execute on towards B.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
are in absolute tatters. Nexa can probably deal with this, and it'll be 6-6 on the half.
Wow, Nico teaching us how to do it. Do it with style. Well, so Peak and Max, yeah, good luck. I mean, you're already smoked off. 4 players anticipating your arrival. They know where you're coming from. The double HEs, the jig is up. And so is the half. 6-6 on the half. It's G2's pick. This semi-final is just heating up. If the chants didn't make it evident, we are here on USA soil.
That's home soil for G2.
That's right, G2 and the revival of North American Counter-Strike. There's a lot of anticipation in the air to see just how far G2 can push this. We talk about winning, we talk about the potency of pressure, but when you've got nothing to lose, it is easier to win. But right now, they're starting to believe there might be something at stake, something working for G2 right now. It's 6-6 though, 9Z, they haven't rolled over. This is supposed to be a favored map to G2 and a 6-6 half right down the middle, chat.
Well, I would say that's more than par for the course for G2, right? Their CT side is where they do their best work. It's where the individuals get to lock things down. So right now, in my opinion, they're the favorite to take their map choice. Early pressure towards B, and, well, maybe just another B execute. Keep it simple, stupid.
Yeah, this is the God Flash. Nico's cocked it. A right click, a jump, and go. It's well timed, and look at the damage m0NESY and Nico show. m0NESY 3. You dare come to our domain? Get out of here, says m0NESY. Quad kill in defense of B.
Crispy stuff. Shooting gallery for m0NESY. Putting that aim on display. He can do it with everything. The AWP, the signature weapon. And we'll get it from his perspective. Just
plucks them out of the air.
Removing heads left, right, and center. Doesn't even have to see him. Well, that's both pistols for G2.
You know it's good when he's impressed. He's impressing himself.
Disgusted at his own...
And look what that's led to. Oh, I can feel it in my waters, Chad.
Yeah, Glock round, right?
No, oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, that's actually a bit scary. But I'm looking at m0NESY, and this is a man that's not afraid to take a duel
He's got the bloodlust right now.
Oh, yeah. He's got his helmet, he's got his M4, and he's got that bloodlust. Just wants to get this formality over and done with. Now, Nexa and Stewie have been equipped with MP9s. One would assume a little more liberty to those MP9s once the time ticks down.
They are very passive across the map right now, G2. No pressure towards Banana. That also means no information. m0NESY got a little bit over towards middle, but he's playing with that rifle at range. They are playing this one extremely safe. Modern day Counter-Strike, you tend to play a lot more transitional, right? You go for the feelers, you drop back into a different setup. Right now, they've essentially started passive, and m0NESY only goes 1 for 1.
Yeah, that lust punished. Hunter should be able to finish things off nicely. No armor on them, but no bullets for Hunter Martinez with m0NESY's M4.
Give us another G2 classic!
No, it's not! Nexa down in the pit to the double Glock, and now it's a 2 versus 2 on an eco. This is G2's hardest round, somehow, inexplicably. These rounds continue to go wrong, but Stewie, he says he knows how to win these rounds, and now he's doing just that. Forces the cancel on the bomb plant, but Martinez, he gets off it! Oh, it comes down to a 1 versus 1. Stewie, he puts his money where his mouth is there. He is going to save G2. Costly, but stopped from having red faces. That got too close.
Yeah, do not fear, Stewie's here. This is no longer a cliche for G2. This is just a reality that these type of rounds are the bane of their existence. They just get across the line, but that should never be so close. That was literally just Glocks.
I hate that you were right. I hate that you were right. I'm sure G2 do too.
Well, Taz, he's going to try and calm them down.
Lads. If you're not gonna, if you're not gonna cry, you should probably laugh about that one. You can see a little smirk on Hunter's face, especially with Taz on the mic now, just to make sure they're situated. This is gonna be guns. This is the big round.
Well, the ramifications have just been turned up to 11.
I see you.
Because we just lost 4 players in the previous. And now if they win this round, we're going to have absolutely nothing going into the next.
Peanuts. A couple of gummy bears.
They've been able to get out 4 M4s, 2 MP9s. So as far as the firepower is concerned, 9Z have them trumped.
How does this smoke exchange boil out? I see Martinez has thrown that from
Look at this, straight up the gut, Alex.
Oh, yeah, no, look. No hesitation. Hunter's getting a lot of pressure thrown his way. Buddha takes him down. m0NESY keeps it level and then some. By finding Buddha, Max had some damage inflicted, and Max has got the bomb already towards the arch side. He's going to have to try and make a hero maneuver here. DGT responsible for the potential on the pit side. m0NESY noted towards that location. A smoke library obscures. DGT on the crawl. That's a lot of damage, Max. Very vulnerable now. Very uncomfortable for 9Z. Certainly not impossible.
Stewie has to address the possibility of B, so he's rotated back, no longer in CT spawn. Nico's really not supporting. He's just cutting off the mid to B. This is on m0NESY and Nexa.
Yeah, Nexa's had confirmation of his location. Forced to make a decision. The crossfire here is deadly, but so is Martinez, the Spaniard. He steps up, and in combination with Max, they take the site. m0NESY, he can't find anything. their patience. It's been rewarded with a bomb plant.
Nico's having a look. They're not just going for the save.
We talked about their finances, Chad. Their shortcomings in the previous round means if they let this go, if they lose all their rifles, they are sent straight back to poverty. Smoke will make things difficult. Gives Nico some freedoms. An elevated angle.
What a
timing!
swing!
Look at that from Martinez. 100 miles an hour around the corner. Now no bullets for Stu. He's not got any hope. And now they've got no money. 8-7, 9Z. They dug themselves out of trouble there. Those 2 frags into the site. Nexa couldn't do anything. And Modesty, your king, still got dethroned in this one.
It's interesting to see such a pacey call, knowing they likely had weaponry advantage there from 9Z. Right? The fact that they've gone for something quite direct out of spawn. But the way that they handled that within the mid-round, they kept their cool. Right? They stayed poised. They made sure they could transition that bomb back, grouped up. Some great shooting from Martinez. Difference maker to draw this just to a 1-round game. And, well, G2 with the force. This can get much worse for them. Remember, for 9Z, these are individuals who, well, we spoke about it. They came last to IEM Chengdu. And now they're in the semifinals in Dallas. This is a stage match for these lads. Every game they play, it's like a dream. This is what you're playing for. This is the whole underdog conversation. I know that would unravel the NA revival and the return of Stewie 2K, but regardless, 9Z, they have quite the story as well.
Last place in Chengdu. I mean,
they lost to G2 in the best of 1, and then they lost to Heroic.
And now look at them, flying oh so high in Dallas. And competitive in our first map of this semi-final. I was hesitant to expect the same performance from them with a couple of days off. But they've come in focused, making G2 sweat.
Wow, here comes the second layer. 9Z have top mid control. Now they're dropping down the next element of control. Trash Molly smokes towards Arch and Library. Modesty with the scout, doesn't hit the tag. Pressure over towards A.
That's just Hwaso Peak, but he's a real threat now. He can actually synchronize with the rest of his squad. They're all distracted, and he can come in from behind to finish off the job. Hunter, he is no more, and neither is this G2 force. Farming, just farming frags. Both go the way of the MAC-10. He gets 3. 1,800. Extra dollars for Hwaso Peak. Does he keep the MAC-10? I mean, he knows they're on an economical, probably going to be very comfortable for 9Z to take the 9th.
I'm sorry, it just dawned on me how dominant G2 was yesterday over FaZe.
Yeah.
And now, like, 9Z tied up 8-8 in a favorable position to get the 9th. Playing some well-rounded Counter-Strike. What has Dallas been other than a fever dream?
It's solid Counter-Strike. This is the G2 that made FaZe look foolish yesterday. A FaZe that up until the last event had made every single grand final.
Yeah, they got knocked off at EPL, and then coming in you think, oh, is it a bounce back?
One would assume. I imagine they did too.
And you're getting tweets out of Rain and Carrigan saying, you know, some of the worst Counter-Strike they've ever played. They looked absolutely absent. Well, the crowd trying to will G2 into it. I think you might have to wait around before you see much action, unless the trap is sprung over towards B. Just over a minute left on the clock for 9Z to put their feelers out and suss the situation.
Yeah, but Hwaso Peak's looking like he's playing his game. He's walking through smoke, communicating, taking space, playing his role.
Calling a lot clear. Absolutely no resistance thus far. Bomb to be picked up by Max on the second try. They're just clamping in down on A. So worst case, they're up in apps. Maybe a pit stack site will be cleared in a moment. Only one spotted. Nobody else springs out, and that's it. You know this coast is clear. And the kills just keep coming. Next might grab one.
Don't want to give anything away here. Martinez is riding that fine line. And they'll even hoover up a couple extra kills on the SMG. 6 kills from Hwaso Peak on the MAC-10 in the last 2 of play.
Isn't it insane? In both of the early stages of these two halves, there's been multiple rounds where 9Z have gone back-to-back with 5 staying alive. They did 3 consecutive in the first half. Now they've done 2. If they do it again right now, surely not. They're up against the guns of G2. They'll be setting the red carpet, ready to pick up map number 1 and then go into their turf of Dust 2.
I mean, we've seen a scout, but no Modesty or on the CT side. I think that's a huge contributing factor into when G2's CT side feels locked down.
Only 2 incendiaries as well for G2. I know they've been nerfed, but that's still going to make things a little bit tougher. Lower crowd control utility.
Stewie's quite isolated here. He's committed, so if there's a Molotov...
You're in trouble, mate.
He is going to be isolated. Overlooked. They walked straight past him. Stewie gets a free frag, and if he finds the second, the round is done. He's getting overwhelmed now by Buddha. A long, drawn-out trade, but it's provided nonetheless.
Yeah, someone's definitely looking down upon Stewie. Not cleared in that moment. Gets one that's probably more than it was worth considering the circumstances.
That's a lot of util landing towards Nico and Hunter. The cousins partner up.
Coming in.
Full commit. Nice work from Hunter. Down to Huaso. It's up to Nico. Solid at the first. Oh, and look at the precision. Makes the second look all too easy. The third is asking too much, it seems. The 1v3 for Martinez. He's looked very crispy with the rifle so far. Up against Monacy and Nexa. Tucks in, and now tucked in tight by Nexa. His first glance, the patience was there. The double kill from Nico felt very influential as well, just to soften the load for the retake.
The detail in that round and why that's so easy in the 1-on-2 is because they knew exactly where Martinez was planting. And Monacy, instead of extending and just looking for the fight, he took a passive angle to make sure that Martinez could only be, from their perspective, on the left-hand side of the site. So that meant they could have just focused their attention completely on triple oranges, and you can see they're both laser beaming in that direction. And yes, Stewie, fantastic to grab one, considering how that scenario was looking to unfold, but still a bit ropey with the finances. Stewie into an MP9. 9Z, they brought out the AWP for Martinez. AK's into the rest, and an aggressive pick to apply some early banana pressure.
That's a very well-placed nade. Between the legs of Martinez and Buddha.
This bomb site's more than fortified. Stewie and Nico will play first, and then it's about Hunter just keeping his head down and mopping up.
Oh, he's playing a dangerous game, is Stu. Distraction, shoulder from Nico. Tries to delay with the incendiary. The flash is great, but no one goes down.
It's all 5 top banana for 9Z. They definitely wanted to punish if they got the pick. DGT, scary games right now in the smoke. Has to be careful. Doesn't want to give away his life. Does. Plenty of time available, but the nade, that'll send him packing. Look at the util still for a 9Z execute. They're just allowing these rifles and AWP to search, but that will have to explode.
They've been flying blind this whole time on A. The question is this a full commit? But as the two smokes, they land. The cavalry get on their mounts, their trusty steeds. They need to get it to the A site stat. Huaso peak already on the warpath. Monacy has to find a decision, find an angle he's comfortable on. It's Nexa that will be the first contact. Martinez has been brought even low. Nexa! What's he done that for? Didn't want to take a fight. Now from behind, Hunter's down, and with 7 seconds, they're punching in the code. Scraps of HP on the majority, and a Huaso peak double. Takes down Nico. 9Z, the first to find double digits. Stewie down as well. Oh, they are just hanging on by a thread in some of these rounds. I have to ask more questions of that Nexa death.
I was focused on the flank. I was looking at the Stewie and Hunter just absolutely teaming quickly down banana up middle. So he's gone and stood in the flames, and what's happened there?
Like, maybe.
Look, you're a pit anchor. You want to try and delay. You know that flank's coming fast, but that just looks like a massive fumble from Nexa. And it's an important round. Look at 9Z. These young guns, the Latin Americans getting fired up because that's an impactful round onto G2.
And the pressure they were applying, it was so well synchronized.
They just stayed as a pack.
Yep. I mean, the util was there. We discussed, you know, the penny dropped, the B rotate was on its way, but the util was there to block the positioning and the crunch onto the A site. Admittedly, Nexa did concede a very powerful position in the crossfire he had established with Monacy. A cockerel.
G2,
right now,
look
yeah.
at the bitter pill they've had to swallow. 2,400 lost into the next. They will be able to buy. I wonder if Nico wants to get the AWP into the hands of Monacy. It really, at the moment, look, they've got 15 and 13 kills respectively between the two of them. Nobody else on G2 hitting the double digits just yet. Hunter was a big part of their performance yesterday.
Oh, that's lovely from Buddha.
Info.
Yeah, and actually great
overcook it,
damage.
lads.
Great damage. 2 kills. Now Vasopeak got caught out by Monacy. Oh, Stu with a jump. No, 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 no! Oh no! Nectar burnt, singed toes, and down goes the 11th.
Yeah, someone get the fire department on the line for Nexa.
Yeah, someone get him some flame retardant clothing.
Burn cream.
You're doing great, man. 2 is all that 9Z need to take G2's map pick in this semi-final. Nexa cooks to a crisp once more. And now, as you prophesized, that Nico saved pennies puts into the win condition.
And Stewie with what is becoming his signature MP9. I think he's had more impact rounds with that than the rifle throughout this tournament, but regardless, as long as he gets it done. Headbutts the nade, Martinez. More utility. Put over the top. Will extinguish. But exchanging Util and Banana now with the change of Incendiary means the teams will always win out that fight unless Stewie can make some magic happen. It's Nico up to the plate, the nade's done, and that's 2 dead.
Oh, look at them work. What's going on? Nico nearly goes down to the flames there as well, but the combination there, the Stewie drive-by, the Nico nade, then the Nico re-aggress, it sets G2 up for a clean conversion here. You've taken the AWP threat away.
I don't know if they're out of the woods just yet because of Nico's HP.
Sure.
9Z have tried a couple of contact maneuvers. That's a deep smoke to block off the mouth of Banana.
I am surprised they haven't swapped weapons.
Well,
Nico more
clear.
of a distraction. They just
clear.
contact. Stewie primed and ready. It's the MP9 in Stewie's hands that once again finds impact. Monacy will close, and G2 a convincing CT round. But is it Stu? I would say so. Monacy's AWP just putting the cherry on top in that one. Nico and Stewie locking it down, doing themselves proud.
I honestly think he should just rock the MP9. It's great. With his playstyle, he always wants to keep moving. He's going to get himself into an A4. But the crowd like that one, the hometown hero. The return of one of North America's greats. It's not what anybody was expecting, but it's definitely delivered the content, and that's what Stewie's all about, the attitude with it. The scalps they've taken on this road, it's been no easy beat for either team, but G2's had the spotlight. The complexity M80, Team Liquid, nah, G2 with Stewie 2K, that's the North American representation.
Yeah, of all the teams in attendance, didn't suspect it was G2 operating with a stand-in to make such a competitive run here at the Intel Extreme Masters.
Banana completely constricted right now. Nico jumps spot with the smoke. He's going to get the information from Stewie that there's noise towards the T stairs. Do they want to take the fight or do they want to block them? Well, there's your answer. Walking through, do they clear Stewie?
Oh no, empty-handed there. Kind of just spoilt for choice, and it's up to Nico! A triple kill! Oh, and it's a quad! Nico! He gives us all the tutorial on locking it down. 9Z sent back to spawn by Nikola Kovac.
Has to get that focus right on. He's doing the in-game leadership here in Dallas. Smile on the face, you can understand why. Not the biggest fantasy as to in the early days, but rounds like this, that's going to change the tune.
Beautiful. Yeah, it's going to happen. You know who you're up against? The world #1 rifler. Getting situated into the new engine, but when you have rounds like that, sequences like that from Nico, it serves as a reminder of who the hell he is.
That really could have gotten out of control, right? Nico only gets one, gets traded, the big bomb site's given up, notoriously difficult to retake. But he stunts them, he stops them, and he keeps 9Z at 11 to tie things up. Now it's anybody's map. Lost bonus starting to build for 9Z. They've been able to get in a bit of a half investment. AK Khalil, a couple of upgraded pistols. We've already discussed this. These lighter rounds tend to be the hiccups for G2.
Stewie saved him from one. Will this one get sketchy in round 23? This is a big round. For G2, it's supposed to be a formality. This is supposed to put them on map point, their map, no less.
Their rotation is miles away, and A has no info. No info at all. They've respected the top banana control util. And protocol response. Boost over, logs, play for info. Get as high as you can. Make sure they haven't actually pushed out towards those sandbags. They are still setting up this B execute. Notice he's come across. He's dropped out some more utility of his own.
This passive nature of Hunter and Nexa, they're still flying blind as to what could be occupying the brackets and apartments. You can see Monacy acknowledging that gap.
Was the plan just to draw out an extra smoke? Well, they've been able to do it. Still 4 smokes remaining for 9Z's finish. And again, they just say this Wolfpack mentality. 35 seconds.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. It's time for Nectar to redeem himself. This is an important round for G2. Him and Hunter partner up. A smoke to segregate, but this elevated angle. Nectar's pre-aiming. Lovely work from the both of them, but they're down after one. Monacy just in time to catch Wassa peak. Takes down the Tech-9 up. Not before he did damage and posted his 22nd. Can Martinez and DGT convert the post plant? That smoke is brutal.
There's another one on DGT that he can drop as well. It's going to have to beat Nico and Stewie through the short side.
Yeah, DGT's got a real angle here, though. And as long as that smoke stays up, he can hold it now. His position is noted. Stewie and Nico, so long as it's a trade, DGT gets one, gets away. Martinez steps wide, goes down. A 1v2, can you do it? Nico doesn't think so. And just enough time, the 12 comes in. So close, DGT a triple kill, one more. And it's 9Z's.
The heart rate for G2 has to be through the roof. Again, just another one of these lighter investments, and 9Z almost cracked through.
I thought it was happening for a second there. Hunter and Nexa, they get their one. That kill from Monacy helped level the odds prior to the arrival of Nico, and Nico catching this elevated angle. Oh, it's frustrating, no doubt. So close to manifesting a brilliant 12th round. Instead, it's G2's. Strap in, folks. This could be quick. OT or G2 1-0 up in this semi-final. And the pressure on 9Z to call the shot, to make the right call. With so much at stake, you don't want to be the one to step a foot wrong.
Working on this banana control, need to get past Monacy if they go for the boost. He's quick!
Oh, sheesh!
He is quick.
Burda's on notice right now.
You got to question where he's even looking. Is he even focused on the crosshair or the boost? Just ready to pull it?
That's just absolute muscle memory.
Well, Bogdan's law makes sense. We are in the States.
Lovely chip damage. 9Z, they're walking wonky. Nico, he's been dispatched to provide support to the A finish. 50 HP for Nexa. Anticipating a Molotov. Max ahead. Perhaps of the expectation, the timing was there. Hunter was too. And now he's bleeding. Nade doesn't finish him off. 10 HP. Now Nexa deploys the extinguish. He's learned his lesson. Nico, this is the element of surprise. And he's going to provide his 3 out of Nico. The multi-kills keep on coming. And G2 take it in regulation.
What a performance from Nico, 25 kills, masterful across the map on the CT side, and we said that's when G2 do their best work. Individuals stepping up, impact from Stewie, and they are one map away from the grand finals.
When your world falls to pieces, ask yourself, who keeps fighting?
Well, 100 Intel Extreme Masters, it has never quite been like this, especially for a team like 9Z. However, the majority of G2 have been in this situation, and boy, were they put to the test here on Inferno. Let me go ahead and welcome you back to Dallas, Texas. As you can see, that was a heater for Nico.
You know what he said there, Trace.
I know exactly.
It's your favorite Serbian words.
Should I give it a shot?
Probably not.
Okay, I just thought I would say so. Anyway, yeah, 13-11 is G2. They get pushed around a little bit on Inferno, but overall, on the back of some brilliant individual efforts there, G2 hold on tight, Josh.
I mean, that's the name of the game for G2 is the back of individual effort. It's not even really team play. It's Nico getting 4Ks, 3Ks, just like these insane lockdowns, especially on the CT side. And Monazy on the T side frying with the AK. It's not even like we know him for the op. We know him for just being lightning fast, but did we expect him to be entering and then also closing rounds out the style that he was doing? Well, I mean, they needed it.
You know how we call FaZe the great procrastinators? G2 are the content team, right? They just do it for the content, Trace, you know. Again,
is that why Nexa kept barbecuing himself?
Drama against the Glocks, of course, comes down to a 1v1. Nexa just running into fire, 100 HP, burning himself. I don't know if you could hear it on stream, guys, the roar from the crowd when he smoked the molly. It was almost as big as the one where they actually won the game. It's like, thank you, thank you, thank you.
He does something, and that's a good thing for Nexa and company. But for us, let's look into that nitty-gritty. And I don't mean doing some weird dance with your hands and stuff.
No, yeah, let's do the round 5 from the start of the game, right? Because Josh was talking a lot about G2's T side, focus so much on Banana. That might be a problem, right? It was really one-dimensional against Liquid. So here's what they do in their first actual gun round, because they lost the force buy after winning the pistol, right? It's just the smoke, bottom B to draw the attention, right? To keep the 3 CTs there. You can see the 3 CTs there. They walk into their own smoke, top mid. They're just waiting for the fade. Nexus creeping up, closer apps, right? And now they just pounce on the bottom side. You can see Hunter kills Quaso Peak, Nico catches DGT off guard, Nexa kills Martinez. This is it, round over. Clean round for G2 in the first gun round.
Yeah, it's something that we haven't seen from G2, as you pointed out, is that they've been doing really telegraphed plays, and throughout this game we've seen a few different times where if they want to go A, they're going to push back B first. Maybe they start with banana control, they fall back towards A, you know, 9Z retakes banana control, and then before they go back to A, G2, like, they send Nico up there, and he pushed them off with the molly, doing a jump jiggle, catching, knowing the ops there, knowing a rifle's there. Oh, we got the confirmed information. We know at most 2 people on A, they group and move together. We saw hulls pop from them. We saw Monazy running out hulls, running up lane and getting those opening kills onto pit. Like, these are things we didn't see. A in general, and then just doing a little jab before they do the main hit.
And it's really important to win a round like this early, because it keeps the CTs honest. You can't go for as many mid-round 3B setups or early 3B openings. We actually saw them 1 or 2 rounds play retake B on the CT side, 9Z, and I think there were some down the stretch good calls from Nico, good reads to avoid some of those stacks.
You said it right there. Good calls from Nico, but obviously a good performance in what was a later round in this game. And I'm talking about the banana hold from Nico, the big 4K there at the end.
Oh man, this was just an incredible round. I mean, Stewie dies without getting a single kill. Nico is in an all-in position. Like, there's nothing. He just has to stand and pray and kill as many as he can. And a spray down with 3 kills, now gets the 4th on Martinez. I think it's game over if he doesn't do this and they win this round, because their economy has been pressured the entire time. Nice had a mass amount of money in the bag. They kept buying again and again. And I mean, this is a sort of a round that's just gets into your head a little bit as well.
I mean, through the years, the sandbag on Banana has been a critical moment for a lot of people. Where is it, the Shocks op kill round?
Yes.
Yeah. So
back in your day.
Back when I was relevant. So a lot of usage of the map. Nico in form, Manazi in form, Nexa in fire.
name
Nico this time. They got 4 spot on round 2 actually. G2. They lost against the CT 4 spot.
Yeah, and that was
does that count? It's not a USPs.
No, but that was a really smart, really good thought out force from 9Z, because they bought 2 incendiaries as well. So they took advantage of the lower price, and it was very well thought out. And you need to give praise to 9Z, man. They kept their poise, they kept their composure against G2, who obviously has the crowd behind them. We saw on T side some really good rounds, some really good calm mid-rounding.
Yeah, they have the crowd against them right now. They're against G2's best map. Monazi and Nico are on form right now, and they are 2 of the world's best players and for multiple years running. So when they're going up against that and they're keeping it this tight, 13-11 on G2's map pick, first game of the series, it's good to go into the next round, the next map, knowing that 9Z can deliver, and they're not here, they're not shook, they're performing well.
Yeah, and they can hang. They're doing it on the stage right now in front of everybody, in front of us, in front of G2, in front of the crowd. And speaking of doing it all, it is our United States Air Force Aim High player of the match thus far, and it is not him, but I can't tell you who it is. I mean, he is him. He was
really good in the previous series, though.
He is him.
He was so good that they had to bring it up again.
Look, he's him. He's him Kardashian. He's Himothy Neutron. It's Nico.
It's Nico.
Thank you, goodness.
Yeah, I think he had a really good map individually, good calling. I think towards the end of the first half as well, some good kills, a couple of kills for the smoke that basically wins them the round.
2 HP there, by the way.
On the CT side, it's been just this round alone, really. Even in the final round of the game, I think it was a 3K that he managed to get. So you could tell he was pissed off, man.
Yeah.
I think this is because he came to A, right? He was on A there playing double pit with Nexa, and it was finally, yes, come to A now. MFer.
But in the other matches, though, especially like Nico was getting a lot of just like 1 kill rounds. Here he was getting like multi-kill rounds. Even the last round of the first half, he got the 2K spray down through the smoke. Last bullet got the second player, and that really just like stuffed 9Z, because they were building this momentum. They win a big like 3v2 clutch for the second time, and then they go and they're like, oh, let's just like run at them. They smoke down middle, and they're running down. They're trying to catch G2 off guard, and then Nico just shuts them down. And when you have like this clear idea of like, hey, we want to roll our momentum forwards and just keep just pummeling them, and G2's like, nah. Nico's doing a great job.
Nah. Look, we've got something special planned, but really quickly, I want to know about, before we jump into Dust 2, a G2 CT-sided start, and with what we just saw here, Yanko, can it end in 2? Do you see 3?
I mean, it can, but 9Z has done a great job on Inferno, man. I think they've exceeded expectations a little bit, and they haven't lost the Dust 2 yet. I mean, they played it like 10 times. They're one of the most experienced teams on Dust 2, so we'll see. I think the focus for them has to be on the T side, right, to try and... I think on the CT side, actually, they can play more for mid. They don't need to be players. They don't need to focus so much on tunnels. If G2 doesn't rush B, they don't really use the tunnels as much.
I think one of the things that I saw in Inferno from 9Z was how they slowed down the pace in these mid rounds after they showed their first hand, and they let G2 sweat. If they continue to do that into Dust 2, it is a perfect map to let G2 stew in the everything, no pun intended, and force up a first kill, give an opportunity for 9Z.
Just couldn't help yourself, could you?
Sorry.
And you must have been stewing on that one for... I'm kidding, I'm done. I'm done with that. We're done with that. What we are going to move into is something a little bit more different of a tone. That's right. There's one man that has most likely been here throughout the duration of all of these Intel Extreme Masters. And by that, I mean there's 100 of these bad boys. See that? 100. 100. It's what it says. 100. We're talking about the VP of Product Development, and he has brought a cool toy with him from the looks of it. He goes by the name of Carmack or Mihao or Mihao.
Thank you, Josh.
Hey, Carmack.
Hey, Janko. There's a young man named Brandon wants your autograph, my friend.
No problem. Thank you. So, Carmack, what you got going on here? But actually, first question, how many of these 100 IEMs have you been to?
Over 80.
Over 80.
Over 80. A large part of my life, my friend.
Yeah.
Over 80.
So,
thank you, Janko.
Coming back to NA, big deal or what?
Oh, absolutely, every time. I love the US. I love the US. You have to really pay attention not to grow very...
Yeah, it happens around here. It's an accident.
Because the food is really good.
But you brought your box with you, man. What's in the box?
Yes, I did. Listen, our friends at Intel and Acer Predator have created a special edition box to celebrate the 100th IEM.
Okay.
And I've been asked to come here and do some unboxing. So I'm not very good at that. I'm not a YouTuber, but let's check out what's inside the box.
Yeah, show me what's in your box, Carmack.
It's not the Lonely Island. It's okay.
So we got artwork. So community artists. I'm not going to show all of it, but community artists shown and have done a number of these graphics to commemorate some of the special moments, and we all probably remember this one from 2019, the Katowice Intel Extreme Masters Major. So the lucky winner, by the way, whoever is here for the grand finals may win this. What's in the box, and I'll explain. So then we got pins, right? We got pins. We've got a special edition commemorative coin that has got the number 100. But
that box looks heavy, man. Surely
it is quite heavy. It makes a sound when you open it, but you probably couldn't catch it. And then what's inside is, listen. This thing, I'm actually jealous. If anybody from Acer Predator is watching, I would like to once send to my home. As you see here, there's an engraving, a custom engraving for the 100th Intel Extreme Masters, which is cool as something I'm not allowed to say on air.
It's cool as hell. There we go.
It's cool as hell, yes. And this guy has 240 hertz. It's got a 4070 graphics card and runs on an Intel Core i7 processor. So whoever wins this, I'm jealous, especially because of this, because this is some special stuff. So mind-blowing that we've had 100 events, but what can I say?
What can I say? And don't worry, you don't have to say anything. Gentlemen, and Mr. Carmack, I'll call you a gentleman as well, I guess. Thank you very much. We do have another map to jump into. It's still 9Z. It's still G2. This is still a semifinal, and next we move on into Dust 2. A whole lot of twos around here, twos in the air, and I'm not just talking about Stu. We'll be right back after this.
It's time for the DHL Ultimate 10. Who takes the lead this late in the game? And Fallen can't hold on. ESL Pro League title. It's back. Get right now. And Fallen finishes the job.
Party won't stop.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Max is hyped up and ready, and he said even though he knows the crowd is against him, it doesn't matter at all. They're happy that they're able to push G2 the way they did. He's still confident as ever, and he says yes, the pressure is a different feeling on the stage, but he's dealing with it very well, and the players are handling it very well. Now going into Dust 2, it's a confident pick for them, but they saw what G2 did yesterday. They have to be ready for anything, and they have to be able to fight against that crowd. Let's see if they can do it.
Okay, Dallas, we're nearly ready to get ourselves situated and into our second map of this semi-final. Are you ready for more Counter-Strike? Yeah, you've got Stu, and he's most definitely a crowd favorite, G2. Riding that to take Inferno, the first map there, pick a full battle in regulation, closing 13-11. Now we find ourselves heading to different shores. Dust 2, and a map that so far 9Z have been having a hell of a lot of success on. Taking down domestic competition's one thing, but this has been the gem in their crown in this run to the semi-final.
Quite the map, and maybe an opportunity for them to bounce back and push this to a third. So far, the quarterfinals, the semi earlier today, it's been 2-0s all the way through. And this one, well, this one might just be our most competitive yet.
It's time to do battle. On one side we have G2, on the other it's 9Z. A David vs Goliath matchup that's already been battling tooth and nail. Every round up for debate. G2 nearly slipping away up against the Ecos. What does Dust 2 have in store for us? Let's find out together. Dallas, put your hands together. It's time for map 2. CT start for G2, 9Z on the attack. Hunter even taking pot shots at the jump spot. It's Max spotting for any aggressions, nothing coming. A boost long doors, so a slower pace to this one.
A bit of a spread across the map for 9Z, just filling out any of those early aggressions. Martino's going to pivot now from top middle. We'll have to deal with Nico, who's currently on cat, as well as Hunter, who's spotting. Flash over and a fight. Nothing found. Nico will stick around, probably enjoying the form that he found late within that first map of play. It's a very interesting round because Buddha has utility over towards upper tunnels. Right now he's completely disconnected from where this round looks like it's finishing, which might just be over towards A based on that DGT boost.
Do they first continue to push this?
If they push this, there's no way in the world DGT doesn't get this kill.
You're not expecting this. And patience! It's rewarded! Nico! He is lucky to get away with his life. They wanted answers, and they found some.
But do they pivot into the mid to B? I think they do. Buddha still towards the upper tunnels. A mid to B smoke being lined up from Max now. He even has a flash to boot.
Blood smoke, smoke CT. It feels like they're
Molly for back plat as well.
Hunter and Stewie, they're going to have to really pull this one off. It has to be an early fight, and he goes for it. Hunter deleted. 2 Glock bullets to the face. Only one man. Only one man can defend this site now, and it's Stewie with the one. Paso peak. DGT, they get that bomb in. Next is trying to be disruptive. He tries to go ahead of the play, but it's all good in the 9Z hood.
Yeah, you can understand why they went for that push, because DGT was noted on the other side of the map, and as the bomb's getting punched in, there's opportunity for a 2-on-1 in G2's favor. But not found, and 9Z will grab the pistol. Great shot from Hassan Pika on the way out mid doors. And look, DGT made good on the earlier damage because that really could have come back to haunt them. It's G2's turn to opt for the force spike. Scout in the hands of Monacy, you can understand why. See what type of damage he's able to inflict. A couple of tags. They are going to smoke off towards the mid doors.
I've been enjoying DOS 2 for a lot of reasons, but one of them is the scout, and one of them is the early fights. Nico, he tries his luck towards long. DGT doesn't shy away from the engagement. It leads to a nice opening kill, picked off Nico. 0 and 2 to start us here in map 2.
Well, the fact that Monacy still over towards A, if they try and go for the finish, he might be able to tag as they cross to Gandalf, but they have more than enough util to go for a potent execute. Goose molly, side molly, ramp molly, you name it. Could deal with the rotations as well if they'd like. Blocked for now, so trying to soak off a little bit more time. You really don't want to ward them off elsewhere.
It's the last of their smokes. So Hunter tries to burrow into a position where he can be disruptive. Will 9Z remain diligent?
Monacy has a flash, so as it starts to fade, Monacy can set him up.
He has a lot on his screen.
Decent effort.
Down after the one. They know that flash was thrown. Monacy towards the ramp expected. Nexa long, isolated. It is just Monacy here, and oh, he misses his chance to jump the progression. They're advancing on his location. This is where it really gets difficult for Monacy. A nice scout tag. He's trying every trick in the book to try and find impact, but Wasso Peak has come into Dust 2 with a point to prove. 5-0. Individual strong start.
See what they can hold on to. Buddha's looking for a way out from short. Next will likely be found over towards long in a moment's time. And there you have it, DGT and Buddha. Both closing down round number 2, and it will be the full eco for G2. So avoiding a lot of the threats in a round like that was nice. They didn't just go all that long. I think it really helps to get an opening kill towards the long corner. Nico doesn't get a chance to contribute. Oh, this Maniac's one of his best looks.
Martinez, he wants to get stuck in early.
He will be important as well, because with Monacy, if they get the AWP into his hands soon, and they should be able to, he's got 3k, right? So next gun round, he'll have the AWP. Same for Martinez, and having the fear of the AWP on Dust 2 is extremely important. So what Zywoo was able to inflict with the AWP, if you can even just make them have to use a HE or a smoke up across the mid doors, you're starting to soak out that ever-important utility. Monacy's found the kill.
Bit of extra cash.
Yeah, an AK on the floor. Buddha will be able to upgrade into that if you'd like. I don't foresee there being too many issues.
Monacy's pot shots have been punished, down to 28 on the smoke spam. Max is stretching his legs up short. It is only Stu here, and a Desert Eagle certainly facilitates the potential of that one-shot headshot, but it's Max efficient with it, clears out the Monacy crawl.
So they're heading back towards B.
Oh, good damage. A dink onto Martinez, but he will survive. The wide open B site is being explored.
They just prodded around. Look for the jewels, won them out. Now they go into an empty B bomb site and get the round finisher. Hunter and Stewie on the other side of things. Bomb to go down, and another solid round from 9Z. We'll have to, I guess, wait and see. Oh, Hunter, that's a nice shot. Had to do a double take, but we'll remove Max. So another casualty for the round. Buddha knows where he's gotten off to. Stewie trying to track him.
Yeah, Dust 2.
There. Just looked the wrong way, didn't he? Easiest kill of Buddha's life there. But this next round is going to be about what type of tone G2 want to set. Are they going to try and probe it towards lower dark? Are they going to go heavy towards that long start? We know that AWP will be out for Monacy with 6.2k to do so. Spawns are going to dictate a lot of their decision-making coming into this.
No one's been particularly gifted for this first gun round T-side spawns.
I think Max is going to boost Martinez for the mid pick.
Gets them info at the bare minimum.
Down?
No, they're just going to test him, and now Monacy's going to be peeking into them, and a hard shot! Martinez bests him! Max even contributed as well. Slowed him down. That's a real gift to take down Monacy. Empty-handed, and that feels like a bit of a giveaway there from Max. You had the advantage, you took down a hard hitter, but it falls into a 4v4 before they can find the final approach. Bomb still in spawn.
Yeah, we used to call that, this is a bit of an Aussie term, but biffing mid, right? The fact that you're just going down looking for those challenges. And the fact that they've swung right side and then Monacy's peeked into it. Normally you see people trying to get to green box as quick as possible to fortify for sure. So the pathing of 9Z helped manifest an opener, but Hunter knew that he had to fight. They can't give that territory for free. It's a bit of a stack from G2. You have to hedge your bets on this map. We'll put a lot of pressure onto Stewie.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, he passed a lot of tests. The first time we saw G2 on this very map.
What's going on here? So towards long, Hunter is completely selling Nexa. So if they do go a late long, which we can see is not going to be the case, this all has to be on Stewie. The setup on the other side of the server is just going to have to be a save.
He's in so much trouble.
Stewie has to get a multi-kill to make... He's dead. He's got no idea. We knew mid was open. He's just gone for a gamble there.
Yeah, it's not like it's going to be a jump scare. I mean, under the impression it was a possibility.
In that situation, you're just putting blind faith.
Yeah.
That, hey, I have to gamble one way or another. But that's going to be 4 in a row. 9Z looking dominant to start on Dust 2.
Yeah, I was taking a look at their wins. As we discussed, Dust 2's been very good for them, 100% in the last 3 months. But 2 of those wins, the most recent wins, Vitality and Liquid. And I was taking a look, and it's the opening kills that seem to be the biggest difference maker in both of their affairs. They've been providing a huge discrepancy in the opening kill department, at least against Vitality. They had 15 to Vitality's 7.
Well, and right now in this map, in 4 rounds of play, they've got every single opening kill. So that lines up, at least for the strong start. Now the AWP will not be scavenged for G2. Loss bonus into the next is going to be maxed out at 3,400. There will be M4 drops possible, but not an AWP, so they are going to have to operate without a scope, and that seemed like quite a simple round.
Yeah, if Martinez could provide the opening kill onto m0NESY, as he just did, you see that? You see how m0NESY was kind of stuck in the mud by Max's like lack of fear? He just starts the spray, catches m0NESY with a stray bullet, and it gives Martinez enough time. Stewie, you can see he looked a bit surprised.
Yeah, I am surprised to see that he was surprised.
Yeah.
So, a timeout taken from Taz. Maybe he wants to discuss the fact that, hey, there was some openings there, lads. Let's grab a little bit more heads up in those scenarios. And also, the finances. As mentioned, A1Ss can be dropped. You can get a buy out of G2. But to be a little bit more jarring, maybe they have to try and unravel the default setup. But at the same time, 9Z went aggressive down the guts of middle. And that is what really caught m0NESY off guard, is their pathing, right? You don't expect them to path in that way.
6 gaming in the house. I promised you I would.
Man of his word. Okay, so Nico with a smoke at the ready. Just for the cross, not actually going to use it to guise their way in towards lower. Here's the boost from Martinez, and he's just watching for the lower dark line. Might be upper dark pressure. Plenty of ways to skin a cat on a map like Dust 2.
Well, in the absence of an orb, Martinez feels like he's got a lot of freedoms here in middle.
And that just means you don't have to use as many flashes to take this standard short and mid control. They have so many bodies in lower tunnels, so m0NESY needs to be quite careful. Could get mollied back, forced into a weird decision. Martinez patrolling those rotations, flashed over, but nobody to fight off of it. And there's that molly, so m0NESY has to respect it. Drops back as more U2. Looks like it was ready in the pipeline. Can they find the 5th opening, 9Z? How much space they've gotten without having to worry about too many jewels whatsoever. Continued pressure applied towards B. That's going to keep Stewie chirping on the mic. Now a little bit of something. Short pressure applied. m0NESY having to watch that with a rifle from Car. It's never as comfy. Silently, they're starting to group. There's very limited block utility available. It is just the molly in the hands of Nico, who's going to get a duel towards mid, and he wins it, his first kill.
There's an opening for G2. Can they convert it here? m0NESY, lovely onto Martinez. He's actually getting a bit hungry, a bit horny. Gets another onto Poisson, and look at DGT cowering, staring at the floor. m0NESY puts him 6 feet under. Nothing here for Max. Multi-kill required. Nico converts the opening. And G2 are on the board.
Might look a little bit silly there because 9Z, they had smokes remaining, lots of them. And they didn't go for a set piece, but they knew they weren't against an AWP. So
Right.
they just tried to contact out. So m0NESY has just mauled them. That's all that happened right there. And I said it's difficult to do this with a rifle, but he showed his proficiency in map number 1 on the AK, now showing on the A1S. And G2 didn't have to do a lot. They just sat, they waited, and the round came to them. That's when the individuals were on display. Now you can see the potential pressure towards lower tunnels. And smoke is a question mark. That's all it is. That's all it needs to be. Because it will keep 9Z on their toes. They have to clear this out. They have to deal with this quadrant of the map. Otherwise, they're always worried about the potential flank.
Dewey, oh wow, I was going to say he's trapped, but no. He stands up, stands out, goes wide, and Martinez doesn't hit the shot. He gets another chance. Reposition with that information in mind.
Well, G2 know they've lost short, right? They've given it up. They've also had steps there. They know there's pressure of the A2P towards upper tunnels. Oh, Stewie, this is crazy.
This is ambitious. He wants to provide the opening. A forward stance from Stu. You go for the jump. You meet the spray. 30 bullets later, he's done damage.
So much damage.
Now Hunter can perhaps finish it off neat and tidy. They don't clear him. Trigger discipline. Just deliver. And a third is asking too much. The USP. The Glock's out quicker. 2v2, but they're wounded. Bleeding out. 9Z. They will delay. An incendiary back, 25 and counting. This is close, this is uncomfortable. If you go for the plant, they're gonna try and push, punish. DGT doesn't have the health to provide the cover, but they don't actually push in unison. They're allowed to get the bomb down. Martinez, safe from the wall bang, posts up. Knows it's m0NESY and Nexa. Yet to see a frag out of Nexa. He might have to be the difference maker here. m0NESY can close. Such low HP, you need the rifle to be the first. m0NESY deleted. Nexa will trade, can you close? No. Martinez on the AWP, hiding out on the big box. He's got the audio cue to just dance with him. Nexa none the wiser, he has no idea. Martinez is playing a wicked game here. Nexa, he has no idea. Martinez closes.
Actually played the bomb, right? You see a lot of players who probably just stand and try and go for that fight. He's really just played the bomb there, danced around the big box. Stylish finish from Martinez. And considering all the damage that Stewie did in upper tunnels, I thought that it would have been enough for them to be able to mow down on the way in towards that B bomb site.
Yeah.
But DGT with a triple kill.
Yeah, that DGT frag onto m0NESY changed the whole dynamic.
Oh, I guess it was.
Okay. Dude, he's on mid! Oh, okay. I think they switched to the guys. Yeah.
Okay, well, we actually have had confirmation then. Digging into the comms, he was genuinely surprised.
It doesn't make any sense that he was genuinely surprised.
It does imply that either his minimap awareness or he was reliant on a comm.
Or he's feeling pressure.
Or a bit of both.
Right,
yeah.
because if you just glanced at the minimap for a moment, there would have been comms in the lead up to that as well. So,
because you could see on the minimap, it would be too long, one ramp, the death on mid. You'll fall foul to that overlooking of information. Sometimes, there are even comms that I'm not processing, just full up auditory processing error.
Directly focused on that crosshair, what's coming your way.
Yeah.
So have a bit of a technical timeout, so just going to get things sorted before we get this one back underway. We'll hold off talking about any of the buys and what we might see into round number 7 for a moment.
5 negatives, an interesting choice.
It's a bit of a classic, Alex. They brought this one back from the dead.
Didn't take long for the Dallas crowd to lose faith. Those G2 chants have grown quite quiet.
Maybe they just want to map 3, so they're not going to support them on Dust 2. They wanted to go to Nuke.
I see.
Yanko said it's the content team. We're in America.
We've got to drag it out. It's
exactly.
like YouTube videos. It has to
Everybody
be over the
has
hour.
to go home soon if it's over in 2.
I see.
And it sounds to me like Dallas is having a good time. All right, back underway. Tech issue sorted. There's a buy available for G2. Orp again for m0NESY. Gonna test his luck on the pick, but again, just running down the guts. m0NESY miss.
2 out of 2. Not quite hit the mark. And DGT, he took his spawn with that AWP, and he too has been unable to provide.
All right, well, that will get back into the hands of the Spaniard. Martinez will take that off him. And he'll continue to apply a bit more pressure towards Long. Just let them know they're up bodies in towards the bedroom.
Nice flash. Forces m0NESY back. This is an interesting angle they've adopted. Stewie and Hunter welcoming the fight, but it's an Orb crouch peeking in, and Hunter, he out-aims Martinez. Stewie commits! 9Z empty-handed in this one. There is nothing to celebrate. What do you make of that setup, Chad? That's cheeky.
Yeah, look, if you are going to get bullied on a site and it's going to become a util battle, that is one of the setups that you need to opt for, right? I know it seems a little bit crazy when you're seeing that unfold, but if a team wants to try and bully that side of the map or your lighter on util, you need to stand and take a bit more of a favorable duel. If you don't have any information in that corridor, you can always be exploded upon. And 9Z have kept things a lot quiet in certain scenarios. They've been able to get a lot of map territory. So dealt with that with ease, and I thought Nexa would have had him cut off. Nexa's, I guess, coming on over to see if he can find himself an upgrade away from that MP9. There's plenty of tunnels next. So head over there, mate. It's all good. You're all good. Don't worry about it. Don't stress. We'll catch that one again in the replay. So that's the bomb first spotted. And then Stewie just committing to the 30 bullet A4 spray.
With his teammate in front of him.
Yeah. Well, they do stick the landing on that one. They'll grab their second round on Dust 2. And DGT just looking to save. So that's going to tick on down. All right, well, the finance is starting to become a little bit of an issue for 9Z.
Sorry, that player cam on DGT makes me chuckle.
Isn't it ridiculous?
It's so silly.
We've had some players sitting close to monitors before, but that one, it's fully immersed. He's at VR. Got that new headset from Zuck. No, wait, that was Apple. Okay, well, with one saved AK, only a 1,400 losses, 1,900 into the next. They are going to opt for the force buy, so there's a couple of scouts in the mix. Early pressure over towards Long. Martinez takes the pick, gets the headshot onto Hunter.
Oh. The scouts are working. DGT nearly had Nexa there. Good grief. I mean, the friction, it comes rapidly. Recovered AK-47, pushing all their pennies into this round to remain a threat.
I thought DGT should have been good for that kill. Nexa down to 13 points of health.
Yeah, he's lucky to get away with that.
Modesty, this is still tough. If it is a headshot out of the scout, you're going to be sat on your ass, son. It's Modesty to land right between the eyes. There's the AWP activating. Chopping and changing, good decision. Honestly, we'll take the AWP, patrol towards upper tunnels. Stu needs to be jiggle spotting this. He can't allow a gap. I think he would have caught the information there. And you can see he felt under so much pressure from that one little bit of information. He immediately smoked doors.
Dead silent now. Nexa and Nico prepare themselves for the final hit. 40 seconds, the engagement's on its way. A flash and a swing, just straight into Nico. They're testing his aim, and he does not provide. Now the damage that DGT did should be fine. They're not looking! Oh, Nexa had 2 on his play. Butter 18 HP. The bomb's on its way. Wasso Peak has to get across, and there's a gap on the smoke. Can you hit it? Modesty, reaction speed test, around, up for debate.
Oh, it's spreading.
20 seconds, now he's lost the vision, and Buddha gets the bomb across. A good strong throw from Wasso Peak. Stu, easy, straight into Buddha.
Scout's probably the better option.
Yeah, the best weapon for the job here.
Modesty's going to mantle in the side, I bet.
You'll see the plant spot. Now he's even spotted him. Wasso Peak's in trouble. A couple of opportunities go awry. On the defuse now. Oh! A great headshot. Hold on. Forces him off the defuse. Stewie, he's getting played with right now. Wasso Peak, can he find him time sensitive? Yes, he can! Miraculous clutch from Wasso Peak. Low HP, doesn't matter. Modesty deleted.
His aim, you know, he's been great on a couple of the entries. Just go back to the pistol round as well. Glock out mid to the B doors, but that one is a scorcher of a shot onto Modesty. Had the scout, picks up the M4, very well played in a pressure situation. This is what we missed. Martinez with the opener onto Hunter, then the spam through. It's Nico who takes down DGT with that saved AK-47, but back and forth we go.
Max communicating a lot there. I'm not sure what he's seen. Maybe
they're popping out long.
Pop long, yes, okay. Rifles are here, and it's Nexa that instills some fear. You want to push that smoke? I'm here. Double kill for Nexa. A confidence booster. And coming down to the wire in that last round for 9Z. They are broken. DGT trying to be a hero outdoors. Audible. Nico's heard that. Stewie, oh, that's team play, baby. A flash from the B player. Hunter takes the angle, takes the fight, takes the head.
We shouldn't be giving anything away in this round if you're G2 now. Maybe a kill or two, but definitely try to avoid that bomb going down. Lost bonus into the next is back to the bottom of the barrel for 9Z of 1,400. Max wanting to grab himself an upgrade, and they might just save again. I mean, this team, they seem like they're more than happy. Considering they already have this type of a lead, save again, keep the AKs, won't have anything into the next otherwise.
Yeah, when we had Twist talking, did he say 7-5T? Was that his, like, a rough bar he set?
So we're almost there.
Yeah.
Oh, they're having a look. Or they just, okay, no, they're just getting the safety of the boost. locking down. This is ridiculous with the players that we see on the other side of things. m0NESY had Nexa. They could overstep. m0NESY investigating for something, grabs himself a
yoink,
bit of utility. And we just have to sit and watch for another 12 seconds while this one clocks out. So that was a bit of a change of pace from 9Z there. They pressured long in the previous, then they went back to long and a bit more of a late timing. But 2 saved AKs. Martinez could drop a scout. Maybe get out of Galil. He's going to get a scout for himself. Okay, well, let's see what success he can find with that. Easy as you like for Nexa, no dramas. Just mowing them down. And this was, yeah, as you mentioned, great teamwork. Good flash from Stewie. Hunter and Nico both picking into that. Tactical timeout, the first for 9Z. These are difficult rounds. 2 rifles, scout, tech 9, and whatever South Peak is going to be picking up and going into the next with.
Yeah, 1400, he hasn't got too many options available to him.
I just want to note that I think it's great to see them making heads-up decisions, like not letting the moment of being in front of a crowd and, well, not being favorites at all. This is their first time in an environment like this, and they're still, okay, the smarter option is the save, right? Yeah. They're a great clutch from Hustle Peak in a 2v1, right? Yeah. There's some really good moments. So props to 9Z.
Oh my God! Oh, that's ungodly! Stewie 2K sent straight to the Shadow Realm by Martinez.
I think he spotted another one cross because he was just motor mouthed right there.
Bro, no boost, no problem, still nails it. A suspicious smoke. That's a CT smoke thrown out. Buddha, you can see his reaction is a bit concerned. Has to kind of hold on to it, keeps him static.
I can't believe that opener.
No, I mean, that's a gift. That's where the scout can deliver some incredible jaw-dropping moments. Alert smoke from Buddha. So
and look at the setup that G2 are currently sitting in, right? Nico to set up Hunter over towards, Nexa over towards short, but they can only set it for so long because there's massive void towards long, which they've walked out completely silently. Now they'll thrust themselves forward. Nico might get caught off guard.
Nico's in trouble. He goes jumping for info and a missed scout shot. m0NESY's taken down one on the extremities in mid. It's Placer Peak down and out. m0NESY noted in CT. They've been spotted towards long side. Behind the smoke is m0NESY.
But look where the bomb is.
Creeping and crawling. Yeah, the bomb not permitted. And 30 seconds left. G2 are still not convinced. Well, they will be now. Up onto the site. Martinez, you've got to get that bomb across. Buddha has managed to catch out Nexa. Now he can join the pack. Now Nico is going to be under threat from short. m0NESY, he's pushed the smoke successfully. They do isolate on Gandalf, but this is the one. This is the frag. m0NESY dips away. They can boost on. There's a fake. No, punching in the code. Good for it. That will extend play. A fumble on the boost. m0NESY flustered on the reload. Going hunting. DGT, a ballsy one, and nothing from Max. Fourth on the board and secure. It's a m0NESY multi.
I really like the team play from 9Z in that moment, right? The flash to get them over. They made sure that, I know that the bomb being committed earlier would have been great, but Martinez setting them up so once they got across, they could flash, take the fight. This was the opener, absolute scorcher.
Filth.
Yeah, that's one of the worst ways to have your round ended, but they win regardless. And then m0NESY coming through, taking down Martinez. The time starts to become pressure. The fact they get the bomb down. Positive stuff for 9Z, but then they get caught in the chaos. And that was just as I was giving them props for playing a lot of these situations with poise.
Do you think it was that kind of seeing someone reloading and jumping, you lick your lips, you think I've got a window of opportunity here, but both of them managing to get their crosshairs onto him quick enough.
This is actually a G2 timeout. It will allow 9Z to have a conversation themselves into the next round. 2400 loss bonus, so leave yourself around that 2K mark. Or if you're Martinez and you want to have a scout every round, you can spend a little bit more. Well, let's see if he can do it again.
If it happens twice to Stu, I think he's punching his monitor.
Just a bad spawn for Martinez. He's at the very back of the pack, so he'll be late to this spot. He's trying his luck.
Not far off the mark.
Okay, hold up, G2. Hold up. You're not great against these types of buys.
Hold on, Hunter just needs a headshot. Provides it nicely. clotheslines Martinez. Oh, he's just shooting fish in a barrel. 9Z condemned straight back to spawn.
Might be their cleanest anti-eco yet.
And it's with confidence, it's with conviction. Backing himself, applying the pressure from the get-go. Look at the control here from Hunter. Just burst, taking heads. Aware of the potential for lower. DGT an afterthought, but still gets deleted. Yeah, a reminder of who they're up against. G2, no slouch individually, mechanically. Certainly not the Kovac cousins. And certainly not Ilya Osipov. On your screens, m0NESY, this prodigy, looking to secure a grand final. And one map away. Can 9Z leave with the 7th? The baseline for a good T side is just this final round. Can they do anything with it? Oh dear. Hunter doesn't seem to think so.
Yeah, Hunter the secondary AWPer. Isn't that usually Nico's job?
Not anymore. Chip damage, Buddha and Wasopeak. Vulnerable and susceptible to the headshots.
DGT's done a decent job coming out long in some of these later scenarios. The fact he just removed m0NESY, simple as you like, coming out those long doors. That's a big pick. It throws the round into a conversation and out.
Nice.
Calm is Stewie. He left the B bomb site. Buddha, you might have to go in and apply some pressure.
He's giving it a go. Stewie's ahead of the play, understanding that Buddha's opportunity upon him being nameplated in mid. And now wraps through. Stu. He's found the maneuver.
Bump, bump, bump.
Oh no! DGT has bested him! He tries his signature move and he's empty-handed. The B site's theirs. They're trying to clear out Max. He doesn't seem prepared for this. The aggression up short. Caught out by Nexa. A hard site to retake, to be sure. But no util from the T side. They can't lock him out. The man advantage for this as well. Already close by. First test, dipping their toe. Already swinging wide. Buddha's going to be found. Deletes him. Hunter's gone. No trade potential. Where is Nexa? What can you do? They're overlooking it. Walking out. DGT in the clutch. Gets in, gets out. It's a nade from Nexa from the grave. And we're all tied up, baby. 6-6. Dead even at the half. folks, we're back in business. Ready for Dust 2's second half, the second map of our second semi-final. Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2024 and Vitality need an opponent in that grand final. No donk. Zywu made sure of that earlier today. Now let's find out if 9Z's Fairy Tale has any more chapters in it as they face off against G2. Dead even at the half. Guaso Peak tries to bring the pain, but m0NESY's ready, and he receives them. Those Glocks, deadly. Nexa disconnected from the pack. He's responsible for the housekeeping of mid and long.
I like the rotation from 9Z, however. DGT and Buddha have dealt with the gap over towards B. Max has gone searching. Now, this is a difficult position to clear. I think it'll go completely underlooked. So this is Nexa's kill every day of the week, and it will give them a two-man advantage. There you have it.
Wow.
But with that type of a search, the information that tells G2 is 9Z just had all the info that the rest of the map was somewhat clear. So do you want to pivot or go with the same type of finish over towards B? They still have this smoke and the flash in the back pocket of Nico. Now they have a two-man advantage.
Yeah, a lot of resources lost in the departure of Max.
And that timing for Martinez is quite unfortunate. They'll get across.
Do we already start talking about saving Kev?
Yeah, this one could be a dead rubber as far as this round's concerned. We might not even see any action. Unless...
No scouting, no probing into the A side.
Well, they went and made a step over towards short. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, that's problematic.
Whiplash.
Martinez has been spotted. And oh, God, these bullets are finding heads. Running into the Lion's Den and still shredding.
Doing it the hard way. Finishing into the stack, but doing it with style. We're going to trade out pistols here on our second map of play. And it's starting to feel like it is about time we embrace the absurdity of our reality. No in-game leader. Nico picking up the slack in that regard. Stewie 2K returning to top-tier competition after missing a couple of 10 a.m. meetings at Starbucks.
Damn, Chad. Modern-day Camus.
He's brought the attitude and he's brought the North American crowd to life. What would this event have been if G2 didn't pick up Stewie and we didn't go down this crazy run? You go all the way back to Falcons, Anubis, retakes against Nexa, team flashes.
Telling Nico he had it when he didn't, did he?
Just crazy arm wrestles and matches as well throughout.
I mean, I have to say, I have a lot of appreciation for the fact that Stewie hasn't kind of lost his character, demeanor, and his comms when arriving and being plugged into someone else's system.
Major winner and Intel Grand Slam. Not too many players who have that in their cabinet.
Yeah, it can't be sniffed at, and it's going to start very comfortably here. I'm sure G2 have been trying to refine their anti-ecos after some of the slip-ups we've seen just over the course of this event. It's lacked polish, it's lacked focus.
But two absolute mares of those rounds came against Vitality, which has been their only loss thus far, and we will be getting a rematch of that regardless. 9Z played Vitality, G2 the same. All three teams remaining, all from Group A. At a 2-1 over Mouse for G2, a 2-1 over Liquid, a 2-0 over FaZe.
That's crazy. I mean,
a best of one over Falcon. Those are all household names.
Yeah, it's a run. It's a very justifiable, valid trophy lift if they ever get there.
But the same to be said with 9Z's campaign. A best of one win over Mouse, then Liquid fell, and then Vitality, which is insane to think about. That was a 2-0, and those frustrations started to eke out of the Vitality camp. But let's turn our attentions to the first gun round of the second half. Martinez able to get out the glass cannon, so the scope is in the mix. Rifles for the rest, and if they want to have any say in this map, it needs to start now.
Ooh, a missed shot, an opportunity there. Slips by the wayside from Martinez. Early nade exchange towards the Beast Huns. Hunter's going to have a lot to communicate off the back of that. But it's got a lot of responsibility on this side of the map. Opting for a forward angle. The Molotov flash combo to clear Tons safely and securely. There's a cue that DGT can prepare himself for combat.
On his own. There's mid-door swing possible. Martinez off here as well.
Oh, chill your beans. Max goes looking a distraction. They want to fight for this. Think twice about
Could have
it.
all gone wrong right there. Next up to bat is Buddha.
One well-placed flash from Monacy, and his screen is white as snow. Ooh, Buddha.
They're pivoting for a mid to B.
Late long, Chad.
If they take the bomb late long, this could be a catastrophe.
Stewie might be trying to make a play in synchronization. They're testing Buddha as Stewie comes out. Buddha down. That's the frag. That's the one. Now Martinez will look away. Another miss on the AWP. The Spaniard run down. Empty-handed on the York. Now DGT's the next victim. It's Stewie 2K. Posts it with conviction. They are on the bomb site with 1 or 2 seconds to spare. Madness.
The moments that could have gone wrong, Buddha just slows them down in the doors. He gets a kill, does some more damage. Martinez hits a shot. G2 moments away from disaster. But now 9-6, a 3-round lead. Just 4 more required.
Yeah, these CT sides, they can slip away rapidly even if you have had a competitive first half. G2 finding 4 consecutive to close out this half. They were in the driving seat, 9Z. With some successful retakes, a gap closing. First half from G2. And now coming in with a vengeance. This is a pure round from G2, not a single casualty. Some trivial damage done to G2, but the 9th round is theirs and the cash is starting to swell.
Yeah, the fact that you get the AWP for free off of Martinez's cold dead corpse, and now it'll be into the hands of Monacy. That fear factor amplified, and Taz got the best seat in the house.
It's true. Nothing better. Stu fumbles the boost. Honestly, unable to provide the opening he was seeking. Nexa, get out of there.
Crowd happy with that. Good to see he's learned how the Molotovs work.
Why don't you cast around?
Oh, Nexa, stop melting our mind.
Melting your shoes. Wasso Peak's going to get uncomfortable. Oh, it's spreading. Very uncomfortable for Wasso Peak. Nico wants him. Second layer. A flash, a Molotov combo. Forces them to cower into the site. Martinez responsible for long, so they can post up, just worry about the short side. Still 60 seconds on this one. Max is floating into mid. He's concerned about a potential mid presence, and Monacy's about to set them up for pressure. Here comes Stu. Flash and go. Oh, what? Buddha nails it with a white screen. Now Nico still found Max. They know where he is. He's trapped on the doors, and Monacy does not nail the shot. He's playing crazy games. Leg shot now. A wallbang can come through any time, but still, look at that from Martinez. With DGT's help, they can continue fending him off, but Hunter's found the gap. What is that from Martinez? A no-scope to the face of Hunter. And Nexa down to the Dig 9Z Ignite hope of a potential third.
What was that from Martinez? His scout.
Who is this guy?
I think he's taken away that top dog spot from Sirison.
Oh, for sure.
Because he's doing it on LAN.
He's had a couple of those completely ridiculous scout performance. That's a wall bang. He takes down Monacy and then a no-scope.
Yeah. There's a classic Nico reaction for you.
Okay, Monacy, that's put Wasso on notice. A leg shot Bianca, is that not tantalizing? Is that not encouraging?
Something you could definitely work with, but right now they're doing a default 3 through the upper tunnels. This is going to help them. Going to stick the landing on that one. They'll have heard the extinguish, so Stewie still needs to be somewhat worried that there could be a player home. Clears his corners. And they have the same space regardless. Buddha anchoring pit. We've got this bait and switch set up over towards Catwalk. Martinez to take the line, DGT to either swing or smoke off that angle if it does become a problem. The gap right now, the biggest issue is probably the mid to B. Steel was talking about protocols on Dust 2 and the reactions. Now, something that makes those reactions a little bit more difficult is the lurk smoke. Martinez can stand behind this.
Oh, fantastic from Martinez. And DGT even nearly had both. m0NESY, he's just gotten away with a fraction of health remaining.
I reckon Martinez is showing m0NESY up.
Right now, yeah. He has.
Some of the shots he's hitting on the scope, right?
Flashier AWPer.
Wild scenes.
Well, that could be perfect. m0NESY, catch! And he does. Can they keep the sheet clean? 5 alive for 9Z. Hunter's just trying to preserve this for his AWPer.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Just hold on to this. Save it to the next. Lost bonus, 1900. So it is going to be an interesting looking next round to play, and it'll just be one round. So 9Z working hard. Working very hard to get themselves back into the mix. I don't know what to do with that.
Smile and wave, boys.
Might incite a riot with that one.
They haven't got much to be proud of. Let them have it.
Give them the Imperial measurements.
Oh!
I think he heard me talking shit.
Yeah, and now DGT's about to lay down the law. He wants the 9th. Despite m0NESY's heroics with that saved AWP. Stewie, oh, he has the info. And he gets away with his life as well. On top of that, this can still go awkwardly wrong for 9Z.
That's actually huge that they're exchanging that territory, because the fact DGT cops a bullet backs off completely, they had them locked. You can still see this investigation towards the tunnels. Max can make sure they can't go short from lower. He doesn't really need to investigate top mid at all. And then Buddha can watch upper dark. But right now I think they're overcomplicating things because they want to be a quick response time towards long.
This is an uncomfortable position for G2 to be in. So much uncertainty now. Same could be said for 9Z. They haven't really found any answers. Look at this from Buddha.
Yeah, like I said, overcomplicating. There's too much searching going on right now. You don't have a confirmation of any info. So unless you're planning to just save, you may have just given the key of this round back over.
Buddha's completely evacuated his bomb site.
They're rotating.
Yeah, they've heard the initial util. Here we go.
Max can block upper tunnels. He has a molly. Get that in.
Just in time. Forced ahead of it. Suddenly flooding the site. Quasto Peak on notice. A commitment of the spray. Max delivers. 20 seconds, folks. Can G2 get through? Yes, they can with Nico on the AWP. Nexa builds around it. And Quasto Peak does not have the hair. Oh, no!
The flank this time!
It's a disaster! Quasto Peak just needs to live, but from behind, m0NESY strikes! He saves them! Just as the stars are aligned for 9Z, the superstar saves them! G2 are lucky the 10th is theirs. Let's see this one again. They're just lining up, standing on top of each other. And with 5 seconds left, Quasto Peak's convinced he's in the site.
He just has no idea because they didn't know where m0NESY had gotten off to. He was staying long trying to sell this the entire time. And it's the smallest of margins. If that Max Incendiary comes out a second sooner, think about the damage they take running through those flames. That one really leaves a mark for 9Z. And for it to go down in that fashion, what the hell is m0NESY doing coming late from spawn, you're thinking to yourself?
5 seconds on the clock and he's on A. Oh, I mean, you can't even fault Quasto for expecting him to be rushing for the plant. He's waiting for the sound cue or a push. And m0NESY, he stays calm. He collects. Didn't get flustered. You can see how the tensions are running high. and the G2 camp. They are only 3 rounds away from the grand final. Monacy saves them.
That roller coaster of emotions for Nico. Then Nexa just getting torn a new one into Monacy. Thank bloody God.
Yeah, truly. Look at them. They're trying to turn up the heat now onto Martinez. Buddha in the pit, about to be isolated. All of that util sent down. Stewie with an opening kill on the road.
Here comes the smoke.
Here he comes. Stewie through the smoke. It finds himself the 2K. And just one more is all he needs. Backing away into Monacy. A missed shot from the AWPA. Pressure mounting from every angle. How is DGT still alive? How is he still alive? Somebody put him down. Hunter makes it so. A heist from the smoke criminal. Steals the 11th round.
Puts the signature move on display late in the piece to punish 9Z, and the finances are now broken. He sees the smoke, you know he's going through.
I'm sure Nico, he's lived 100 years over the course of this best of 3. Monacy finds Buddha. Martinez's scouts landing tags. He's a threat. 2 tags tagged, and now a body bag. He's gone and done a lot of damage. But unfortunately, they don't have the weaponry. They don't have the health. They don't have the personnel. Huaso Peak's the only one healthy. Max has got the 4 HP. Lingers in the smoke. There's nothing for you here. No health, no weapon, and now no info. They are both low. A deagle to the belly of both would be sufficient. And Huaso Peak's $700 hand cannon is now poised to collect on long.
There's so much time for this to simmer in. Nico and Monacy in no rush. Diligent with the util. Put Monacy in a power position with the AWP.
I love this. They've just let Max off the leash.
Well, he needs to go and find a gun, and there is one available over towards middle. Plenty of corpses litter the corridor, but it's all going to come down to timing. Does Nico press the issue, look to go elsewhere, or they're just going to let them stew and then finish towards A? Max is on the flank. Hassau in the sight. Bomb on Monacy's back. Has to start transitioning up long.
Max has to get this timing perfectly right, and the info from Huaso has to be perfect. He can't take these fights until the flank does come through. Smoke on the site. Monacy with the bomb. Monacy solves it.
Still a chance.
Certainly, 20 seconds. They have to get through Huaso Peak. The bomb's a long way away. Timing is everything. He's nailed the timing. He had a molly in his hand, but he doesn't find the body shot. Nico collects. A 12th round on the board. It was hanging by a thread at times. By no means has this been easy street for G2. Stress, cortisol flowing through their veins, and a moment of respite as the final timeout is called by the 9Z coach.
Hassau had a great 1v2 situation on that first half of play, but you can see those speed wobbles with the deagle.
I wonder how far that shot was off Monacy. It felt pretty close.
Well, the crowd can sense it now. 5 more kills, 1 more round, and G2 Esports with Stewie 2K, America's pride and joy, will be locking themselves in for a grand final against Team Vitality tomorrow.
Let that sink in. I doubted them every step of the way, Chad. Stepping into the realms of against FaZe Clan in a playoff game, I thought that was going to be curtains. But instead, G2 now looking to secure a grand final on their stand-ins home soil. And 9Z, does that journey really end here in round 21? Stewie's here to play!
Saving the best to last is Stewie.
Oh, he's here for the grand finale. We'll see that again. Oof. The crowd wants a guarantee of Stewie tomorrow on Championship Sunday. And he has taken the first step in that direction. He's taken down the hardest hitter. DGT 17 frags, but none in round 21. Stewie makes it so. Pressure mounting, Martinez, a forward position. They run boost, accommodating for it. He'll peek into the angle, but m0NESY's anticipating. That's the fight, and Martinez, he's bested m0NESY, an equalizing frag for survival. Stewie accelerates, takes space, surges towards the A-bomb site. Next to late long, he's the next piece. He's got to catch the timing right. The bomb is on its way towards the A site. Max lingers towards CT.
Short plant.
Max not going to be anticipating this angle. Obscured by the smoke is Stu. Jumping up and gets himself another. Stewart 2000. Who'll find the multi-kill to secure the grand finals. Martinez is the one to kick up a fuss, but they're not ready for Nexa. Turned on. Plasso Peak provides. Time sensitive. I don't see a kit, Chad. I do not see a kit. A 10-second defuse. I'm just good for it. But meditate all you want. You're going home. G2 are off to the grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters. Stewie 2K, a contribution to make it so.
The madness of this G2 story continues. It has another page, it has another chapter, and they have another day. The smiles on the faces, the insanity of this pickup.
No IGL, Nico forced into the role, Stewie shows up, and he's holding his weight. Against modern day grades, now Vitality stand as their final hurdle in making this absurd reality a trophy.
There'll be a nod of the hat in the direction of 9Z. Fantastic group stage debut, and solid Counter-Strike. But they're going up against players who have been here once, they've been here again. And a huge victory.
I mean, truly, look at them. It must be so out of the realms of possibility when you're on that plane, you're coming over, you see how stacked this tournament is. And it's G2 that will play Vitality tomorrow.
Nico, you with G2, with the stand-in, an event where you're calling, you are in the grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. What's going through your head?
Yeah, obviously super happy. I could have never imagined that we would have gone all the way to the finals. So yeah, feeling very happy right now. The atmosphere is electric and everything is amazing so far. I'm really happy.
It feels like magic in the server, and there are a lot of rounds where maybe things aren't going to plan. I'm thinking about that m0NESY 5 seconds on the clock clutch. We saw your reaction on the camera. What were you thinking?
I was relieved. Honestly, in my head, I lost the round. I was like, fuck, you know, we threw another round. But yeah, I don't know what he did. He probably didn't expect Ilya to come from behind, but obviously, yeah, I mean, it was a roller coaster of emotions within like split seconds. So yeah, the game was not pretty, it was not clean from both sides, but it was fucking exciting at least.
I think you'll find some people in this audience who agree. I know playing in front of the NA crowd maybe hasn't always been your favorite, but how you feel about them right now? Stu! I think that's enough said. I'm gonna need your signature up on the plate of that camera, because you are in the grand final of IEM Dallas.
Oh my God, it's happened. It's undeniably happened. It is here, it is G2 who have powered through 9Z, a 9Z that brought their game today. They brought their A game. They came out here and they tried, but it wasn't enough for G2.
What a roller coaster of a ride, Trace, this whole series has been, and especially on Dust 2, we heard Mike mention it on the stage to Nico, the m0NESY round, a couple of close clutches, another close anti-ecos, but in the end, they get it done, they get over the hump, and G2 is in the grand final in Dallas.
Wow.
You know, I think I've been like 0% on my predictions for like the entire playoffs. Nothing here really makes that much sense to me. G2 just showing so much just resilience, and every round that they have, they bounce back and they're able to close out some ridiculous rounds. The save to op going into the round, picking up the second op and ending at B with like 5 seconds left. Monazi and CT spawn. Next on in pistol rounds and T spawn waiting. Like it's just mind-boggling to see like what's happening, how the rounds are unfolding, because it's so hard to predict. And as you said, it's a roller coaster, not only for us, the players, like everyone. We see it in the rounds. They think the round's over. They've lost and they win it. They're just shocked.
Yeah, some of those rounds, especially towards the end of the game, just straight chaos. I mean, we're talking grenades are flying, smokes just barely blocking vision for the right person at the right time. And it's that little minutia that not only makes this game great, but gave us a great game too.
I think, you know, it's because obviously G2 is lacking some of the organization in these mid-rounds to late rounds, right? I mean, they have a stand-in, Nico is in-gaming, so sometimes it takes an extra 5-10 seconds to organize everything to make the call, and then that leaves not much time left on the clock. I mean, obviously we had the B round with Monacy jumping CT and getting the kill, but we also had the round on long A when they're doing the late A split with long and short, right? And it's 6 seconds left to plant. Oh, we don't have a smoke. Next is picking up the op to cover CT. It's just been all over the place in the second semifinal.
And, you know, it's a commiserations for 9Z too, because obviously what they've done today was unexpected by even making it this far.
Yeah, I think, you know, despite the 0-2 loss, I was really impressed by 9Z, not just in the tournament, but in this particular game. You know, they're playing in front of this big of a crowd for the first time ever. They're, you know, not the home team, although no one is really cheering against them in a way, and they've shown some good CS, man. I think it came down to some of the individual heroics. Nico on map number 1, right? We talked about the banana round. Second map, a little bit of everything, and just in the chaos, G2 managed to get out on top.
I think, yeah, the team play for 9Z was there, absolutely, and I think that's what got them so close, and it was the slimmest of margins that they lost some crucial rounds to some heroics, some big clutch moments, and I think that was realistically like how things just slipped out of their hands.
Yeah, and we're gonna slip right into something real cool. Oh, maybe not that. But we do have Stewie 2K with us. Come on down, Jake. I'd say the price is right, but this is a totally different show. So all things considered.
Equally popular, of course.
Equally popular. Hey, Jake, man, how you feeling, buddy?
Man, it's a pleasure to be standing up here right now.
Yeah. Or into the sea of people. These people are loving you, man.
Man, I think this is the best crowd I've ever been in front of.
Yeah, I believe that. So, Jake, let's talk about it. Because you came into today, you played against a 9Z that was ready for you guys, but you guys overcame. So tell me about coming into today's matchup.
Yesterday, coming into this matchup, I was thinking that it's not going to be an easy game. If anything, it's going to be one of the hardest games for us. I feel like I haven't kept up with them too close, but I feel like this is one of the first times they've made it on stage. And at that point, you kind of know the feeling of being on stage for the first time. You kind of ride with the crowd, whether they're against you or they're with you. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, but I'm glad we came out on top.
I think yesterday you also talked about how, you know, you shouldn't underestimate 9Z and all that, but this was probably the first time in this tournament that you were the favorite and not the underdog, and you guys have had the luxury of sort of playing without pressure, having fun, all of that. How much focus was there on just not over-stressing now that you're more expected to win the game?
Look, I'm not going to lie to you guys. We're not trying to stress, but we're stressing over there, man. But I think that comes along with the stage, being in playoffs and wanting to win it so bad that every little mistake becomes a big one, and you analyze every little one. But I'm glad the guys could stay composed and move on to the next round as quick as possible.
But you know what? That's funny. You talk about composure, staying composed, but also maybe not a little bit of that. So we brought some of that back to you to watch 2020 hindsight. So check this out. Let's take a listen here. Katia play-by-play.
I'm ready to break. You break now. I break.
Maybe surge, guys.
You flash CT. I'm flashing CT. Flash.
Triple.
And CT. Triple and CT. Boost it. They're all sacked there. Nice one. Oh, yeah. My bad. Guys, just let me say one thing. We're not listening to each other, guys. Start paying attention, listen to your teammates' communication. I think I will stay on balcony. Please, behind you, Jake! Behind you! Flash. I'm blind. Watch out, long time.
Two more.
Let's have play up there.
One more in. Nice.
One more.
In.
Hammer B, first box, planting first box,
Okay,
first
put a white pick here as well,
I can
okay?
smoke banana.
Nice, guys.
Nico, those were some sick shots, bro. You wanna make... Do! Two!
I run B. Long open.
Nice! No! I have it.
Yeah, maybe.
I have banana, guys. He's pretty here as well. The king is here, bro.
And you know, aside from people hanging around with each other and spawn during that map, that was like a whole wild thing experience. But Jake, what do you think about that? You just said, hey, we're not communicating?
No, it's not that we're not communicating. I feel every team has a different problem. It could be communication or recomposure. It could be anything. But one thing I recognize with this team is that when the engine is going, they're speaking very fast, but it's almost like they're not hearing what the next person is saying. So as soon as someone finishes, someone else is going. As soon as he finishes, someone else is going. So I think it's all about this team, the way they play when they're composed, it's a different G2. So as long as they can be as composed as possible, I think tomorrow's a good chance to win it.
And this would be the most opportune time to run back round 18. Well, then let's just kind of take this one in.
How composed was this round?
I would love to know.
Let's just watch it like together, because it was pure chaos. It's the same up round, right? You get the early kill on long. Now things are going to slow down a little bit, and then this happens.
Bro, I think 2 of them. Your only smoke was at long as well.
I think the call was to try to use it as a bait for long.
Yeah. Oof. Right here, like I think Nico was like already with his face in his hands.
I was like, bro, timeout. Actually, I don't know what to say. I mean,
did Modesty mean to be there? Or like?
I mean, Modesty got to pick long, and we tried to keep him there to remove the information. Hopefully, a base smoke keep them there, but obviously it didn't work out that way. But this round, when the next thing I heard was he's window. No, I'm just kidding. Nico's accent. But after that, I thought the round was pretty much done. So I was kind of just trying to chill. But I saw that Modesty ended it, and it was just like almost a sigh of relief.
Yeah, when we were watching it, we saw kind of like they left B completely open, and then like on a random timing, they all start running over. It's like 4 people going towards B, and we're like, how do they know? Like, what are they doing? Why? And then we thought, oh my God, it's chalked. But then yeah, 5 seconds left, and we're just watching. I think it blindsided everyone. Them, you, us.
Yeah, actually, I had a good feeling that, well, the molly came at a random timing, and it came from the outside, so I kind of had a feeling that they weren't in there, but he did a last-second check and kind of worked in their favor.
Yeah, very much so. Hey, Jake, you've done something here that I think not only you can be proud of, you made everybody in this room proud. They're pretty happy to see you back.
Man, it's a collective effort, dude. It's a collective effort. And I don't know, people talking about this aura, like I'm starting to see it too. But not from me, it's just in the whole arena.
Yeah, it's a whole vibe in here. And they played Post Malone on your walk up to the stage.
Yeah, I was like, dude, one of my favorite artists, they're playing the song. I'm on home soil. The whole crowd's in here. Tomorrow,
yeah,
I don't even got to say what's going to happen.
All right, fair enough. Well, since these people aren't all in here, tell the viewers at home. Tell them something.
Tell them something?
Yeah.
If you're not on our side, you're on the wrong side.
Jake, thank you very much, man. I'm going to go ahead and get you out of here. That is Jake, Stewie 2K, Yip, and obviously, I love him. I just tell you, I love him.
Yeah, I mean, he gave us some great insight also in how things go, right, in G2, and that the intensity is there, that there is chaos, obviously, in some of these high-intensity rounds, matches, and whatnot, but just them being able to sort of overcome that and grind out the game, I think has been one of the more impressive parts about G2 at this tournament.
Yeah, I think another interesting angle is kind of like the development throughout the tournament, I guess, so far. Their Dust 2 T side actually looked like it was a little bit more cohesive. Yeah, there were some moments here and there, especially the round that we just highlighted, round 18, but you know, the slow approach, outside long, outside B tunnels, taking middle, and then kind of like doing a little bit of push-pull, baiting out some utility, faking kind of like their true intentions, and then moving up together, whether they end with a mid to B or end with an A hit, whatever they ended up doing, like it was way more cohesive than we've seen on previous days. So if they're able to continue this form forwards, like that's gonna be pretty good.
And what form is better than the Twitch chat? Actually, don't answer that. It was a bit of a rhetorical question. It's the Intel Extreme Masters DHL MVP. We need to use your Twitch channel votes so that we can there talk to the winner of the vote, the popular vote, and statistics and all of that good stuff at the very end conclusion of that grand final. So let's go ahead and see who our candidates are for the day. And I think it may just be a little bit of a Hunter action. So what do you do today?
Yeah, I think he stepped up on Dust 2. I think that's where he did some of his best work, right, on the CT side. Some of the signature Hunter aggressive peaks, aggressive duels, you know, going for those 50-50 fights and being able to come out top. This anti-eco as well, I think they just said, listen, let's just be aggressive. Let's not sit back just because they have pistols, try to win a round, and yeah, had a couple of impactful rounds for sure.
Oh, this guy. No stranger to the DHL MVP is Manashi.
I think there was like one round that I saw him actually miss an op shot, and his AK, especially on Inferno, was just frying on the T sides. So many multi-kills, so many big hero rounds, post plants, retakes, everything just so crucial for these guys to be able to make it deep into the tournament, deep into this series, and just like even that saved op round, my goodness.
Yeah, early on, even on the CT side, we see him do some work with the M4, and yeah, last but not least, Nico, who was absolutely lights out on Inferno, both sides. We're gonna see that round, I'm sure, one more time, top banana, but yeah, that was just incredible and really pushed his team over the finish line.
And it's this round you're talking about, yeah. This round, without it, I think we're in a different ball game.
Yeah, and sorry, I was just gonna say, I think there's also like a fourth hidden MVP, and that's Hooksie's sister for having a wedding and, you know, allowing Nico to be IGL on the series.
Does he have any more sisters?
Yeah, do you have any more sisters? I think there's like an event in like December area where like it would be great to have a wedding right around then too.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know how you've done that, Josh, but you've done that. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, so that's our DHL MVP. Go and get your votes in using your Twitch channel points, or if you're just standing here, I'd say yell it, but it doesn't really do anything to help the vote. Either way, we have come to the final day tomorrow. That's what we do know. Without a fact, the grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas 2024 begins tomorrow. And this is the pathing that it took to get us there. So let's look at those brackets really quickly. Now we know where we are. We know where we stand. It is the playoffs. We're well deep inside of it. And in doing so, G2 versus Vitality. Woo!
And just to add a little bit of extra spice, it's a rematch, Trace. It's a rematch from the upper bracket game in the group stages, right, where Vitality was able to take down G2 2-0. And obviously Vitality doing a great job today, taking down Spirit, who was the favorite to win the whole thing. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting game tomorrow, that's for sure.
This is not the way that anything unraveled through the groups into the finals here, basically. Team Vitality, they're no stranger to this, but I mean, beating Spirit the fashion they did, G2 getting here the fashion they did not expect that.
Yeah, it creates quite the ride. It's been quite the experience here in Dallas. You know, we didn't even see a Mouse in that bracket. I wonder why. Oh yeah, they didn't make it to that bracket. How about that? Anyway, yeah, that pretty much puts a ribbon on it, right? Tomorrow we have one best of three that determines, you know, between G2 and Vitality, who's taking home this title. I know who the crowd's probably going to be going for, but I guess there's only one way to find out. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I hope you have a blessed evening. Let's put it that way. And for all of you at home, I hope you have a good evening too. In fact, we hope to see you back tomorrow, because it all culminates with one best of three to define who is a champion in Dallas. We'll see you there.
Started, finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on the money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling, the clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up harder. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Gang time check, gang time we. Gang time check, gang time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub on a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. 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 Hey. We just getting started. Finger on trigger with aim on a target. I'm shooting my shot, yeah. It's right on the money, no discount, no bargain. Hearing them calling. The clock is ticking, we cannot be stalling. We pulling up hard. Hey, one shot, one chance, I gotta go all in. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, I'm bound to win it. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what it is, I gotta get it. You know what it is, get down to business. You know what it is. You know what it is. Gang time check, gang time we. Gang time check, gang time we up. Gotta stay up, way up. It's cut a dub, want a rematch. First time won't be last. It's the beginning, we just got started. It's the beginning, we just got
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. IMC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. I'm Strolling winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Valby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.